Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to another episode of Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and we are running a show called Counterpoints on the beautiful Valor Media Network. I hope you are enjoying your day, as I am as well. We are going to be covering Benny Johnson with Andrew Tate. We're going to be covering Candace Owens talking about Hitler, and we're also going to be talking about Ben Shapiro breaking with the Trump admin. So I'm going to go ahead and share the stream with a few other places to let other folks know that we're live, and I'll just keep yapping while we get chat coming in. But I did just want to share a that I hope you guys will appreciate. Hopefully, once I pause this. So last week I had the honor, I had the privilege of being on the Tim Pool show. Now I understand that Timcast is not everybody's cup of tea. However, it is a very large platform. So I was very happy to go live now on Valor Media Network, the best place to spend your workday. And so the point is, I was debating not necessarily Tim, I was debating Fabian Liberty on whether or not the welfare state had created the modern woman and destroyed our society. We did jump over all over the place, so it was kind of like a crazy combo, but I expect that, especially with Fabian Liberty. Him and I are like oil and water. We do not get along politically. Now, I would say that we do get along personally, interpersonally, especially in person. I think that whenever you're live with somebody else, it kind of takes the edge off a little bit. But you can see in the conversation that we had, it definitely did get pretty contentious. So let me post it one place else. Let me go to my YouTube channel. I'm going to go to Counterfire. And I'm sorry for maybe the weird vibes, but I have already been working a few hours today. They needed some help on the back end. And so I helped do some back end work this morning. I created a segment. I created a smaller segment. I got some stuff lined up as far as thumbnails and framing and scheduling and posting and all that kind of stuff. So it has been a busy morning, even if I haven't been live with you fine, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Valor Media Network and Counterfire folks. But let me go ahead and come back into chat and check and see how you guys are doing. Sean Kaplan says, "Yo and good morning." Well, it's afternoon now. My apologies. Casey from LJ says, "Good morning, happy Black Monday." Well, yeah, kind of a brutal way to start the week, huh? We had Liberation Day from Trump, where we hit the entire global economy with sanctions that have absolutely annihilated trillions of dollars of value from the stock market. And what's funny is you see MAGA saying lefty talking points. So there are leftist, far leftist, socialists and communists who talk about how GDP doesn't correlate into a good living standard and how the GDP doesn't necessarily mean the entire economy. And we now have MAGA Republicans saying that out loud. It was pretty crazy. Wednesday and Thursday are going to be so much worse, though. LMAO. True. Everybody buckle down. Everybody grab your ankles. And, Bohica means bend over. Here it comes again. That's a military saying that I took from a Army veteran that I served with from law enforcement. I hadn't heard of Bohica until I became a cop. What was Tim like in person? So Sean Kaplan, I have to be a little nice. I can't be too mean, just because obviously I would love to be on his platform again. I think that maybe he would admit it. I don't know if he would admit it. I think he has some level of social anxiety. And I'm not trying to be rude to the man. I'm just trying to be descriptive. We got in before the show, maybe 15 to 20 minutes before the show. Tim was very cordial. He was very nice. We were talking about relevant matters of the day. And I hope he doesn't mind me saying this. He was playing with a fingerboard the whole time. So basically, we're having a conversation, and he has those mini fingerboards from from the 90s, not even the 90s, from the thousands and the tens, where you can do tricks with your fingers. And so the entire time he's talking to us, he's like, yeah, let's talk about this, let's talk about that. And then he's jumping and he's doing grinds and he's doing kick flips with his fingers. And then also immediately when we got done shooting, He's like, yeah, come on, hang out. You know, I was like, awesome. I was looking for an opportunity to socialize. And then some of his employees immediately started like blasting modern techno music. And Tim immediately got onto a skateboard and started skateboarding. So it didn't seem, listen, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just describing reality as I see it. It seems like he didn't want to socialize too much with the people that he doesn't know particularly well. And he was more interested in skateboarding and fingerboarding. So all in all, pretty funny. Now that being said, he was nice. He was very nice when he was hosting us. He was temperamentally, I would say, pretty balanced as like a host and a debater during our show. And then he was very nice afterwards. We ate some dinner or some lunch, and then I had to run. I had to run back to the airport in order to get back on my flight. But I did, you know what, I would give him a little bit of flack if I was one of his friends. I was like, bro, why don't you just like hang out and have a beer and talk to people instead of, you know, playing with your fingerboard? Again, not being mean. We all have our interests. I have Warhammer figures right here. So you know, we all have our different autism. Anyways, it was really good. But I don't know if we're gonna skip the news summary. I do like doing the news roundups, but I don't think that they make for very good long form content, mostly because, you know, it's like hitting like a moving target, right? You gotta hit the news of the day. Whereas with live stream breakdowns, like reaction content or whatever, you could watch that immediately as it's happening, or if the news is still relevant, you could watch it later on. Whereas news seems to happen new, right? Being an operative word, it happens at the same time. So we might continue to do news roundups, but realistically, I got to balance my workflow. I got to do a few hours in the morning doing back end work, and then I got to come in here and give you guys a show for at least 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. So without much further ado, Jonah Boy says that actually makes Tim Pool a little cooler than how he presents himself on camera. True. I did think I did think that if he probably does own it, but I was thinking like if he owned this, if he owned like the skateboard stoner, well, he's not a stoner, but skateboard autist, where like he's just obsessed. He's just so mind-numbingly obsessed with skateboarding that every free moment has to be spent either skateboarding or fingerboarding. I think that could be endearing. Now, I don't know how well it would go over with his like giga conservatarian audience, but you know, it might. Gen X, hello. Believer of Bob, hello. Eyes. Yeah, so we might be moving to a noon to 5 schedule, but we'll see. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a presenter. Wow, man, 542 says at Valor Media Network, I think I'd be more interesting to react to long form articles like op-eds or political analyses on Substack. I mean, I agree. I think that reading, though, isn't necessarily the strongest stuff. Oftentimes, people, especially younger people, they respond to video content. So realistically, let's get through our video segments. If we feel like there's a market gap of the daily news commentary, then we'll obviously bring it back. But I also want to make sure that we're entertaining, right? We want to make sure that we're constantly entertaining. You're like, Connor, there's so much entertainment. We just need some decent people doing analyses of actual hard information. I agree, but we got to build a show and make money off of it first before we do anything else. Jonah Boy says, like, if he was just like a real skater bro autist self instead of a propagandist, that'd be cool. Well, listen, man, I honestly think that there's room for him to be like that. I think he is a skater boy autist. So let's go full screen here. Let's get a presentation going. Let's watch Benny Johnson play footsie with Andrew Tate, which is like, what? Why? Why did you think this was a good idea? Now, obviously, the reason why he thought it was a good idea was because he wanted attention. So he's going to get it. We're going to give Benny Johnson the attention he so desperately craves. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of an intro, and then we'll get cracking. So Christian Blair says very few people are straight up a-holes in person. They can still have horrible political views. Yes, I agree. Nick Fuentes comes to mind. I agree. Nick can be quite funny and quite charming. That's actually what sucked me into the segment that I was just editing a moment ago, is he can be quite charismatic. He can be charming. He can be very funny. But obviously by the end of it, I was just like repulsed because what he was saying was so disgusting. V. Britton says, when I was SA, I was amazed that the men in my life were totally passive, not safe on earth with men was my take. I'm not sure what you mean by SA. You can be more explicit. If you mean the physically assaulted thing, then I'm sorry to hear that. But let's do an intro and let's get into the content. So, hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am live doing a show called Counterpoints on the Valor Media Network. Here we not only cover the news, but we also break down some of the worst offenders in the alternative media sphere. And Benny Johnson, believe it or not, for those of you who don't know, was originally a BuzzFeed journalist. That's correct. He worked for the organization BuzzFeed, which I believe was more liberal and progressive, but apparently after a few years, he got fired for plagiarism. And after a few years of bouncing around, he landed in conservative media punditry. I am most familiar with his TikToks and YouTube shorts, and I think that he is one of the most vapid, go with the flow creators that's out there. And so we're going to see if he has any substance, because he's about to have Andrew Tate, the king of the red pill, on his show. For those of you who are uninitiated, Andrew Tate is wildly popular on the internet. He was wildly popular for a content style called Red Pill, which was trying to convince men that they should be more misogynistic, they should be more aggressive, they should be more masculine focused, they should pimp out webcam models, was actually Andrew Tate's advice for young men. Become a millionaire and then just be mean and cruel to everyone, because that's the secret to life, according to Andrew Tate, is actually just being mean and cruel and self-centered and being as strong and vicious as you possibly can be. That's what life is all about, according to Andrew Tate. So let's go ahead and see Benny Johnson, bring him on. And I am going to address V. Britton real quick. So V. Britton, you did say that it was in reference to an assault. You're going to have to bring up why specifically you brought that up. I just want to know what your jumping off point is for that point, that men were very passive while you underwent something horrific. Although that might be relevant to Andrew Tate. Let's go. And let's turn on the volume. That might help.
Coming us into the golden era, a man who's very much partially responsible for this golden era and who played a big note, ladies and gentlemen, bringing us Donald Trump populism. The great Mike Cernovich. Please follow Mike for all things, including lifestyle, happy life. Feed Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, something I've been excited to say on this program, well, since really the inception of the program, and someone who I think will deliver absolute, profound takes on what is happening right now, because he himself has been the victim of state-sponsored incarceration, lawfare, and abuses of justice for political reasons, has had his free speech silenced and limited, has had his freedom of movement and thought silenced and limited, and has fought through at every measure, and is now on the precipice of victory and looking at potentially running himself for office. We're going to ask all of these things of Andrew Tate, who joins us live now.
Holy Zoli. I was not ready for the Andrew Tate glazing. I was not ready for the Andrew Tate glazing. That is an insane opening. That is a crazy pants opening. For those of you who don't know, we're trying to keep the show as close to PG-13 as possible, just because we're trying to, we don't want like a 40 or a 50-year-old checking in on the program and then being so repulsed by our language that they end up leaving, right? We want to use sanitized terms as much as possible. The reason why Benny Johnson opening the segment that aggressively is insane is because Andrew Tate was credibly accused of sexual assault in the United Kingdom. We actually watched a documentary the other day where one of his alleged victims had voicemails of him effectively confessing to engaging in sex acts without her consent, which is sexual assault or rape. He has been credibly accused of sex trafficking women because he has made documentaries himself about how he employed the lover boy method in order to recruit women and get them over to Romania in order to be webcams. We have people who have said that, ex-girlfriends who said that he did not get them over to Romania, but was constantly trying to convince them that pimping themselves out was a good move. We have a girl in Los Angeles who got her butt kicked within the past month. That's the nice way of saying it, because Andrew Tate physically abused her. And then we also have women who were told that, or who had their passports taken away while they were forced to be webcam models on Andrew Tate's behalf. So we effectively have I'm not saying misogynist in order to clutch my pearls. We have a misogynist, physically abusive, rapist, sex trafficker who Benny Johnson is recharacterizing as the victim of state-sponsored lawfare and censorship, and that Andrew Tate is a freedom of speech and freedom of movement warrior who's on the precipice of victory despite his Romanian case still being active. That is mind-bogglingly insane that this is what's passing for conservatism these days. All right. Mr. Bombastic says, I use sticky notes too. Sticky notes race forever. Christian Blair says, if you're expecting a not dumb take from Benny, you're going to be disappointed. Well, hey, listen, the good news is oftentimes React content is watching people you hate say wildly stupid things and then stopping every 5 to 10 minutes to call them dumb. So we'll be partaking deeply of that. N-Sort says, and also being really good at sexting other dudes. No, we're not supposed to be funny right now. We're supposed to be serious. Yeah, so one of the things that happened with Andrew Tate was he admitted that as a part of his pimping hose degree program, the system in which he encouraged other men to create webcam model businesses and pimp out their girlfriends, he admitted that he defrauded men of tens of thousands of dollars by pretending to be the girls himself. So Andrew Tate, the king of the red pill, was sexting men in order to defraud them of money. This is your trad red pill hero to the right wing. This is why I walked away. I'm not like fully walked away. I still believe myself principally being a Republican, but this is why I can't stand these freaks on the right. Casey from LJ says, my girl can learn a thing. Whoa. Okay, that's spicy. That's very spicy. All to own the lib. So true. Eric Dom says, I mean, Benny Johnson is provably a Kremlin-sponsored media. We'll talk about it as we get into it. I'll take a note about it.
Andrew Tate, top G from the podium.
From the podium, yeah, because I'm basically de facto the Prime Minister of the UK currently.
This is the seal of the UK government? Is that in front of?
It's the seal of the Bruv Party. This is Britain restoring underlying values. So that's my seal and that's my party, and we're going to take control of the UK government and save it from the decimation that it's currently facing.
I got to tell you, Andrew, this is a first for our program, and we love the podium look. It's very official, and we look forward to getting into your politics and into your race and into your brand new party. However, massive breaking news here stateside is, of course, the sentencing of President Trump, now a convicted felon. You know so very much about this, but whether it be you or Marine Le Pen in France or Bolsonaro in Brazil or President Trump here in America, there seems to be a global fight against the freedom movement, against populism and against free speech and free thinkers. You yourself have been a victim of this. And so I want to just set the table for you to sound off on your take, President Trump being sentenced today.
Yeah, that was a foregone conclusion. Anyone who believed that jury selection had anything to do with the decision that they were going to come up with for President Trump is extremely childish. That's not how these things work. When you plan an assassination, you don't plan to break into somebody's house and then forget to plan how to do the murder. They had decided to find him guilty of a crime. They decided to make it all up. They decided to find a corrupt judge, and they decided to find a corrupt jury. The only reason they gave him the sentence they gave him is because he won the election. Otherwise, he'd be looking at the rest of his life in jail. It's absolutely disgusting. And I don't know how anybody left on the planet is looking at these criminal cases and seems to think it's anything to do with law and order. And it's not simply just the Matrix trying to influence and keep control of the populations by destroying this head of the snake. Anybody
Whoa! All right. I don't know if you guys are ready to take a bunch of psychic damage, but oh, wow. We're starting out strong and dumb, huh? Okay. So for those of you who are unaware, this is obviously in reference to the Trump New York case, in reference to him fraudulently filing business reports. This is something that the state's attorney's office has found other people guilty of in the past. And what Trump did is, number one, when Stormy Daniels first came forward and was alleging that they had an affair while his wife was pregnant, he at first seemed to try to wait her out until the end of the election. He was trying to basically negotiate, but try to get the price down because paying her $100,000 was, too much, right? He didn't want to pay $100,000 despite being a billionaire and despite allegedly cheating on his pregnant wife in like 2004, 2006, something like that. So what he did, or what I vaguely remember him doing, we could Google it, but I'll get it broad strokes enough that we'll get it just fine, is that he was trying to get the tabloid to squash the story. And then I think he ended up paying the person who had rights to the story off, and he paid her off in order to keep it quiet during the election because he was worried that it was going to affect his electoral campaign. New York has a campaign law basically saying that every business transaction has to be declared for its purpose. And also you can't do anything criminal in order to further someone's electoral campaign. And so the hush money payments, the way that they were criminalized was that it was like falsely reported as a legal expense to Trump's lawyer, despite the fact that it was for campaign stuff. And so the argument was they should have declared it a campaign expense if they wanted to pay it out that way. Otherwise, failing to report basically meant that they were committing a crime in order to win the election. Now, they ultimately did convict him of like 30 counts of fraudulent business transactions in the state of New York, and they ended up having like a very minimal sentence. The reason why I bring up all those details, though, is that this is just a lie, right? This is just fundamentally a lie. This man is a credibly accused physical abuser, rapist, and sex trafficker, and he's sweeping for another man who was found civilly liable for digitally penetrating a woman and then defaming her afterwards. And I think he had to pay out like $5 million in defamation. And so this is the Republican Party now. This is why I still philosophically identify with the Republicans. But why is Benny Johnson the face of the party? Why is this guy who's sweeping for a sex trafficking, rapist, female abuser, physical abuser, why is him sweeping for Trump, the Republican Party? I have no idea. I have no idea what happened, but my grandparents would be rolling in their graves, and my parents are furious that this is the state of political affairs. So Eric Dahm did bring this up in the previous break, so I want to bring it up now. Benny Johnson was proved to be a part of the Tenet Media organization, which was effectively Russians using the back door in order to pay American political media pundits to be isolationist and anti-Ukraine. And so he brought that up. I wanted to bring that up as well. Wowman542 brings up a very good point, which is real patriots remember to like the stream. It's true. Eric Dahm says that as well. There are two Counterpoints Valor Media patriots in the stream right now who are telling you to click. It is free. It is easy. It takes 3 seconds. You just stop you don't even stop the stream. You literally just scroll over to the video. You click the like button. Other people know we're live. And as a result, they can enjoy the stream as well. Let's continue.
Somebody who's truly large and has a huge platform who speaks in a way that they fear is going to catch a criminal case.
So Donald Trump caught 7 criminal cases, and they've all been atomized now. And I think that this will be overturned on a appeal. However, it did the damage and it had the intended effect. Do you believe that their intention was to kill President Trump in prison, either by having him live out his days in prison or through some type of Jeffrey Epstein's means?
Yeah, their intention was to lock him up and put him in jail. And also their intention is to make sure that they can slander him permanently, which is what they do to me. A lot of people, even on the conservative side, are still childish enough, post all of these Trump accusations, post-COVID, post all the lies they've told us for all of this time, to sit and say, Andrew said something bad on the internet 10 years ago, so he's actually a bad person. That's not how this works. What they do is they slander you and they trial you by media so that every time your name is said, they do not talk about your points of view and they do not talk about your accomplishments. They talk about what you are accused of. That is the primary objective. So they don't have to say Donald Trump, former president who tried to save the economy. They say Donald Trump, rapist, or Donald Trump, convicted felon. It just gives them a way to deflect from somebody's actual achievements. And that's the primary objective of all of these things. And the same thing has happened to me. So their intention was to lock him up, put him in jail forever. But outside of that, they also want this thing they can constantly parade around and pretend it means something. I don't think convicted felon means anything anymore. I don't care that he's a convicted felon at all, because it was a kangaroo court and it was a setup. And I know it was a setup because I've been set up. All of it is. And they can find any person on the planet. I want to make something clear to everybody at home. Every single man who is watching this now is guilty of something. If they get a prosecutor and they say, get him, you're guilty of something. You forgot to dot an I, you forgot to cross a T, you slept with a girl in high school, doesn't matter what it was. They'll find it, they'll lie, they'll slander you via the media. And the saddest thing is that people on the conservative side believe this garbage. They believe this crap that comes out of the mainstream media. It's a setup. It's find the person, I'll find the crime, and it's all a foregone conclusion in kangaroo courts.
Yeah.
Well, no way, man. No way. John says, good job on Tim Pool. Wish you could have gone on after him, but it was still solid. Yeah. So one battle at a time, John. So some people express that they wish that I had gone after Tim Pool a little bit more aggressively during my show. But obviously the plan, at least in my plan, I'm not being Machiavellian. I'm trying to Jordan Peterson says this. It's not about winning the battle or winning the game. It's about winning as many games as possible. And so if I go on to Tim Pool and then I spurg out and I'm like, Tim, you said this thing that was wrong. You simp for Trump. MAGA is stupid. Everyone hates you. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're a Russian shill. If I go on there and spurg out like that, then obviously I'm not getting invited back, right? And not just that, I don't think it would be necessarily fair to agree to the terms of a debate and then to show up and argue about something completely different. Now, that being said, if they do like my performance, if they do want to have me back for future debates, then there might be a debate where he says, like, it was MAGA a mistake? Was the libertarian and conservative simping for Trump a mistake? And I would love to tell him to his face that I feel like they did make a huge mistake. They were so contrarian against the Democrats that we could have had a normal economy, which obviously isn't good for everyone, but we could have been incremental about it instead of what Trump is doing right now. We could have had a stable law enforcement, stable military industrial complex, stable military. We could have had stable international relations. And instead, Trump 2.0 is actually way worse than Trump 1.0. And we're like 3 months into the administration. So yeah, Jonah Boy says Tim's chat was insufferable the whole time. Oh, I believe it. I saw the comments and the comments were crazy. It's just like libertarian, contrarian, MAGA bros. You know, they're not necessarily MAGA in principle. They believe in MAGA as a reaction to all the excesses of the left. But getting back into what these two, this is like watching Plato and Aristotle. K Soko says, good afternoon. Lighting is looking better today. It is. So my wife did aggressively reset the lights. I still need to get a blind for over here. But yeah, she did set it up better. So it'll get better with time. You just have to have faith. But getting into the content, appeal to the Epstein murder. Benny Johnson is planting it in his audience's mind that the New York courts were trying to get Trump into jail so they could suicide him. I don't know why, but okay. I guess if you want to take it that far, you can. Andrew Tate says trial by media. Now, this is something that if you want to be a hater and you just want to vilify your opponents and never give any concessions, I think that's actually quite boring content. I think the best content is where you steel man your opponents. And I do think that this happens in media. I do think that this happened with Donald Trump. I do think this happens in general, but just because it happened doesn't mean it's not true. So I do think that the media, when they dislike a media figure, or if they dislike a presidential candidate or a congressional candidate, they will try to find a soundbite that sticks that's negative. as an example, Matt Gaetz is somebody who had sex with 17-year-old prostitutes. Whenever Matt Gaetz says anything on the internet, I'm going to remind the world that he had sex with 17-year-olds, right? So, it's because it's something so morally egregious that should be beyond the pale for a congressman that it is a soundbite that I can say. When it comes to Trump, I could say that I basically go for moron because so many people dismiss all the things that he's done that are bad. So I just say that he's stupid. And I think that, recent events are kind of proving that out, and MAGA is having a hard time coping about it. Then when it comes to Andrew Tate, he can say that his credible accusations of rape, physical abuse, and sex trafficking are all baloney, but the actual evidence says otherwise. We already watched a documentary where there's voicemails of Andrew Tate saying, oh yeah, I did do a bunch of things that you didn't like, and I loved how much you hated it. That's non-consensual sex stuff. That's rape. There's videotapes of Andrew Tate beating a 15-year-old girl who's dressed up in lingerie. I don't think the 15-year-old girl was in lingerie because they were going to drink tea later. I think that they probably consummated their romantic relationship. And so he's a statutory rapist, 100%. In like 99% of countries on the planet, he's a statutory rapist. I actually thought it was a Freudian slip where he said, everybody's guilty was of something, slept with a girl in high school. Now, if you're being charitable, he's saying that when you were in high school and when you were 16 or 17, you might have had premarital sex with a 16 or 17-year-old, which isn't that bad. But, some girl could say, oh, we were both young, or I was younger and I was immature. I can't believe I slept with that guy. He's such a piece of garbage. But I think that Andrew Tate might have made a Freudian slip where he was talking about how he had sex with a 15-year-old when he was 24. So basically most men, when they're in their mid-20s, are not sleeping with high schoolers. And if you did that, I recommend you never do it again. Okay? That's my personal recommendation to you. Do not have sex with people under the age of 18 if you are over the age of 18. Free advice. K Soko says, come on, lol, do also Trump isn't just going to randomly die in prison. Don't forget your tinfoil hat. If you ever see him on Survivor back in the day, I thought Tate was a bad guy then. True. Well, John says Benny and Tate, two guys who need to be bullied. Well, we're not necessarily bullying them because I doubt they'll watch this, but we are going to criticize them, and hopefully some of their fans will come over and be like, oh yeah, those are good points. These two guys are morons. I should stop watching them.
Maybe you can speak to that on a grander sense, because I do note this. Even today, there are conservatives that are, oh, Pete Hegseth. Oh, wow, he said or did something. Oh, he did something so naughty. We got to pull Pete Hegseth. He can't be Secretary of Defense because of something that happened 10 years ago. Or Brett Kavanaugh. He's currently on the Supreme Court. He's somebody who voted against President Trump being sentenced today, saying this is totally out of order for you to sentence someone who's about to become president, the chief executive, in 10 days. So Brett Kavanaugh they did a number on him. And this is kind of the playbook, right, against Kavanaugh. And there are still Republicans and conservatives today who who clutch pearls over these things. And I think that they're useful idiots.
Oh, they are useful idiots. But the reason we've been getting destroyed by some of the least competent members of society is this pathetic grandstanding from people on the conservative side who cry their eyes out that 10 years ago someone made a joke on the internet, or 10 years ago somebody slept with a girl. We need to grow up. We need to all grow up and understand that nobody is perfect, and that this is a
Andrew Tate, how old was the girl? That's pertinent to this conversation, Andrew Tate. How old was the girl?
About the politics and not the politician. It's about what someone's views are and how competent they are in their job. We're the only people who are policing our own side with these ridiculous moral standards, while the other team will let felons, thieves, drug addicts, it doesn't matter what they do, come in and abuse the law to destroy us. And then we want to sit there and wonder why we're permanently losing. 10 years ago, did I make inappropriate jokes on the internet? Yes. Am I sorry? No. We're grown-ups. It was 10 years. Get over it. I don't want to be seen as a squeaky clean good guy, because those squeaky clean good guys do nothing to aid the fight. They sit and hide at home waiting to be told what to do by the Democrats. It's men like me who are prepared to go to jail. Men like me who are prepared to go arrested. Men like me are prepared to lose their life and lose access to their children. And men like me make jokes that aren't necessarily kosher all of the time. So did Trump. He said, grab her by the pussy. I don't care. And neither should any conservative. These people who are crying and complaining and whining their eyes out with this false virtue, the worst thing about it, in my experience, is that these people are often the most dirty of them all. As if they're not jerking off the porn at night, as if they're fucking perfect people. The whole thing is a setup and it's a lie. And they need to be more mature. I have been investigated for the last 4 years by 3 different federal agencies. If I had done anything wrong, I'd be in jail.
I bet this slaps so hard if you have like a 60 IQ. This is fire. This is straight fire if you're dumb as hell. Yo, let's run that back. That is crazy pants. Okay. So, conservatives are so self-critical, the other side never self-polices. If you engage in lefty spaces, this is a crazy thing to say. And this is also crazy. As somebody who worked with Democrats last year, I got to say it's totally untrue. Lefties are constantly canceling each other. Lefties are constantly canceling each other over things that don't matter. For those of you who don't know who I am or what I've done or anything like that, I worked with a Democratic political organization called Progressive Victory. And Progressive Victory, I'm not progressive at all, but they wanted a Republican to kind of tell them when they were going too far. And then that also gave them, I think by being a bipartisan organization with multiple people across the political spectrum, that gave them better justification and access to grants under 501c3s, which I think are the politically neutral, non-biased ones, right? So if they could say, we have people who work for us who are a member of the different political organizations, that helps them fundraise, right? So I worked with them for a while. And one of the funniest dramas of that entire cycle was there were Democrats and leftists online who canceled people who worked for PV because they failed to disclose that they were working for PV. And it was like a 2-month drama, right? And it was dumb, and it, relatively speaking, should have been dismissed. I think that the people, including myself, who worked for PV should have been like very straightforward with the fact that we were working for them. But the way that it worked was they asked, right? They were like, hey, do you work for PV? And I'm like, yeah, of course I do. I hate Trump. I don't want him to get elected. And problem, right? And yet there was a guy, Wick, who I do like, who was so defensive about it because I guess in his mind, he probably hadn't disclosed it sufficiently, but they basically canceled him for 2 months. This is a Democrat who's working, well, you know, liberal, progressive, whatever you want to call it, but he's a lefty guy working for a lefty institution, pushing for lefty goals, and they put him through a 45-day ringer because he insufficiently disclosed that he was working for a lefty organization. That's crazy pants, and lefties do that all the time. But, you know, Brett Kavanaugh was an alcoholic in the 1980s who allegedly groped some women at a party, and there was allegations of sexual assault, but obviously there wasn't physical evidence, and the only evidence that they did have was like the notes from a therapist from somebody that he had allegedly assaulted at a party in the 1980s. That's what Brett Kavanaugh was guilty of, and I think that anybody of like sane, sound mind and judgment could say like, okay, you were an alcoholic in your 20s, you probably did some funky stuff, you might have done something crazy, but you have been a married man for 20 or 30 years. You've paid your taxes. You paid your dues. You've been a conservative, philosopher. You've been a conservative judge. Therefore, we're not going to hold your teenage years against you because you were a different person then. Whereas with Pete Hegseth, the charge was that he was an alcoholic who did not have enough experience in order to be the head of the military. Well, that was proven correct in the past like month or two, right? In the past month or two, Pete Hegseth effectively disclosed a bunch of top secret and secret information on what's effectively DC's version of Snapchat called Signal. So all of the things that Pete was accused of actually ended up being totally true. Last point before we get into the content, okay? Trump said grab him by the pussy, and this actually is what frustrates me about Trump and Trump defenders, okay? Trump said grab him by the pussy. When you're rich and powerful, women will let you do anything, right? And he has been accused of grabbing a woman's genitals in the 80s or 90s without her consent. So you have to pick your lane here, okay? If you're a defender of Trump, you have to say, oh, he was just joking. He would never do something like that. But then we have contradictory evidence that he did do something like that. Or you have to pick the lane of like, it's just locker room talk, right? So he's lying, he's joking, it's locker room talk, but also he's like obviously a sex fiend. These things, it causes so much cognitive dissonance that I can't believe that these people don't put two and two together. It's actually crazy pants that they don't put these things together. As it turns out, they were vindicated. True. Kiko Jump says Andrew Tate has a very fragile ego and is just as delusional as Trump. Well, I think that he's unfortunately probably not delusional. I think he's probably a liar and a propagandist. I think that's the frustrating thing. K Soko says, I think people genuinely didn't understand why they hired Wick, making it easy to jump on the bandwagon. Also, when it comes to YouTube politics, they'll do anything to steal your views. Well, K Soko, I agree that they hired a bunch of small streamers and small YouTubers, including yours truly. However, does that not change the fact that it's a Democrat working for Democrats in order to achieve a Democrat goal? Okay, you're being inefficient with your money. Do you think Trump is being particularly efficient with his money? Do you think Republicans are being particularly efficient with their money? I don't think so. So anyways, it just felt like left on left violence. That was my main point. John says, I hate that there was stupid drama with PV, so childish. Well, listen, if the drama should have been very simple. Beckett and Reservoir should and did say, hey, you did not disclose that you were working for a political organization sufficiently for us to feel like you were being honest. And then Wick should have said, yeah, my bad. I'm new to this. I will try to disclose in the future when I'm working with different political organizations so you know my biases. That should have been it. And instead, it was like 45 days of lefty flagellation. It was crazy.
If I had done anything embarrassing to me or anything that was morally reprehensible, it would have been leaked by now.
Okay, so he's just lying. Somebody was saying that he's delusional. No, he's lying. It's been leaked that he has voicemails where he says that he sexually abused a woman. There's videotapes of him sexually abusing a 15-year-old girl. There's Romanian allegations of him sex trafficking women. There's videos of him employing the lover boy method in order to sexually recruit women into webcamming models, effectively making him a pimp. So he's actually just lying right now. That entire past sentence was a lie. I'm going to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. I leave you in the capable hands of these two midwits.
What have they found? 10 years ago, I made a joke on the internet. If that's the reason you think
Lying.
I can't help you keep your children safe from being castrated, then you're a fool.
Lying moron.
Has backfired. And it's backfired in your case. It's backfired in Brazil. It's backfiring in France. It's backfiring wherever they're trying these tactics. And you can see the backfire here. This is the hardest image that has ever gone ever, Andrew. They made him they gave him a rap cover. They gave him a rap album, is what they did. All you need to do is add a parental advisory sticker to the corner of that, and you have the banger of the summer.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit jealous. I mean, I had a couple good ones, but of course I'm happy to lose to Trump. He's the OG, so it's no problem.
Can you talk through this backfire? Many, including some people who served in his administration who were on the stream before you, and also including Trump's legal advisors, have said that he wouldn't have had that this made his case so strong in 2024, that perhaps these are the reason that he won in 2024. So the backfire has been utterly spectacular here. Maybe you can, and you've experienced it yourself, quite frankly. Can you dissect why? Why has the backfire happened, and why has it been so profound?
Yeah, so this is a double-edged sword. There's good and bad. It backfires in the high-profile cases where you have a man who's prepared to suffer enough to beat them and stand up and not show cowardice. because Trump could have easily backed down or showed weakness and destroyed his name, as could I. That's what they wanted me to do when they threw me in a Romanian dungeon, was to destroy my own brand by showing weakness, because they didn't think I could handle Romanian solitary confinement, and they got proved wrong. So in certain scenarios where you have exceptional men who are prepared to do the right thing, it backfires. However, I think the truly heinous thing about this scenario is that this isn't just happening to high-profile men. Unfortunately, our kangaroo courts are also locking up a whole bunch of good, honest men who do not have the profile and perhaps do not have the mental strength to resist these things, to lose their job, to lose their wife, to lose their house, to lose everything, to lose years of their life, to not see their children, to be falsely accused. I would argue a lot of the J6ers are in exactly that scenario. And the most disgusting thing about this is not that it backfires on men like Trump, backfires on men like me. The actual truly heinous thing is that it doesn't backfire on all the forgotten men we cannot name who are currently considering suicide inside of prison cells right now. And that's why this must end and must change immediately. It's disgusting. Trump's victory saved the Western world. I don't think anybody actually understands that if Trump had lost, it would be over. It would be done. You may as well learn Chinese or Russian because it's finished. And now we have 4 years to truly mop up and clean this mess before they all come back. David Hogg has managed to put his dildo down long enough to end up DNC chair. So these little clowns are coming back. They're not going anywhere. And I only pray that Republicans can grow a backbone, stop crying their eyes out over old videos I made, and understand sometimes you have to be a bad guy to do the right thing, like Batman. And we need to clean the swamp, lock these people up, teach them all a lesson, because they're going to resurge. And when they do, they will not have mercy.
This was it's amazing.
Is this a thing? Hold up. Hold up. Did you just hear what I heard? I heard Andrew Tate. Sometimes you have to be a bad guy in order to do the right thing, like Batman. And Benny Johnson is nodding like, yeah, so true, King. So true. Andrew Tate is like Batman. What? These guys, man. It would be more funny if they weren't doing real damage. Like I'm laughing. I shouldn't be laughing. Benny Johnson is, for whatever God unknown reason, is a relevant alternative media conservative commentator. Andrew Tate is one of the most famous men in alternative media, despite being an actual like criminal piece of garbage, and he's popular with young men. And I just can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that unironically. It's like you're a moron. You're a tool. So hold on. So we've already talked about how Andrew Tate is a credibly accused rapist, a sex trafficker, a pimp, etc. I've already said it like half a dozen times. I hope it's stuck in your brain at this point. He characterizes that as he said a dirty joke 10 years ago, and that's why conservatives are trying to prevent him from from saving their kids from castration. And so what he's appealing to, I don't know how many people are this stupid, but I guess there's tons of them, that by supporting Andrew Tate and by electing the Bruv party in the United Kingdom, they are going to ban transgender care for under 18-year-olds. And as a result, Andrew Tate will be responsible for the conservative resurgence that will save children from becoming trans. That's what he just said, which is one of the dumbest, most culture war poison, post-irony, moronic, stupid things that I've ever heard uttered in politics. And yet he said it with a complete straight face. Then do the right thing. I've already brought up all of Andrew Tate's sins. Trump's victory saved the Western world. You might as well learn Chinese or Russian. I don't think he would be able to articulate how, though, right? So Biden and Kamala, they maintain NATO. They supported Ukraine. They supported our allies in Asia. They supported the American world hegemony as it presently exists. Donald Trump has put tariffs on our allies, backstab Ukraine, backstab some of our strongest allies in Asia, And so he's weakened the economic and social and political alliance network that checks Russian and Chinese power. I don't think Andrew Tate understands anything about geopolitics, and I don't think that he would be able to articulate how Donald Trump saved Western civilization. Finally, with David Hogg putting down his dildo long enough to become DNC chair, that is funny. It's obviously homophobic. But I think that David Hogg needs to shoot guns with conservatives, and I think he needs to lift weights, and I think he needs to eat protein, or else these kinds of insults are still going to appeal to a rabid conservative audience. Now, that being said, he's probably always going to be hated for being a gun control advocate, but you can minimize the amount of rhetorical and aesthetic damage that you take. So this was like a criminally insane, lead poisoned. I don't know what level of delusion you need in order to believe that Benny Johnson and Andrew Tate are figures worthy of your time and attention and money. But here we are, nonetheless. And so the horrors persist. The horrors persist, but so must we. Okay?
Shout out, because it's a clip that we often play. I'm not sure we have it ready, but President Trump looks at a little kid when he's running for president and goes, "I'm Batman." It's incredible. Right before he takes off in his private helicopter. It is what people want right now. President Trump certainly wasn't perfect when he entered, and that's actually what people want. They want a brawler and a bare knuckle fighter, because we are fighting
HORRORS.
Doesn't
Hill William
rest.
trying to
That's
get me
right.
in trouble.
This is the thing I have to make clear, because
Please.
arguing with the liberals is absolutely fine, but when the conservatives cry their eyes out over me, 10 years ago you said women couldn't drive. I'll say it again right now. I don't like women driving cars. I'd rather drive it myself. You can cry your eyes out all you want. I'm a professional fighter, and we're in a professional fight. This is what I do. If you're going to cry your eyes out over these stupid little things, realizing that we're arguing and combating people who literally want to make you a slave, who want to take your children from you, who want to inject you with poison, and you're going to cry your eyes out over a joke 10 years ago, then you're not in the fight. You're not in the battle. You're a traitor. You need to understand there are bigger things than sitting around being offended by everything. We have a war to win, and war is ugly. And this is the reality. And the reason Batman is such a good analogy is because people don't like Batman. Batman's the bad guy who beats the bad guys. Even the police want to get Batman. That's who Batman is. And we need Batman now. All the time for crying our eyes out is over. Because when they come back, and I truly believe these liberals will regain power at some time in the future, when they come back, they will be merciless. We saw it with J6. It's going to be worse than ever. So we need to win while we can.
Yes. Can we just go to sound on this for just a second? Just have to play it. Because.
So hold up. Because January 6ers got jailed for rioting in the Capitol, that is evidence of the Matrix going after the small man, and small men are not always capable of dealing with, false imprisonment. I'm not even asking this question seriously. Have we proven the 2020 election fraud yet? Right? So it was asserted by Donald Trump multiple times, and using the fake elector scheme. It was alleged by Donald Trump. I'm never going to let them forget this. I don't care if this is the most boring talking point over the next decade. Donald Trump alleged that tens of millions of votes were switched in order for him to lose the 2020 election. They never proved it. And they're asking us to just forget that they lied about it for months leading up to January 6, 2021. Then they had a riot January 6, 2021 in order to try to overturn the election. And then they also want us to say that, no, the real victims here are the rioters, the people who tried to interrupt Congress, the people who believed Donald Trump when he said that there was millions of votes that were stolen or fraudulent. And here we are 5 years later, and we still don't have any evidence of what is it, election determinative voting fraud. These guys have had 5 years. They didn't even need to prove it in court. They could have proved it out of court. I would change my tune, okay? I would become MAGA instantaneously if Donald Trump showed up and he was like, "Hey, Connor, here's the 3 million names of illegal aliens who voted in the elections, and here's the 3 million names of all the dead people who voted in elections. And then if the lawyers if lawyers verified it, it doesn't have to go through a court. I just need like prestigious, intelligent people to verify. And they're like, you know what? Donald Trump's right. There were 6 million votes that changed the outcome of the election, and the Democrats lied and they stole this election. If we had experts verifying these things as fact, I'd be like, you know what? I guess the state has run away. I guess it tried to prevent a man from becoming president. I guess that I guess that actually the deep state is real and it tried to prevent Trump's ascendancy. But here's the thing. This dude has lied about so many things over and over and over again. And he's been so stupid and so incompetent about so many things over and over and over again. What's more likely? That the entire universe has organized a conspiracy against Donald Trump, or Donald Trump is just a liar? Which one is more likely? I'm going to go with pending additional evidence. I'm going to go with the fact that Donald Trump is just a liar. Yeah, Joe Rogan asked Trump specifically. He knows he lost. Yeah, he knows. John says, then he pardoned them. Yeah, it's crazy pants. Eric Dom says, I wonder how much of internet politics is driven by people's persuasion kinks that they are projecting from their empty bedrooms onto the rest of society. I bet that's why Tate drives clicks. Yeah, listen, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Acreal, Sultan Al Fahim, I'm saying I will change my tune when I am given solid evidence to the contrary. But until I'm given solid evidence to the contrary, I'm going to go with what I think is probable. And what I think is probable is that he's just a liar. That's what I think is probable.
Because you gave me, I wasn't planning on this, Andrew, but because you gave me the opportunity, we have to.
Yes. Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Are you Batman?
I am Batman.
Okay. Andrew, maybe some people haven't
such a BuzzFeed article
kept
writer.
up with the news. We certainly have on our program, but kept up with the news that your file is empty. Maybe they just heard the slanderous headlines about you 2 years ago and that your file is empty and that now the Romanian courts have effectively done what they've done here in the American courts, which is thrown out, atomize, and dissolve every charge against Donald Trump because it was political. But I want to perhaps give you an opportunity here to just give us an update as to where this case stands, if there is a case even standing anymore.
The Romanian judicial system is a mess, and it's extremely complicated. So let me make this as simple as possible. 3 years ago, I was arrested and a criminal file was put together. This was instigated by the UK Foreign Office, deliberately telling the Romanians that I am causing problems online and causing problems in their school and to get rid of me. They falsified a case and put me in jail for 4 months. I sat in a Romanian prison, which is the worst prison in Europe, amongst cockroaches for 4 months. I left my house and was on house arrest for 7 months. After that, I was released in freedom, but I must remain inside of Romania. Then I started to win the first case. I started to win by having a lot of the evidence thrown out because the evidence was gathered illegally. Illegal wiretaps, illegal surveillance, false translations, fake witnesses that don't even exist. The whole case was grade A Africa level corruption. I started to win inside of their own kangaroo courts. They then attacked me with a second case. I was arrested again in July of last year. The judge refused to put me in jail. I was only held for 48 hours and then released. As it stands now, a judge has ruled that 100% of the evidence gathered against me is illegal. So I have a criminal file which is open. It is keeping me currently travel banned, but it is empty because the judge has said every single piece of evidence is illegal. So here I stand inside of Romania, this insanely bureaucratic second world country with a criminal file restricting my flight that has nothing in it. Welcome to lawfare. And anyone who thinks J6 was domestic is once again childish. Let me tell you something how J6 worked. If you were too big of a voice online and you were not inside of America, the DOJ rubbed its hands together like an evil villain. They rubbed their hands together and thought, this idiot lives in Romania. He enjoys the mountainside and he enjoys looking at Dracula's castle. Well, we want to get rid of him. And instead of having to damage the reputation of our own judicial system, we can now damage the reputation of Romania's system, which had no reputation in the first place. The DOJ and the UK Foreign Office sends one letter to Romania and said, get rid of this guy. And they get the benefit of someone else doing their dirty work. That's what happened. That's the reason I got picked up and attacked. That's the only reason any of it happened. There was nothing to arrest me for.
Okay. So I'm just going to say this again because this guy is actually a liar. And I understand it might get redundant for the folks in chat, but we just have to actually just say what's true that we know is true. Okay. So Andrew Tate is on video with a 15-year-old girl in lingerie who he proceeds to beat on camera. And I think it's a safe presumption that they had sexual relations and therefore he's a statutory rapist. In a documentary that we watched on the stream, there was 2 women in the UK who accused him of sexually abusing them and physically and emotionally abusing them. And one of them had voicemails in which he says, Andrew Tate on voicemail says, "Oh, I loved how much you hated it. The more I knew that you hated it, the more it turned me on, blah, 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 blah." And he actually just talks about how he knew that he was violating this woman's consent and continued anyways, right? Then we have gals in Romania who were a part of the sex trafficking organization who said that their passports had been taken. They could only travel by bodyguard. They had to stay there and they had to work. And they were under the impression that if they left, they would be severely injured or potentially killed or potentially disappeared, right? Then Andrew Tate himself has said that he used the lover boy method in which he incredibly dotes upon women with money, time, attention, love bombing, material possessions, all that kind of stuff. And excuse me. And then as a result of that, he'll gain their trust. And then once he gains their trust, he socially isolates them. And once he socially isolates them, he gets them to Romania. Once he's in Romania, he gets them to be webcam models. And that's how he effectively built his millions of dollars, was by turning women into whores, online whores. He's also admitted to defraud. This is him saying it. He's also admitted to posing as the girls in order to create rendezvous with their financial whales and then defrauding the men of tens of thousands of dollars in the hopes that they would get a in-person rendezvous with these women and then canceling at the last minute repeatedly to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars. So he's a liar. He's a fraudster. He's a pimp. He physically abuses women. He's raped people and he's a sex trafficker. So well, QC John says, should we really care if evidence is collected illegally if that's true? Well, QC John, that's what I would say. I don't know if we're making the same point, but I would make this point. Let's say that the Romanian courts got all of this evidence illegally, okay? Illegal wiretaps, they didn't fill out warrants, they followed him around, et cetera, et cetera. But the evidence they uncover substantiates the fact that he has a sex trafficking organization where he physically abuses and socially isolates women. Then at that point, even if the criminal case against him falls apart, that doesn't change the nature of the evidence presented. And Alms, exactly right, conservative values. For 2 years, because I said that the cult of MAGA, the cult of Trump, which I see as perfectly aligned with this bullshit cult of personality stuff that Andrew Tate is trying to engage in. This is not the conservatism I was raised with. The conservatism that I was raised with was tell the truth, honor your parents, obey your religion as much as you can. I was raised Christian. I'm not a Christian literalist these days, but I'm still like a deist. I still believe in a God, right? Be moral, be just, be a good part of your community, take care of those around you, be a good boyfriend, be a good husband, be a good father, pay your bills, pay your taxes, serve your country. That's what I was raised with. That's what conservatism was espoused to me as, was conserving the family, conserving the religion, conserving the country, conserving your community. Those are the things that I was raised with. Whereas whatever the hell this is like evil, in my opinion. It's just straight, unapologetic, in your face evil. Acriel says, yeah, those are just ideas, Connor. Conservatism is an idea, Acriel. You're talking about a group of people. People are not the ideas they espouse. Conservatives were never what you described. Well, I disagree with you. So, Acriel, you can say that conservative politicians and Republicans are rife with hypocrisy and failures to live up to their ideals. I'm never going to argue with that. But that's just human nature. Human beings fail to live up to their ideals all the time. But the point is that we at least had the ideals to try to live up to. Now the Conservative Party, now the Republicans, they don't even have the ideals, right? So yeah, I know. I mean the people. Yeah, Acriel, I agree. Like people, there, but for the grace of God go I. We all fall short of the glory of God, right? I have no problems with realizing that conservatives themselves are bad. They've never held those ideas. Bullshit, Acriel. I don't want to fight you. My parents held these ideals. My parents lived a conservative life. My parents have been married for 60 years. They've never cheated on each other. They've worked their jobs. They paid their taxes. They were active members of their community. They cared about their community. So you can't tell me like, oh, conservatives like this never existed. I lived in a conservative household that lived out these values. What's embarrassing to me is that these values that I was raised with have been totally corrupted and spun on their head. And it seems like vast swaths of the conservative and Republican Party don't care about these values. Yeah, so don't tell me that these people don't exist. They exist. I lived with them. They paid lip service to this to feel elevated about aliens. Not my parents. Okay? Yeah, not my parents. Maybe your parents. Maybe parents in your community. I have no idea. Nope. Acriel, I disagree. I fundamentally disagree, and frankly, I'm going to get frustrated if I keep reading that kind of stuff, so I'm going to move on. Let's continue.
Made it up. And then what they did is get a bunch of Twitter accounts, because they're the deep state, garbage, to find old jokes I made 10 years ago and try and conflate me saying women can't drive or talking about ex-girlfriends with some form of constant abuse garbage and tweet out bullshit. And the stupid conservatives sit there and go, oh, well, I have a white picket fence and I go to church. Andrew must be bad. If I was guilty of 1% of anything, I'd be in jail, because I've been fighting the hardest possible criminal cases you can fight. Look what Trump went through in America. You should try Romanian court. You should try it with a Romanian judge. You should try Romanian jail. The fact that I am on this live stream shows I am squeaky clean. No drugs, no steroids. I don't drink. Yes, I've had girlfriends in my life. Sorry, you're going to have to get over it. That's not a crime. This is all garbage. And the fact that America could use these other countries to do their dirty work was their wet dream come true, because that's exactly what happened to me. The American embassy refused to help me. There was a case in Romania where an American man stabbed 2 Romanian men. Within 48 hours, this was a few years ago, within 48 hours, he was out of the hole and on a plane to America. I sat in solitary for 4 months while the embassy ignored me because they told them to do it.
We'd like to say it's unbelievable, but our current president just spoke in a court sentencing where he was still gagged by the judge. This is obviously, there's horrors untold happening in Romania. The fact that a president-elect in 10 days is currently gagged by a New York City judge for something that should have been a misdemeanor beyond the statute of limitations, and Trump can't even speak up for himself inside of this court. He just said so live. He's like, I can't talk about this because you'll put me in prison. And the judge threatened to put him in prison for his own free speech here in America, and nobody had any problem with it, and at least on the left. And they were okay with that. They celebrate.
Benny Johnson is a moron or a liar or both. The reason why Trump was gagged for the court case was because he was talking shit about the judge. He was talking shit about the judge's daughter. And so the judge was basically like, hey, this is a court. We have rules of behavior. If you want to talk about, if you want to, in concert with your lawyers, if you want to talk about the state of the case, if you want to talk about the evidence, if you want to talk about this, if you want to talk about that, we can talk about the procedure, but we're not going to be talking about myself or my daughter or how the system's corrupt or this, that, the other. And that's like reasonable in any other circumstance. We believe in the rule of law in the United States of America. Benny Johnson is a lying propagandist moron. And so he's either a liar or dumb or both. which is sad. Says the Republicans have decided that Donald Trump is their guy, therefore destroying their own ideology. I know. That's why I'm so frustrated about it. That's why I call myself, I literally call myself a rhino. Okay. So take this acronym for a second. I'm a Republican who hates isolationism. That's the R, the H, and the I. Okay. Isolationism is a cornerstone of MAGA. I hate ethno-nationalism. You can lowercase the E, uppercase the N, right? I hate ethno-nationalism. We're up to RHIN. And the reason why I hate ethno-nationalism, obviously, I think we're a civic nationalist state. I was raised that way. I believe that. And there are vast swaths of the MAGA movement that are ethno-nationalists, the Groypers in particular, the Christian nationalists, and the alt-right, okay? Now, they might be like a smaller component of it, but they're still an active component, right? Then I also hate identity obsession. Now, this punches a little bit left, but identity obsession, I would view as people being so obsessed with their immutable characteristics, with their identity as a white person or a black person or a Hispanic person or as a gay person or whatever, that they have nothing else interesting to say. And I think that that is a part with our modern culture within the ethno-nationalist and giga progressive groups, is that they are so obsessed with their immutable characteristics that they end up having nothing concrete to say once you get past their immutable characteristics. And so I call myself a rhino Republican because philosophically, I'm still Republican. I am not a direct democracy Democrat. I'm just not. But these people have effectively destroyed the political establishment that I believed at least ideologically stood for what I believed in. And at minimum, they paid rhetorical lip service to what I believed in. But now not only do they not even pay rhetorical lip service to it, they have corrupted and destroyed the ideology that I was raised with. And so I find it repulsive. I find it disgusting. The fact that these characters are even relevant at all, I find abhorrent. And the fact that they're being rewarded with millions of dollars per year in social media relevance is actually disgusting to me. I can't believe that this is a thing, but, you know, c'est la vie, right? The horrors, HORRORS, not the horrors, the horrors persist, but so do we. Hill Williams says, let's try not to make assumptions that regular people who we don't know personally, I'm all for calling out blatantly lying politicians, though. Exactly. But they are MAGA. If you gave them Trump 20 years ago, they would have lost their stuff. Boiling pot theory. Sean Kaplan, I do agree with you that this is the logical endpoint of populism. Says the anti-LGBTQ plus party plays YMCA for their campaign song. It doesn't even make sense. Well, yeah, if we try to start using common sense, we're actually just going to have a stroke right here. Eon Flux says, hey, Connor and chat, I'm a bit late, but happy Monday. Happy Monday. I'm a little bit late as well myself. We started at noon instead of 10 a.m. just because I'm helping out with back-end work when it comes to clipping up segments for shows. Horrors. Are there even direct democracy Democrats around? Yeah, of course. There's plenty of Democrats who want to eliminate the Electoral College. Absolutely there are. Now, I know that's not technically direct democracy because direct democracy, you're also voting for the legislation. But I would say there's plenty of Democrats who push for more democratic initiatives. And I don't believe in it. Acriel, I understand. I just articulated how it's not direct democracy. I get it. I get it. But the point is that if we're operating on a spectrum between republicanism, which is representative democracy, and Democrats who value the inputs of the people, if you look at it historically, then Democrats will often value the input and the values and the priorities of the people over the rule of law of the Constitution and over the will of the representatives. What are you talking about? I just told you. I just told you. If you look at it historically, the Democrats came out of like the late 19th century, early 20th century as representatives of the South. They wanted to pool their political power in order to effectively dispossess the marginalized in the South. In the 1960s and 70s, you had the party switch. You can tell me what's not true, Acriel. You can tell me what's not true. But the whole reason why they advocated for the positions that they advocated, even though it was in conflict with the Constitution, is because they believed that the majority should rule. That was like the philosophy of the demos, the Democrats in the early 20th century. Do you not agree with that? We're going to allow ourselves to get one guy just to break up the content a little bit. Do you agree that Democrats were broadly in the South and that they broadly advocated for things that were anti-constitutional along the basis that it was popular in the early 20th century? We'll wait for Acriel. Acriel can type. We'll just hang out. I asked you a question. We'll just stay here. Don't worry. Chest chilling. Yeah, but that was in the 60s. Yep. Wait on you, Acriel. John's getting the popcorn out. The parties were switching in the 1960s. Yep. Okay. Acriel's not playing. Let's continue.
Celebrated it. I guess it's not unbelievable. I guess it is the time that we live in, and it's important to be honest.
Yes, Acriel. Yes. Okay. And then let's also talk about the Democrats after the switch. After the switch, what happened in the 1960s is in reference to demography. They saw that huge swaths of the population were changing in reference to industrialization, immigration, et cetera, et cetera. And so the Democrats realized that they needed to build a coalition. So once you switched, the Republicans started appealing to the working class in the South, but they were using that as a power base in order to empower the representatives who tend to be classist, upper level, all that kind of stuff. Whereas the Democrats still had to appeal to the power of the people. They still had to appeal to basically black folks, recent immigrants, Asians, and white progressives and liberals from the society. So they still use the rhetoric of demos appealing to the people as a part of their party platform, even though the people that they were appealing to changed over time. Oh my God, do you think the ideals switched or the people? I think the ideals for the Democrat Party relatively stayed the same insofar as they value the consent of the people as paramount as a part of their platform. But I think the people that they were appealing to changed. What? I don't know what you're objecting to. What are you objecting to? Do the Democrats, as a root of their philosophy of political organization, the demos, democracy, do they not value the input of the people? Have they not consistently argued that our Constitution and our society is a flawed power structure that has oppressed people? In the early 20th century, it was rural Southern whites who were complaining about the injustices of integration in the Civil War. In the late 20th century, it was the economic injustices perpetuated against the marginalized and working class of America. It was still a heavy emphasis on the demos. Acriel, nothing you said contradicts what I said. Acriel says, yeah, and this is literally all built on the back of a representative democracy. We founded a nation for it, for God's sake. Literally nothing you just wrote contradicts anything I said. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's okay. Take a break. Take a lap. K-Soko says, I think Connor is doing a good job explaining the switch. Both the people and policies change. Yep. Fuck, do we really have another hour of Tate just lying? Well, no, we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up in a moment. Honestly, if it loops, then we're good. No, I didn't say you keep insisting the Democrats were the party of direct democracy. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said that you can find Democrats who are fans of direct democracy. And I also brought up how the abolition of the Electoral College is a push towards more direct democracy. Literally, the entire argument about abolishing the electoral system is that it is insufficiently representative of the people because it scants the population towards rural areas. That's literally the entire fucking... Ooh. Acriel, you almost made me say a bad word. The entire argument of abolishing the Electoral College has to do with representing the population better. All right. You got me cussing. I'm going to ignore you. That's what we're doing.
About the nature of evil.
We need to stop giving these people credit because unfortunately, us...
You have a really bad temper, dude. You have a really bad temper. I'm a former Marine and a former law enforcement officer, and I argue politics on the internet. Yeah. I'm known for being angry.
Logical actors on the right give the left a lot of credit. And what we do is we say, oh, they're stupid. Oh, they're dumb. No, stop giving these people an out. Stop giving them credit. They are evil. These people are evil. They do not care about you. They will lie, cheat, steal. They'll abuse the system. They'll murder.
Okay, bye. Yeah, and let me tell you how these people treat their families. So you're insinuating because I get mad at you because you're being a dumbass in my chat that I treat my family poorly? Okay, bye. Bye. Listen, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, non-binary folk, VOD watchers, I have no problem if you want to ask me, like if you want to say, hey, Connor, I don't understand your perspective on this. Can you please explain it? And I explain it. And you're like, Connor, I don't agree. I think you're being dumb about this perspective. That's totally fine. I don't care. But if I take 2 to 3 minutes in order to articulate to you perfectly how, like, this is the value system of a party. This is the espoused value system of another party. This is how it was implemented in the early 20th century. This is how it was implemented in the late 20th century. Here's some of the contradictions within it. And then you say, Connor, you got angry at me, so you probably beat your family. You're gone. I don't need you. You can go ahead and you can talk to the owners of the channel. You can appeal to someone else. You're not going to be in my chat. Okay. I'll either time you out enough times that like you just aren't in my chat, but I'm not putting up with that. That's not happening. Okay. So if you want to have an interesting conversation, if you want to be chill, you don't even have to be chill. You can be aggressive. You can say, hey, Connor, I think you're stupid for XYZ reason. I'm totally down for that. But then just going from, you got mad at me because I was denying what you were saying, therefore you beat your family. Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So Ackrel says, Ackrel is so dumb. That was a person that wants to be recreationally angry. Well, they can go recreationally angry somewhere else. Azurai says, Connor, imagine you're magas of a prominent Forge world. What's the job of assigning the Tates to fill? Oh, he's going to be a latrine servitor for sure. Latrine servitor. We are going to lobotomize him. We are going to hook up a whole bunch of machinery to him, and he is going to be scrubbing the sewers for the rest of his biological and mechanical existence. K Soko says, Acreo was really pushing buttons intentionally. He got what he was asking for. Okay. Listen, guys, I don't want an echo chamber. If you don't agree with me, that's totally fine. I don't care if you disagree. Just don't ignore what I'm telling you. And if I say, hey, you're pissing me off, you're almost making me swear, I already explained this to you, take a lap, relax, then take a lap, relax. We'll come back to a different topic. Don't go, oh, you get so mad. You get so mad, I bet you beat your family. Go fudge yourself. Anyways, continuing.
Murder you. They'll murder your kids. They are evil. Stop.
As a matter of fact, I think we're done with Andrew Tate. Maybe his anger is rubbing off on me. But in summary, let's summarize the segment for VOD watchers to see what's going on. Benny Johnson is a reporter who pretends that he's way smarter than he is, and he used to work for BuzzFeed, and he got fired for plagiarism. Andrew Tate is a credibly accused rapist, sex trafficker, and all-around bad guy who beats up women. Benny Johnson is trying to portray Andrew Tate as a victim of state-sponsored lawfare to eliminate his free speech and freedom of movement, except for he ignores all of the criminal evidence that's going against Tate. Tate has lied repeatedly about the situation that's going on with him. He's accused people that back him as either useful idiots or traitors. He's also said a variety of stupid things, basically completely sweeping for President Trump and ignoring any of the policies that have actually come out. The fact that these people are relevant within our political discourse is wildly frustrating and infuriating. And the fact that these people make money doing what they're doing legitimately pisses me off. I hope it pisses you off as well. I hope it was entertaining to watch me talk smack about them. I hope it was entertaining to watch me talk smack about Acreo. I hope, that's the end of the segment. I'm going to go enjoy talking to chat.
Calling them.
All right. That's a segment. Let's hang out. Let's hang out for a moment. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Sorry for being rude. My apologies. Silverman, the Silver Jacket Man says, I want to be aggressively chill, so chill that it hurts. Me as well. K Soko says, lol. Christian Blair says, it's all circular anyway. Andrew has to go on the same talking points. He got curb stomped by Pierce Morgan. True. Benny and Tim get their money in rubles, so who knows what it's really worth. So here's the thing. I am sympathetic to the people who got snared in the tenant media, not because of their points. Their points are terrible, right? They are terrible rhetoricians. They have terrible politics. I genuinely resent everything that they stand for. It's actually wildly frustrating. But if I had a friend, let's say Lauren Southern, for instance, who also got ensnared in the tenant media trap. If I had a friend who said, I know a billionaire, he wants to start a conservative news channel. He's willing to pay you 60 grand a year in order to cover the topics you're already covering. And he vaguely wants to be America to be isolationist. And he vaguely wants America to not be involved in Ukraine. Now, if I already believe that, which I don't, I believe the opposite. But if I already believe that, then I'd be like, yeah, pay me 50 grand a year. I'll be a political pundit for you all day. I get to pay my bills. I get to talk smack that I already talk, and I already believe in what I believe in. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I wouldn't necessarily be like checking the checks for rubles, as was discussed earlier in the chat. Now, that being said, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson were being paid criminal amounts of money, and that should have aroused suspicions for sure. So the fact that they were getting paid like literally tens of thousands of dollars per month, and the media products that they were returning were next to nothing, that should have been sending off red flags. Lauren Chen, on the other hand, is actually legitimately guilty of, subverting whatever international laws were prohibiting Russian propaganda from coming into the Americas officially. Would you reject millions of dollars? We'll see. Okay. Israeli Mossad can find my DMs and they can tell me what's up. We'll see. Jonah Boy says, latrine servitor Tate has a nice ring to it. The Silver Jacket Man. What do you mean? I love Trump's policies. Given my portfolio this morning, my retirement plan is to walk into the ocean at 65. So true. Eon Flux says, don't be sorry, man. If someone said he'd beat my family, I'd be angry. To you handle the way better than I would. Well, thank you, Eon Flux. I appreciate it. K-Soko says, it's like they got scammed. You can't always get mad at the person who got scammed. Although if you're getting scammed and you get paid tons of money, then, wonder if Lauren Chen and her husband will see prison time or just a massive fine. We'll see. Would you reject millions of dollars? We'll see. Too good to be true situation? Yes. Wasn't it national law that was broken? No idea. Didn't look it up. But anyways, Valor Media Network, I just posted that in the chat. Here's a Stream Elements link. Right now, the channel is not monetized. We're still building up the channel. Thank you to the 40 people cross-platform that we have on the channel right now. I do parasocially love you spending your part of your afternoon with us today. And there is a Stream Elements link that goes to a tip. So I understand all the rich people, you might not have money anymore. So maybe you can't donate anymore, or maybe you don't feel so inclined. That's totally fine. And then also the poors, they don't have any money to donate either. So maybe we're just in trouble. But hey, it is what it is. If you have money, if you feel so inclined, then please go ahead and click on the tip link and give us a little dono. And if you don't have any money, don't worry about it. Just like the stream. And without further ado, we are going to get into the next segment. K-Soko says, I can when they don't even do any introspection on why they were so aligned with Russia. Yes, that actually, big in gaming, that's probably the best criticism, is that Tim Pool, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, and Benny Johnson should have made a public statement after the fact saying, hey, these are the things that I genuinely believe. It does concern me that Russian state media believe that, they should pay me tens of thousands of dollars to continue to say it. Therefore, I'm going to do some deeper analysis about my talking points, because I think it's strange that a foreign adversary of the United States of America paid me tens of thousands of dollars in order to continue my talking points. The fact that there was no public introspection in reference to that is frustrating. We need a parasocial love emoji. We do indeed. Christian Blair says, you got to give Valor Media a better photo of you, lol. Pretty sure your mouth is open in the one on their page. Yeah. We'll work on it. We'll work on the aesthetics. John says, I'm too poor to donate, but it's okay. I'll just make fun of you. That's perfectly fine. Just like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. Purple Perry Gaming says, hi, Connor. Just want to show up and say that you're still a loser. Well, go slice your balls off, I guess. That's the nicest thing that I can say. Go get a vasectomy. K-Soko says, I write off on stupidity. I don't always blame stupid people. I'm just saying there's room to understand that's where also taken advantage of. True. Azariah says, are y'all prepared for meat prices to fall dramatically for a wee bit and then rise substantially, free the glut? True. All right. Purple Perry Gaming, go get a vasectomy. And let's get into the next segment. So do you guys care? So hold on. I might want to move on to literally Hitler. I'm going to ask chat a question though. So I have Ben Shapiro breaks from Trump on the tariffs. But the thing is, we kind of know this already, right? Ben Shapiro is far from the worst offender when it comes to simping for Trump. As a matter of fact, in the first administration, he had good Trump, bad Trump. And then when it comes to economics in particular, he is a fiscal conservative. So if Trump does crazy things with the economy or crazy thing with taxation, he does break from MAGA. So I'm going to put it to you. I would rather watch Trump weirdly simp for Adolf Hitler. That's what I would rather watch. Would you rather watch that, or would you rather watch Ben Shapiro argue with MAGA about economics? Tell me in chat. And while we do that, I'm just going to check my notifications real quick on my telephone. Boom, boom, boom. Ben, really? Really? John wants Ben. Azrai wants Ben. Either sounds fun. Okay, there's a few Ben Shapiro simps in my chat. All right. Okay. Azrai says I can only take so much cancer. Okay. That's, you know what? Fair. Okay, that's funny. That is funny. We had a disproportionate amount of people who were like, listen, I can only take so much cancer at once. All right. Fair enough. We'll do Ben Shapiro. Why not? He's a smart guy. I think he went to Harvard or something. He's got a degree. His wife is a doctor. There's plenty of good things going on here, right? So, all right, let me put in a nice little underline. Let's start a new segment. I'm sorry for going to the bathroom so often. I am staying hydrated. So water, okay? Hydration is important. But I'm going to watch the beginning of Ben Shapiro, and then I might dip out as he's doing his intro in order to grab water and then come back. So let's check it out. We need some audio.
Liberation. Well, folks, yesterday was Liberation Day, and we are going to go through everything tariff-related you could possibly imagine. First, your reminder, we exist to cut through the noise and bring you the unpleasant facts that others will not. Uncensored, ad-free daily shows, investigative journalism, live chats with my producers. Breaking news first, no filter, no nonsense. The Daily Wire is where the real story lives. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe and join the fight today. Okay, so yesterday, President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. He said this was our economic Declaration of Independence. Now, I'll start with his announcement yesterday, and then I want to talk about what it is that he actually announced, because the markets are getting rocked, and there's a reason they are getting rocked. Here was President Trump yesterday in the Rose Garden celebrating Liberation Day. To be fair, he had warned everybody a month in advance that he was going to do this sort of thing. Here he was.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence.
Sounds cool. So how are we going to actually do that? Well, here's the thing. The president's vision of international trade is, I am sorry to say, mistaken. The president seems to believe that international trade is a zero-sum game. Here was the president explaining that actually the United States is a victim of everyone else when it comes to international trade over the past several decades.
Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
Okay, so he's actually making a separate case here, which is that people should pay their own way when it comes to their welfare and defense spending. Totally agree. 100%. That is absolutely true. Also, that has literally nothing to do with what the president of the United States did yesterday. It seems to be predicated, his giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally yesterday. And I'll get to that in a moment. It's predicated on a few false notions about the American economy. One is that the American economy has been a giant fail for the last 40 years. That is simply not true. This is a myth that is propagated by both parties. And I know.
So hold on, I'm gonna pause it just so I can interrupt intermittently, and I guess I should do an intro as well. So hi guys, my name's Connor. I am a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. We are live on the Valor Media Network, breaking down some of the news and current events. We are currently watching Ben Shapiro talk about the Trump economic implosion, known as, I forget, but the Declaration of Economic Independence. Oh, what was it? Liberation Day? Is that what they called it? So what's cool is that Ben Shapiro, I think, has a gift of gab, and he doesn't just have a gift of gab extemporaneously. I think he's very careful with the words he's chosen. Now, I would do something silly, like I would call Trump dumb. I would say that he's evil, manipulative, Machiavellian, a moron, a dipstick. I would say all these things that if you were a Trump supporter might turn you off from my rhetoric. However, Ben Shapiro intelligently doesn't say that Trump is a dumb, dipstick, moron, a-hole, evil, monomaniacal dirtbag. He says simply that he's mistaken. And don't we all make mistakes, folks? Don't we all make mistakes on occasion? And so as a result, it's not that Trump is bad. We're not making a moral judgment. We're just saying that he's incorrect, right? And so this is something that he could correct at any time. Now, what's interesting is Ben does correctly call out that Trump views this as a victim of international trade. When you're talking about the American middle class getting hollowed out, there is an argument to be made that cheap labor and cheap goods from overseas outcompeted the American worker who requires, I don't know, reasonable work hours, reasonable benefits, a dignified living standard. And so as a result, a lot of companies outsourced production and raw material harvesting to exterior countries. And so, you know, Americans are expensive, right? And the interesting thing is pay the deficits of Canada and Mexico, pay for their military, and take our people first. There's also an economic argument that through American global hegemony, particularly with the military, other countries are able to spend less. But I don't think that's what Trump's saying. I think Trump literally does not understand the difference between a trade deficit, meaning that we buy more things from a country than they end up buying from us, and a fiscal deficit, which is the country spends more money than it brings in tax revenue. Okay? I literally think the president of the United States, the world's most powerful person, is a moron who is unable to differentiate these terms. And I'm assuming that plenty of people around him have already tried to explain it. I'll see if Ben Shapiro can break through it. Sultan Al-Fahim says, but isn't automation going to take those jobs? Sultan Al-Fahim, this is where the MAGA policy is so incoherent that it drives me up the wall. They simultaneously say that we're going to bring back all these manufacturing jobs. And then when a journalist with an IQ above 80 says, hey, there's no way in hell that you are going to be paying Americans $20 an hour or $30 an hour or even $10 an hour in order to sew shoes together, aren't you talking about like 1,000-fold increase in cost for manufacturing? Then without missing a beat, the MAGA economics them say, oh yeah, well, we'll automate these things with machines. And it's like, bro, you can't simultaneously say that we're going to have blue collar, high paying manufacturing jobs in the United States and we're going to automate everything. These things don't add up logically anyways. It's also important to consider that the U.S. relationship are on America's terms. It's also important to consider that the U.S. relationships are on America's terms. Sure. I don't think that Trump is intelligent enough in order to articulate what good American terms would be. Anyways, salvation through Trump. That's his plan. I think that's a healthy chunk of their plan, right? All right. I'm going to get water in, water out, but I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Ben Shapiro. Let's see if he has similar takes to me.
Oh, it's a fun myth. It's something people like to believe, is that yesterday was economically better than today. And then you look at all the stuff around you, and you look at the phone in your pocket, and you look at the computer before you, you look at the internet, you look at the fact you can literally order any product at any time from anywhere on earth, and it arrives at your doorstep in 2 days at a price you can afford. And you think to yourself, Would I rather live in 1980 when the only person with a cell phone was Gordon Gekko on a beach holding a shoebox to his head? When central air conditioning was kind of a rarity? When the cars, if you were lucky, had electric windows? Okay, was that like better? Were things better just on an economic level? Forget about everything else. I can make a case about the spiritual level. You can make a case about the dissolution of the family. I agree with many of those cases, but we are talking here about economics. We're not talking about the life of the spirit within. We're talking about economics, which is the distribution of goods and services. So I need to start by showing you a few charts that show you that America, in fact, does not suck and has not sucked for several decades economically, because this is a myth that all politicians like to tell. Okay, number one, there is this notion that American deindustrialization has been happening. That America has been hollowed out by deindustrialization, that we are not actually manufacturing anymore in this country. That is not true. It is not true. In the mid-90s, the United States was producing in real manufacturing value added. In 1997, we were producing $1.4 trillion. In 2025, we were producing $2.4 trillion. And it is an arithmetic increase. You can see the line on this chart. We are manufacturing more. Why aren't there more manufacturing jobs? The answer is technology. We are manufacturing more because we have better robots, and they are doing much of the work that people seem to have a very warm and fuzzy feeling about, but that they would never want to do themselves. I notice a lot of people, why can't I have a factory job just like 1955 Ford or something? Yes, I'm sure that you want it to be in a non-air conditioned factory, riveting all day. That just sounds like you. That's most Americans. That's your ideal job.
Listen, can we give Benny Boy some credit? Can we give him some credit there? All right, because we all know that guy. All right, we have a redneck friend. He lives in a trailer on the outskirts of town. You know, he kind of talks about like, oh man, you know, my dad, he used to work at the, you know, Detroit Auto Factory, and he made 90 grand a year in 1972, and he had a house and he had this and all that kind of stuff. But that dude, and this isn't indicting all Americans. This is just indicting that one style of guy. He's a wussy, right? He doesn't do anything. He doesn't like working. He likes smoking pot. He likes doing pills. He likes playing video games. There's no way in hell that dude would stand on his feet for 50 hours a week riveting cars. Like he would hate that, right? So I simply do not think that, while it's true, Americans yearn for dignified work for decent pay. I think that's what Americans yearn for. That specific guy, I don't think could stand up to the heat of actual manufacturing jobs in the 60s and 70s. And Ben Shapiro is right to call him out. That's funny. I'm going to go ahead and call this a Ben Shapiro W, even though I don't agree with a lot of his fiscal conservative schlock. But let's continue.
No, it isn't. It isn't. Just like working in a coal mine isn't your ideal job either.
True.
Hey, here's another chart. We've been told the lie that the American middle class has been hollowed out by international trade. Here's what actually happened to the American middle class over the course of the last several decades. The American middle class stayed approximately the same size, shrank a little bit. Why did it shrink? Why did it shrink? Not because people became lower middle class or poor, but because a huge number of Americans went into the upper middle class. The number one change in the status of American families in terms of income from just before 1980 to about 2015 was a 16 percentage point increase in the upper middle class. In other words, people got richer. And by the way, everyone got richer, including the poor, because the stuff you can get as a poor person in America in 2025 is...
I would want to know specifically with that model, I would want to know what income threshold they're putting as poor, working class, middle class, upper middle class, and all that kind of stuff. And the way, I don't know how you guys feel about it. This is total vibes. Okay. This is a vibes-based statement. All right. I think that if you are making less than 100K with a family, okay, if you're making 50K as an individual and you keep all of that income, then I would say that you're probably like upper working class, lower middle class, right? But that's if you're an individual and you keep 100% of your income, because you're going to spend $2,000 to $3,000 a month on, you're going to spend $2,000 on housing, unless you have roommates, right? So that's like 24 grand. That's half of your check. Then you have 10% taxes, basically. So 10, 50K, 5K. So that's 45K, 45 minus, that leaves you like 20 grand. And then once you add in groceries, utility, light bill, car insurance, all that kind of stuff, you might have like a little bit of extra cash in order to party, right? You might be able to get drunk. You might be able to play some video games. You might be able to buy a console system. You might be able to buy this, buy that, right? But if you're trying to support a family on 50K, that's almost nothing, right? It disappears instantaneously because you're housing, multiple cars. If you have multiple cars, I don't have multiple cars because it's too expensive and we can't justify with the amount of driving, car insurance, cell phones, all that kind of stuff. You kind of need to be in the 70 to 100K range in order to be, almost thriving, right? As a family, in my opinion, in the modern economy. And so it's really like, I would consider that the high end of working class, low end of middle class, if you were making 70 to 100 as a family, right? And then Sultan Al Fahim is kind of getting where I'm going. You need at about 6 figures. That's where I would say is that I start noticing people do get comfortable around 100K. And by comfortable, I mean that the husband works 40 to 60 hours a week. The wife can stay at home. They can afford extracurriculars. They both have savings accounts. The kids have college funds, all that kind of stuff. And that's what I would view as legitimately middle class, because those people are going to be able to retire. They can afford an annual vacation, and everyone has all the benefits that they're asking for. So that's kind of where, I would kind of like to do a vibe check in chat if you think that my vibe is appropriate for where the middle class starts, I guess. Lol, the middle of the middle class. Interesting. It won't help in our system as Americans. We are striving for better than low wage manufacturing career. Our economy doesn't really allow for people to choose the path. We need you to strive for better. I agree. Most people do not want to be 60 they don't want to be 60 hours a week, every week, unable to go on vacation, making $12 an hour. That is not the life that most Americans want, because that means that you are just paying bills and surviving. And I feel like a decent chunk of the lower middle class, according to Ben Shapiro, and the working class, I think they live like that. I think they live where they're just paying bills and that's it. K Soko says, just like Germany has no need for low-wage manufacturing jobs for its citizens. Yeah, I think it's a pipe dream to think that we're bringing back Nike tennis shoe factories to the United States. I think that's a pipe dream. I don't care how many tariffs you slap on foreign countries. That if you make Nikes cost $1,000 by moving manufacturing back to the United States, people will just not buy Nikes. They'll buy sandals that they make for $100 out of raw materials in their own house. We would literally economically adapt to these goods becoming too expensive. Anyways, doesn't seem like I have too many objections. Let's continue.
Way the hell better than the stuff that you could get as a poor person in America in 1980. That's just a reality. How about wages? We keep hearing that.
Sorry, this is true, but it's not going to be appealing to the working class. Saying like, hey, you work 60 hours a week in order to barely survive, but you have an iPhone, therefore stop complaining. To me, that doesn't seem appealing to the working class. Hooligan says, Dave Chappelle has a joke about that. He said, I want to wear Nikes, not make them. True. I saw that bit. It was awesome. K Soko says, and furthermore, all Americans are decent on other Americans want to. Yeah, I think that Americans as a whole want everyone to do well. Robots that cost $20,000 are taking the jobs in car factories. True, Sultan Al Fahim. Jonah Boy says, lol, yeah, I just seen that bit the other day. True. I'm originally from Michigan, so the pining for jobs that are long gone is nothing new to me. Yeah, the Silver Jacket Man, I think that this message hits home in the Rust Belt the hardest, because 2 generations ago or a generation ago, you actually had high-paying automotive manufacturing jobs, and those all disappeared within the past generation. So I understand why it hits hard. I just don't think you're getting them back no matter what tariffs we slap on the international market.
That wages are stagnant, that they stagnated since 1979. Here, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is a chart. It shows you the average hourly earnings of production and non-supervisory employees. And it shows you what happened to wages between 1980 and 2025. And what you see is a steep increase from the 1990s and up, a very steep increase.
Okay. Dollars per hour, index 2017, 100 times 123.6. Average hourly earnings of production and non-supervisory employees, total private personnel consumption expenditures, chain type price. So the reason why I would cite that this graph is insufficiently detailed is that we have, according to this graph, in 1979, or like 1970, the average hourly earnings of production and non-supervisory employees was $18 an hour. When I grew up, no one was making $18 an hour. I mean, obviously I was working retail and restaurant, but that's a majority of the jobs in a service economy. I live in Central Florida. Most of our stuff is retail and restaurant. And so for kitchen crew, you started at $8 an hour. You were lucky if after a year they liked you, you got $10 to $12 an hour. Like the veterans were making $12 an hour and they thought they were hot stuff. If you were a server in the early thousands and then the early tens, you were making $15 to $25 an hour, which was like, holy smokes, you're rich, right? Now you're not actually rich. You're just paying your bills and then you're able to go drinking with your friends 2 to 3 times a week, which, let's face it is expensive. But that doesn't mean that you're raising a family off of $15 to $25 an hour. It just means that you can afford to drink alcohol with your friends.
Now, I know this cuts against the conventional political wisdom.
Let's look at retail and restaurant employees. I would Google it, but I think we can just take it on faith that Ben Shapiro is not going to take a look at retail and restaurant employee wages.
Which is the American economy sucks, and it's because everybody is cheating us. Now, one of the things that President Trump is predicating his tariff war upon is the idea that trade deficits are inherently bad. A trade deficit is where we import more stuff than we export in terms of value. Now, as I pointed out before, you have a trade deficit with literally every business that you do business with unless they are buying your product. So I have a trade deficit with my local Publix, a large trade deficit. They have bought pretty much nothing from me, and I've bought tens of thousands of dollars over the years from my local Publix. Clearly, they are screwing me, or maybe they're not, because I'm getting value for my dollar in the form of food and supplies. Or maybe I should go over to my Publix and just beat the living out of the general manager. I don't know, one of those two things. Trade deficits they're an accounting procedure. Trade deficits. You label something in export and you label something in import. But trade itself is about mutual benefit, or you wouldn't do the trade in a voluntary system. So the idea that every trade deficit, someone is getting screwed, is a zero-sum view of how economies work, and it's not true. As Thomas Sowell points out, the eminent economist, quote, if the goods and services available to the American people are greater as a result of international trade, then Americans are wealthier, not poorer, regardless of whether there is a deficit or a surplus in the international balance of trade. In fact, I can name you a period in American history where there was a fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression. Now, there were times in American history that were great, where we also had a surplus. There were times in American history that sucked, where we had a deficit, and times in American history that were great, where we had a deficit. As it turns out, trade deficits have pretty much nothing to do with the health of an economy. They don't tell you very much.
Okay, I agree with him, and so we're gonna give him like another 2 to 3 minutes, just because well, actually, we already hit less than 30, so I'm good. Let's give Benny Boy 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna give you guys some more cancer, okay? Because the truth is that, like, number one, we don't agree. Number two, or we do agree. Number two, I'm happy Ben is calling out the conservatives, but what am I gonna say? I'm gonna be like, woo, yeah, Benny Boy, good job calling out the conservatives. You know, it's like, okay, good. I'm happy that Ben is calling them out. That does make me happy, but we need to, we understand. Right. Yeah. Wow, man. 542 says, I was not expecting the Ben Shapiro neocon arc for 2025. Whoop, whoop. Well, that's good, in my opinion. All right. Let's give him 2 more minutes, and then let's move into the next segment.
In fact, the French economist, Frédéric Bastiat, who's really cutting about this stuff, writing in the 19th century, he said, look, if you're so worried about trade imbalances, then actually what you should do is you should sink ships filled with your own exports before they ever get to the other side. So if we're exporting oranges to Europe and they're going to send us apples in return, the best way to ensure that no trade imbalance takes place is we should send our oranges out of the country and we should sink the ship before it ever gets to Europe so they can't send us apples back. Then we have a large export on our ledger and no imports. Great idea. The economy will be stronger. So a fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits. And again, that's not balance of payments. It's a different thing. Balance of payments is about the flow of gold. We're no longer on a gold standard, but it's about currencies and all that. Trade deficits are a different thing. The reason I'm bringing up trade deficits is because this is how President Trump is calculating his Liberation Day tariffs. According to the Washington Post, President Trump said Wednesday he will impose a new 10% tariff on all imported goods, along with higher import taxes tailored for each of about 60 countries. His advisors say maintain the largest barriers against U.S. products and a sharp turn toward the kind of protectionism the United States abandoned nearly a century ago. So President Trump said that for decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. This is not going to happen anymore. Okay, so let's take a look.
I'm going to re-explain what he said, and then we're going to wrap the segment. So trade deficit has nothing to do with anything, really. So trade deficit, let's see if we can get it like visualized. So a trade deficit, as an example, with China, okay? With China, we import more goods from China than China imports from us, okay? But if we're importing apples, oranges, iPhones, well, I don't know if we do apples and oranges, but if we're basically, let's just keep it to one product, okay? Let's say that's just electronic consumer goods, okay? We import a whole bunch of iPhones, but we sell less F-35 jets to them, both as units and of financial value, okay? We are still giving them cash, which they value because the dollar has value because we're an international, we're the international currency, at least for a little bit longer we are. And we are getting iPhones in return, and they are in turn able to use those dollars in order to produce more goods, whereas they're not getting particularly many F-35 jets. Let's just use that as an example, right? Well, you would say that eventually what will happen is they're going to have all of our cash. We're not going to have sold that many goods. And so we have, basically like a trade imbalance with China. And we have all these like cheap goods, but we no longer have like domestic manufacturing. Well, the truth is that it doesn't, at least in my opinion, it doesn't matter as long as the dollar is internationally valued, as long as China is willing to take the dollar, as long as we are able to get iPhones in for our consumers at a reasonable price, and as long as we still have very high military technology, commercial technology, standard of living, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't matter how much crap we import from China. It doesn't matter how much of our crap they buy, as long as we are economically vibrant. And so Trump mistaking our economic trade deficits with allies and enemies as some kind of indication that we're not a vibrant economy is actually like economic illiteracy, as far as I can tell. So anyways, happy to be corrected. It's probably a poor analogy, but frankly, this is a fairly dry topic, and I want to give you guys another dose of cancer. So let's give you guys another dose of cancer. We are going to move on to Candace Owens asking the question that nobody asked, or why can't we talk about Hitler? Now, I was under the impression that we can talk about Hitler. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure all of my history classes always talked about Hitler. They mentioned that he was the dictator of Germany, that he dispossessed the Jews, the Gypsies, and a whole bunch of other minorities and liquidated them first through ghettoization and then through slaughter, that he invaded vast swaths of Europe and conquered France and tried to conquer Russia, that he bombed the crap out of England and overall was a pretty bad dude, right? That's what I understand of Hitler. So I want to see what Candace Owens has to say about Hitler, because apparently we're not allowed to talk about him. So she might have some brand new secrets about Hitler that I was unaware of. So I'm excited to go ahead and take a look at what she has to reveal. Before we do that, though, the Silver Jacket Man says that's why St. Pierre et Miquelon has a 50% tariff now. They buy basically nothing from us, but one guy in the U.S. bought a load of lobsters from them. Trade deficit equals massive tariff. Yo, I bet the people who sold the lobsters feel like jerks right now. Big in Gaming says, oh God, I'm going to punch myself in the face here from listening to this. Listen, everybody in chat says that they hate cancer, but then they hang out in order to hate on the person that we're talking smack about. So realistically, like, you say like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Well, you're probably going to stick around and you're going to talk smack about Candace Owens in my chat, which is what I want you to do. K-Soko says, my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. She talked about Hitler all the dang time and made comparison to Nazis all the time. Why would we not be allowed to talk about Hitler? Well, let's find out. Apparently Candace Owens is going to have a brand new hot take for us. John says, we hang out because you're cool. I appreciate it. The feeling's mutual. Let's take a look.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Today, we're going to keep the subject matter light. We're going to discuss Adolf Hitler.
Well,
No, but I'm completely being serious. Literally, Hitler is on the agenda because why can't we discuss him ever? We should. Plus, a Newsweek writer apparently has a death wish because he's written a piece entitled, "Taylor Swift is not a good role model. And if you want to die, that's exactly how you do it. The Swifties are going to come for you." Plus,
Well-
people are apparently upset with Kyle Rittenhouse. Do you guys remember him from the Kenosha, the BLM, the shooting? He got off. It was amazing. Well, people are upset with him because apparently his mother and his sister have no money and they started a GoFundMe. And the internet is saying that that is not right because how do you not help out your family? Do you guys agree with that philosophy? All that coming up on Candace.
Wow. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the cancer? I'm ready.
So you guys already know that I absolutely loved Tucker Carlson Down Under, the way that he was just giving it to the journalists because all of their questions were so predictable. And when they got on the subject of Russia, 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 because how could they resist themselves? Tucker had the best response. Take a listen.
Putin! Putin!
I think you did strategically because you knew it's what we'd ask.
Putin! He's so bad!
And I also appreciate that.
Did he make you take the COVID shot? No. Ow! Guys, did I make a mistake? Okay. Okay. I need to undo that psychic damage, okay? So let me explain this to you. Russia used to have a sphere of influence around its country called the USSR. It was a dystopian, authoritarian, murderous regime that was known for killing its political opponents, including peaceful protesters who ostensibly were more socialist than their leaders. Then what happened was in the 1980s, it collapsed, and Putin was a KGB agent at the time. He believed that it was the worst geopolitical catastrophe of the modern world, and he also believed that it was the worst geopolitical catastrophe of his country, Russia. And he has been working since the 1980s in order to reestablish Russian military, economic, and sphere of influence power in order to reconstitute Russia, not necessarily the Soviet Union, but Russia and its sphere of influence. The reason why that's bad is because Putin has killed dissidents. As an example, he took a radioactive material for a dissident spy who had escaped to the UK, and he had a Russian spy in the UK stab the dissident spy who had defected with a radioactive material that took several years to give him cancer and then ultimately kill him. He also did this to a prime minister of Ukraine in the early thousands, but the prime minister from Ukraine did have horrible side effects, but he ultimately ended up living. The reason why he's bad is because he continues to pressure Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which joined NATO, into trying to come back into the sphere of influence. He does have Belarus under its thumb, and he just took eastern Ukraine, and I think he's killed or wounded 500,000 people on both sides. So he's killed 500,000 people on the Ukrainian side or injured them, and he's killed or injured 500,000 people on his own side. That's why Putin's bad. So Tucker Carlson is doing an imitation like a gnarled hand, trying to exaggerate how evil Putin is. But Putin is actually like an evil person who's murdered, and he's murdered and slaughtered and also killed hundreds of thousands of his own countrymen and foreign nationals. So yeah, Putin's bad. What the hell is this? What? So you got that 2-minute rant off of like a 30-second clip, right? He knows what he's doing, man. I agree. So yeah, so let's see how I react to that with cringe. I think that's very dumb and very cringe and apologetic for evil. Let's see how Candace reacts to that. Let's see where her brain goes.
Putin! That is Exactly how a lot of us feel when they start hammering this Russia is bad narrative. We're just bored with it. And by the way, it's not just Putin. I am also so incredibly bored. I am exhausted. I am tired. I need a nap. When people start doing the Nazi and the, of course, literally Hitler comparisons, it's over. It's canceled. Please stop it. Really started drumming up in 2015 when Trump was running. Literally Hitler, literally MAGA. They're just like Nazis. It's always literally, right? It's never figuratively. They're like, no, literally Donald J. Trump is Hitler. And of course, I've gone through it. Any person really that has a platform has gone through this, but I will never forget this. Now that I'm on the other side of it and so many years have passed, the first time that I ever almost got canceled, it was because I was discussing Adolf Hitler in an academic sense. Actually, the subject wasn't even about Adolf Hitler. It was a question that was being asked of me. You remember this clip notoriously. They were asking about the word nationalism and why people are afraid of embracing the word nationalism. And I said that it was wrongly attributed to Adolf Hitler. And then BuzzFeed took me out of context. They made it seem as though I was saying Hitler was a good guy, which of course I wasn't. That's always a hoax when somebody is pretending that someone jumped up and said that, but it didn't matter. People were incensed. They were demanding my cancellation. I had Jewish groups demanding my cancellation and saying, how dare I? And I even got blacklisted temporarily from Fox News until Stuart Varney was the first one who had me on his show. And we talked about the scandal, and he gave me a piece of advice. He said, you should just never talk about Adolf Hitler. And at the time, I was so appreciative. I was like, thank you for allowing me to not have my entire platform canceled. But I reflect on that, and I'm like, what an absolute nonsense that is. And I'm not saying this about Stuart Varney, but just that general idea, and that is an idea that permeates, is that we are not allowed to discuss Adolf Hitler. Why? That is crazy, especially because he is the focus of all of our youth indoctrination, right? We have a visceral response when we hear his name. That's why I did the sound effect, dun, 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 because they turned him almost into Lord Voldemort. I don't know if you're...
Fellas. What is going on? What is happening? I think I'm having a stroke. So, number one, we already went through why Putin actually sucks and Russia sucks. Candace is sick of Trump being compared to Hitler. Okay. So, what I would say is that in Trump's first administration, there seemed to be a healthy chunk of adults in the room who were willing to check his impulsiveness and stupidity. And it seems like this time around, all the adults in the room are trying to maintain their positions of power by helping him with his impulsiveness and stupidity. And within the past 60 days, we've had asylum applicants deported without judicial review to Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador. And just yesterday, Donald Trump said that he wishes he could do it to citizens. And on top of that, he tried to overthrow the January 2021, or well, I guess it was a 2020. He tried to overthrow the 2020 election. And there's people like Steve Bannon who are insinuating and trying to argue that he should run for a third term, despite it being against I think it's the 12th and the 22nd Amendment. And then you have Trump entertaining that idea. Now, if you want to say Trump hasn't killed 6 million people and doesn't have the intentions to, I am perfectly okay with you making that argument. However, I would say that Trump is authoritarian. He just doesn't have the capacity to realize his authoritarian ambitions. So you're being sick of Trump being compared to Hitler. I would care about that more if he just hadn't deported gays without due process to a Guantanamo Bay style situation in El Salvador and says that he can't get those people back. Candace Owens stated that nationalism wasn't a problem. Nationalism was a problem because it was associated to Hitler and she got canceled for it. I'm pretty sure that she said it in the dumbest way possible. I don't know how you get from people got mad at you because you said something stupid about Hitler to we can't discuss Hitler at all. So I'm happy to give her more rope to figure out what's going on, but I actually I'm legitimately taking psychic damage, and I apologize to you guys for forcing you to take psychic damage. Whew. By the way, did our vice president die? He hasn't tweeted in 5 days since the date of liberation. I'm sure he just doesn't want to take the Twitter flack, right? Man. Immigrants, not gays. No, immigrants, but there was a gay hairdresser. That was like one of the examples was there was a gay hairdresser from Venezuela who was deported to the El Salvadoran prison despite having no criminal record in Venezuela and no criminal record in the United States. Get your facts straight about what Candace said. Christ is king. Okay, sure. Why not?
Your Harry Potter.
Let's do it. Let's do Candace Owens Hitler nationalism quote. Candace Owens Hitler nationalism quote. Thought the gay guy had kids? Nah, you're just like mixing up like 5 different people at once. Don't worry about it. Let's find it. I think this is going to be the one that we're ultimately going to need to watch, but let's check out this one.
On the right, have spent the last 80 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't, well, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for you. It's not a hard call for me.
Yeah, I fully agree with his statement. If you find yourself defending dropping nuclear bombs on innocent civilians, you are not on the side of goodness. Obviously, you're not on the side of goodness. How could you possibly think that that's okay?
On the right, I've spent the last 80 years.
I'm going to ignore that because we would have to dig into it. But thought the gay guys had kids? I don't think so. I think you're mixing people. Do these people know what happened to Saipan and civilians there? Probably not. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at this one. This is probably it.
Mr. Chair, in congressional hearings, the minority party gets to select its own witnesses. And of all the people that Republicans could have selected, they picked Candace Owens. I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. So I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. He was a National Socialist. But if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany.
This is like a Hassan Piker level take. All right, let's write it down. Sam said we can't mischaracterize her. Hitler, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great, cool, but he had dreams outside of Germany. All right, let's take a look.
Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German.
All right, so my first question is to Ms. Hershinoff. Ms. Owens said, quote, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. So when people try to legitimize Adolf Hitler, does that feed into white nationalist ideology?
It
Yes.
does, Mr. Liu. I know that Ms. Owens distanced herself from those comments later, but we expressed great concern over the original comments.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Owens, I'm sorry. We just started recording. Would you like time to respond to that?
Yes, I think it's pretty apparent that Mr. Liu believes that Black people are stupid and will not pursue the full clip in its entirety. He purposely presented an extracted clip.
The witness will suspend for a moment. It is not proper to refer disparagingly or to a member of the committee. The witness will not do that again. Witness may continue.
Sure, even though I was called despicable.
Witness may not refer to a member of the committee as stupid.
I didn't refer to him as stupid. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. You didn't listen to what I said. May I continue?
Please.
As I said, he is assuming that Black people will not go pursue the full 2-hour clip. And he purposefully he cut off, and you didn't hear the question that was asked of me. He's trying to present as if I was launching a defense of Hitler in Germany, when in fact, the question that was asked of me was pertaining to whether or not I believed that whether or not I believed in nationalism, and that nationalism was bad. And what I responded to was that I do not believe that we should be characterizing Hitler as a nationalist. He was a homicidal, psychopathic maniac that killed his own people. A nationalist would not kill their own people. That is exactly what I was referring to in the clip, and he purposely wanted to give you a cut up similar to what they do to Donald Trump to create a different narrative. That was unbelievably dishonest, and he did not allow me to respond to it, which is worrisome and should tell you a lot about where people are today in terms of trying to drum up narratives. By the way, I would like to also add that I work for Prager University, which is run by an Orthodox Jew. Not a single Democrat showed up to the embassy opening in Jerusalem. I sat on a plane for 18 hours to make sure that I was there. I'm deeply offended by the insinuation of revealing that clip without the question that was asked of me.
Thanks, Mrs. Owens, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bud. I'm happy that we got that. So let's figure out why this is silly, in my opinion. Okay. If Hitler wanted to make Germany great and wanted to run things well, but he had dreams outside of Germany, he wanted to globalize. Okay, so this is trying to. Hitler was a nationalist. Okay, if you read Mein Kampf, which I have, My Struggle. Okay. The whole point of it, what he was offended by, was the fact that they had fought a nationalist struggle in World War I. He didn't think that their allies would have done the same. He also thought that basically international communism was a Jewish conspiracy in order to eliminate the concept of nationalism so that a global proletariat could become the slaves of the Jews. And therefore, the way to fight against socialism was to co-opt their language and to co-opt their rhetoric and some of their principles, their useful principles, in order to become popular while advocating for a nationalist agenda. So she's just historically ignorant on what Germany wanted to do. Then she's saying that he wanted to globalize. Okay, so globalization often refers to globalists, who are people who are trying to create an international common culture. Okay. Hitler didn't want to create an international common culture. He wanted Germans to be the preeminent civilization that controlled and conquered the entire planet, specifically Europe at first. And then, of course, his ambition spread over time. So the fact that this is being characterized as nationalism versus globalism is like wildly ahistorical. But that's fine. People are allowed to have bad opinions, right? And then for her to immediately, the second she gets offended, she's like, you must think Black people are stupid. Holy crap, is that cringe. We're talking about like a time and place in which identity politics, the left only does identity politics, the left only does identity politics, the left only does identity politics. Ted Lieu, the congressman, who, by the way, I don't think I'm a fan of. I'm pretty sure he was caught doing some kind of gun stuff in San Francisco. But I don't like Ted Lieu. But Ted Lieu plays a 30-second clip saying, hey, you said something stupid about Hitler that's normalizing Hitler. That's bad. And does this person, probably from AIPAC or the ACLU or something like that, do you have like concerns about what she was saying, her trying to normalize Hitler? And she's like, yeah. That was it. She was still allowed to say it. So, yeah. Anyways, a nationalist wouldn't kill their own people. That's kind of the point, though. Okay? Hitler only believed that people of Aryan ancestry were true Germans, and German citizens and Roma who lived in the periphery of Germany at minimum needed to get deported and at maximum needed to be slaughtered. So, yeah, nationalists do kill their own people. They just don't agree on who their own people are. So, again, I don't think, I think I resent the implication that Candace was improperly canceled for her wildly ahistorical take. You said something dumb. People didn't like it. They let you know that they didn't like it. They let you that they didn't know it. They liked it in front of Congress. Okay. I don't like it either. Okay. Sam says again, it sounds like you are describing Netanyahu. This is actually what's wildly funny about that clip too. She's like, I resent the implication that you would say that a black woman who works for a Jewish-run media organization who traveled to Israel is anti-Semitic. Yeah, so Sam, this is like the funniest irony of the entire part of it. Israelis can be nationalists too. As a matter of fact, I would argue that most Israeli Zionists are nationalists. And I would say that the moral objection to Hitler, while I don't think that the Israelis are anywhere near as bad as Nazi Germany, because I don't know, Nazi Germany just killed men, women, and children, lined them up and shot them, and also lined them up and worked them to death in death camps. To my knowledge, we haven't found any death camps in Gaza yet. Yeah, you can make that. That kind of proves the whole point, Sam. That proves the whole point is that nationalism can go too far. That's literally the point. So you just said like, well, I just hear descriptions of Israel. It's like, yeah, that's why her claiming to work for like Zionist Jewish media company, and then Zionists, who, by the way, you could accuse me of being a slight Zionist. That's why that defense doesn't work. Like you have to build out these chains of logic, and then you have to hold them in your mind for more than 10 seconds. You're so busy fighting from 3 different perspectives, you don't realize that these defenses contradict. All right. Well, at least we have the whole truth. Thank you for Sam for asking us to investigate that. I do appreciate the additional detail. Thank you, Sam. Everyone say thank you, Sam. All right, sorry. There's just some people who said some interesting things. Hill Williams said PragerU is cancer. Depends on the day, but sure. Sam, congrats on believing Churchill is an actual baddie of World War II. He hasn't said that yet. Don't be mean to Sam. Forget all the anti-Semitic comments she has made after this. Lol. Well, yeah, she's gone pretty hardcore since then. That's totally wrong factually as well. Hitler rebuilt his economy largely on a short-term economic scheme, Metho bills. And if he just stayed in Germany, the economy would have imploded around him. Yeah, he was probably, similar to cancer. He probably had a focus on exponential growth. The Silver Jacket Man says HOI 4-player. So true. That was from Big in Gaming. Eon Flux says thank you. Yeah, this is crazy pants. Yeah, K Soko says nationalists don't kill their own people, Stalin. Well, I would argue that Stalin actually was, despite being a communist, was an authoritarian communist. So I don't know if I would identify him as a nationalist. I would have to read more about his personal beliefs on the nation state. What kind of servitor would Candace be? Whew, let's not go there. It'll get sexist. Thank you, Sam. Christ is king. Good for you. I'm happy you think Christ is king. Good for you. Eric Dom says also a lot of Israelis are Arabs from Palestine. That would not be possible for Jews or Romas under the Nazis. Sure. Yeah, it's not one-to-one. All I'm trying to communicate is that nationalism can go too far. I'm sure that the progressives that were criticizing Candace did go too far when they were talking smack about her. But I also guarantee you that that statement is wildly stupid. Right. Christian Blair says Stalin believed in international communism similar to Lenin. Yeah, but I also wonder if he thought that nation states should be vehicles for international communism. That's like the distinction that I wanted to go for. All right. We're good. Let's keep going. Good God.
Fan, I definitely was and am one. And this whole concept of a dark lord who should not be named. Adolf Hitler is he who should not be named. And what's really interesting is that when you even discuss, you would assume, since that's the entire focus, the nucleus of our idea of who a bad person is, step aside Satan because we've got Adolf Hitler. When you assume that people therefore must know a lot about World War II, you then find out that actually Americans know nothing about World War II. My husband was amazed by this, by the way, obviously, because I'm in this sort of cross-national relationship. My husband was like, why do Americans always use Adolf Hitler as if, he was the number one mass murderer of the 20th century? He wasn't. What is this extreme focus on Nazis and Adolf Hitler as the only comparison we can ever make? And Like I said, it's because we have been indoctrinated and we actually know nothing about the person other than the fact that we must fear him. And if you really, really, really want to insult someone, say, you are literally Hitler. Literally. And so, yeah, imagine my surprise. I know I've showed you this on the show before, but when I actually then started learning real history and I got out of the bubble of the American education system and I started recognizing these Soviet tactics of introducing really heavy concepts to kids while their brains are developing because you want to traumatize them. And you're traumatizing them because you want them to comply. And what you want them to comply with in this case is Germany, Nazi, Hitler, the greatest evil that's ever happened on earth, even though factually and statistically, it is not. And part of that learning process for me when I started looking into it was coming across a huge fact that we ethnically, the Allies, ethnically cleansed 12 million Germans. Because when you say to people, okay, what is it about Hitler? Why is he the most evil? Well, the first thing people would say is, well, an ethnic cleansing almost took place. And now I offer back, you mean like we actually did to the Germans?
Ah, ah. Okay. I know Candace is a moron, so this might be. Ah, wow. Sorry, that was. We're gonna find out exactly what she's gonna talk about, and we're gonna Google it. Don't worry. But she says that the reason why we believe Hitler was bad was because he did ethnic cleansing. That's not the reason why we think that Hitler is bad. Okay? Just in case you thought that's why we thought Hitler was bad, it's not. Okay? Genghis Khan, the leader of the Mongolians, he killed pretty sure tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. And he had his forces and himself raped and murdered tens of people, or tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, right? That is evil. But at the time, it was relatively commonplace for warring bands of tribes to travel around and to rape and slaughter each other. That was fairly common at the time of Genghis Khan. And so while in historical impact, Genghis Khan had a massive impact, we don't call him as evil because it was more common at the time, right? Same thing with like medieval slaughters. It's still bad to slaughter men, women, and children, of course, but medieval sacking and slaughters of whole cities was, again, relatively historically common. And so therefore, we don't apply the evil that we judge things in the 20th century with because we believed ourselves to be more civilized than our predecessors, right? In the early 20th century, there were things that were as bad as Hitler, right? As an example, we had the Armenian genocide. I'm pretty sure like a few million Armenians were slaughtered by the Turks. We had Stalin, who slaughtered tens of millions of people. We had Maoist China that killed tens of millions of people. But we oftentimes differentiate these things by intent. So with communists, they killed people because of ideology. So oftentimes these would be deemed people who were sympathetic to capitalism and nationalism, and that's why they would be killed. And we kill people in the modern day all the time for their ideas. So we can't impugn communists for killing people for thought crimes without impugning ourselves. Now, we, of course, kill jihadists who do deserve to die. But nonetheless, it's more difficult to put moral weight on thought crimes because we have our own thought crimes, right? We kill jihadist terrorists internationally. The reason why Hitler was particularly evil was because he industrialized the slaughter of men, women, and children, and he killed men, women, and children for immutable characteristics. So he didn't judge their character. He didn't judge their roles in society. He didn't judge whether or not they were actively supporting the enemy. He didn't judge anything about these human beings except for the fact that they belong to different ethnicities and classes of sexuality, and therefore he liquidated them. The reason why we think that's bad is because, at least in a liberal society, we try to judge people not based off of their demography, based off of where they come from, based off their immutable characteristics, based off of their religion. We try to judge people by the content of their character. So if somebody has insufficiently bad character, then of course you can kill them, like a serial killer or like a child rapist or something. We can kill that person. But if you took old Mexicans north of the Rio Grande, whatever, anyways, and you slaughtered them wholesale, then yeah, we would judge that as a uniquely horrible evil. So Weld QC John says, but didn't Stalin do the same thing with the gulags? I agree that you can point plenty of fingers at the evils of authoritarian communism in both Soviet and Maoist China. But again, the reason why the people were put in gulags oftentimes, although I do think there was some ethnic component, especially I think for like indigenous people in Siberia, and I think for Ukrainians, I think they did pick up a bunch of people for the ethnicity. But then I do think that a lot of people who ended up in the gulags was for ideological stuff as well. Seraph 702 says, in 1932 and 33, millions of Ukrainians were killed in the Holodomor, a man-made famine engineered by the Soviet government of Joseph Stalin. Right. And I agree with you. Same thing with Maoist China. They killed tens of millions of people through the Great Leap Forward, which was probably less intentional. But Mao capitalized on the starvation within his country and only fed districts of China that were loyal to him. So if you want to say that Mao and Stalin, like let's say there's killing people for immutable characteristics, and then there's killing people for thought crimes. You can put Mao and Stalin right here, and then you can put Hitler right here. And if you want to say what Mao and Stalin did was so bad on scale that you actually technically think that they're the same as Hitler or even worse from a moral judgment standpoint, I'm not going to argue with you. I don't care. That's fine. That's close enough. What I'm curious about, though, is the ethnic replacement or whatever the hell she's talking about with 12 million Germans. Because if she's talking about like Germans being forced to relocate out of Alsace-Lorraine, I think she's a friggin' dipstick. Is the best place that I can phrase it. Now, also, if she talks about 12 million civilian dead through the course of the war, I'm also going to be very frustrated, borderline infuriated. Big in Gaming says, what the Germans did was different. You had the killing squads following behind on the Eastern European front. A quarter of the population of Belarus was wiped off the planet. I know. No, you guys are allowed to swear in chat. I'm just not supposed to swear on stream as much as I possibly can. They are tyrants. You are not. I'm not fighting chat. Chat, I'm not fighting you. I'm just saying there's a reason why we make these evils differentiated. So yeah. So all right. Okay. Let's that was a long yap, but I took so much psychic damage I needed to get it out of my system, and I appreciate you guys indulging me that. Let's see. Let's see where Candace takes it.
Here's a clip again from that documentary I keep telling you that you have to watch. It premiered on BBC, and it is entitled The Savage Peace. I'm going to give you a clip here of a Czechoslovakian civilian who watched what was done to his German-speaking neighbors immediately following the end of the war. Take a listen. They were the same. You're probably thinking, but Candace, literally Hitler had the camps. That's what made it different. It was the camps. Imagine camps being used to kill people. Oh, you mean the exact same camps that we then transferred the Germans into so that we could, mass kill them? Yeah, I bet you've never heard the name Solomon Morel before, and you should know about him because Solomon Morel is an interesting character. He had some Soviet training, and then one day he just stood up on top of a table and said to these innocent German-speaking civilians, "I'm going to torture you because I don't know where my parents are," and they were put into camps. And then he began to torture these individuals who were completely guilty of, all under the direction of Solomon Morel. He was a particularly sadistic individual. And you might be thinking, sure, something must have happened to him. He must have faced some consequences. And you'd be right. He did. In 1996, and this is according to his Wikipedia page, Solomon Morel was formally indicted of genocide by the Polish Public Prosecutor's Office. The indictment was later amended to include war crimes, crimes against humanity, and communist crimes because he was a commie. The latter charge was added in 2004 and constitutes a specific crime under Polish criminal law. So in 1998, Poland requested that he be extradited for the trial, but Israel refused. Yeah, that's where he was hiding out in Israel. And so Israel sent a reply to the Polish Justice Ministry from the Israeli government that said that they would not extradite him because the statute of limitations had expired on war crimes. So you can put, Germans into a pyramid, innocent civilians. You can watch them suffer. You can murder them in mass. And I don't know, I guess statute of limitations can expire. That's all I'm going to say on that, because Israel is, of course, our greatest ally, the most moral everything in the world. Do you know who else agreed with those Czechoslovakian civilians that the things that were done to the Germans were utterly horrific?
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to pause it because we've just been taking in a glut of information, and I'm sure her audience is just sucking this up because, no offense to anyone present, they're morons. So hold up. So 12 million Germans were ethnically cleansed, according to Candace Owens. Let's just take a look real quick. How many Germans did the Soviets kill after World War II? After World War II, an estimated 356,000 out of 2.7 million German POWs died in Soviet captivity, with some historians estimating up to 1 million died total. World War II Eastern Front fatality ratios between Axis and Soviet. German prisoners of war in the Soviet Union. Okay, so that's just prisoners of war. So let's say Soviet massacres after World War II. List of massacres in the Soviet Union. Okay. And then we have a nice big fat list. No, I don't doubt this. This was part of my education, was that the Soviet Union was also evil. What are we talking about here? Will she talk about the background of what happened to Solomon Morel after the war? I don't know. You want to do it? We can do it. Background in youth, World War II and early NKVD service. Morel's family went into hiding during World War II to avoid being placed in the ghetto. Morel's mother, father, and one brother were killed by blue police during Christmas of 1942. Solomon Morel and his brother Itzhak survived the Holocaust, hidden by Joseph Tatchik, a Polish Catholic. In 1983, Joseph Tatchik was designated as one of the righteous among the nations by Vad Yashim for saving the Morel brothers. Morel's two brothers died during the war, one in 1943, another in 1945. According to the IPN, an Eastern Front advanced. Morel and other communist partisans, he was a communist partisan. In the summer of 1944, Morel joined the militia Obyawatskala in Lublin. Later, he became a warden at the Lublin Castle, where many soldiers of the anti-communist Armia Krajowa were imprisoned and tortured. The Israeli mass media and government presented yet a different version of his life. The Israeli letter rejecting extradition states that Morel joined the partisans of the Red Army in 1942 and was in the forest when his parents, sister-in-law, and one brother were allegedly killed by the Blue Police. According to a number of media sources, Morel claimed that he was at one point an inmate of Auschwitz, and over 30 of his relatives were killed in the Holocaust. Okay, so this one Polish Jew, and I'm not saying like there was just one. Of course, there were Soviet partisans who probably committed all sorts of horrible crimes in the wake of World War II. I don't doubt it for a moment. How does this make the Allies equivalent? Because the Soviets were also bad? Is that her point? Yeah, this is worse than what she was doing before. Are you stooping me? I'm not Jewish, by the way. Just came to mind.
General George Patton Jr. You're probably familiar with his name because
no, is she going to do the "we fought the wrong enemy"? She's going to do it, isn't she? She's going to do it. I know she's going to do it. Let's see what she does with it. I know what she's going to do, though.
Was a very decorated U.S. general in World War II who led the Third Army, both in France and in Germany. Well, post-war, they appointed him as the military governor in Bavaria. And he led denazification efforts, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to denazify the territory. That's a great effort. But then they say that as he was leading this, he became, quote unquote, increasingly erratic. PBS states that in April of 1945, he was removed by Eisenhower from his leadership of the Third Army for making inflammatory remarks concerning the denazification policies. What were those policies? He said, quote, We may have been fighting the wrong enemy all along, but while we're here, we should go after the bastards now because we're going to have to fight them eventually. He's referring to the Soviets that trained that person that I just showed you, who were utterly.
Does she think that American public education valorizes the Soviet Union? What is she doing? What is she saying? The Soviets did horrible war crimes. Yes, I was told that my entire life. What is she implying?
Sadistic and mass murdering Germans for no reason other than the fact that they were speaking German. They hadn't even voted for Adolf Hitler, had nothing to do with anything, but they had to die. So yeah, if that's what your concern is, if you're worried about camps, we did that. If you're worried about ethnic cleansing, we did that. Don't even get.
We didn't do that, you dipshit. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ma. Sorry for cussing. Candace Owens is a very frustrating media figure. All right. Okay, thanks, Candace. Thank you for your input. Oh my God. Let's see if she can arrive at a point.
Get me started on the camps that we forced our own American citizens into following Pearl Harbor.
Holy shit. Holy shit. She's actually a moron. Okay. My wife is also telling me I shouldn't say potty words because there are children playing. Okay. So I'm gonna explain this to you before she does. We used the Enemy Aliens Act. There was a Japanese plane that went down after the attack on Hawaii, and there's plenty of ethnically Japanese people in the United States. A healthy chunk of them were in Hawaii. The fighter pilot crash landed on the island, and local Japanese helped hide the pilot. There was an overreaction from the federal government, effectively fearing that all Japanese immigrants to the United States were going to help with the attacks by the Japanese Navy against the United States. And so as a result, they took all the Japanese from the West Coast and they moved them into internment camps within the country. There were young men who were shot and killed, and it was literally under half a dozen of them got shot and killed as a result of attempts to escape. And there were people who died from medical negligence, like a half dozen to a dozen people who had heart disease or cancer or whatever, and they died as a result of medical negligence. But the total, deaths from American involvement in the Japanese internment camps might be a couple dozen from either shooting attempted escapes or medical negligence of people moved into the internment camps. And the situation became so lackadaisical after several young men were killed for trying to escape that they instead said, hey, these people are far away from the coast. There's no real military damage they could do to us. So as a result, we're going to have high schools and colleges teach the Japanese folks so they can continue their education while they're being detained. And then a healthy chunk of Japanese folk, while they were in the internment camps, ended up attending college. So I'm not saying this is good. I'm trying to be descriptive. And Candace Owens is comparing this to Auschwitz-Birkenau, where it's my understanding that Auschwitz was just one of the camps, one of the death camps, where they industrially slaughtered Jews. And then she's also comparing this to the work camps, where they used the Jews as slave labor until they were no longer useful, and then they killed the slaves. So I just want you to know that she is either incredibly dumb or she's using a rhetorical game in order to make things that aren't morally equivalent. This is so repulsive that I shouldn't be shocked, and yet I somehow still am. So let's see how strong her comparison goes. Because only Hitler was bad because he did camps would only appeal to a moron, which I am increasingly finding myself suspecting that large swaths of Benny Johnson and Candace Owens audience are absolute morons. So let's take a look. Let's see if we can learn something from young Mrs. Candace Owens.
Yep, that's a thing as well. Of course, you remember that. The Japanese, some people weren't even Japanese. They were just Japanese looking. And we went ahead and we put them in camps after Pearl Harbor, and we made them stay there until the end of war. So don't let that be something that you think we're not capable of. But then you move on to the experimentation. Yes, of course, that's been embedded into our minds. The Nazis experimented on innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I'm like the idea that they just like cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda, but let's just go with it. Let's say that that's actually true. Okay, that experimentation is the thing that sets the Nazis apart. Well, why did we bring them all over here thereafter? What was Operation Paperclip? We took all of those top Nazi scientists and we brought them to America. I wonder why we did that. Maybe for a little more experimentation. Have you heard of Dr. Sidney Gottlieb? Have you ever heard of the CIA? If you think experimentation is unique to the Nazis, you need to wake up.
Ken, I need a swear word. I need to say a swear word. So if you watch this, I'm going to apologize in the head. She's a fucking moron. She's a fucking moron. Okay. My mother asked me to be polite. Ken said I should talk like I'm in front of my mother. And there are children in my house playing video games, so I shouldn't scream the word fuck. My apologies to Ken. My apologies to my mother. My apologies to the young children whose brains might be sullied by my profanity. All right, let's break down why this is stupid. So, experimentation, when we're talking about experimentation with the Nazis, in my cursory reading of it, it was to test the limits of the human body. So they dehydrated people to death, they starved people to death, and they took notes on the averages of how long it took to kill somebody from dehydration and from starvation. That is one of the things that, you know, when you say you dehydrate to death in 3 days and you die in 28 days without food, allegedly, part of the reason why we know that is because of Nazi human experimentation. Also, you can look up, there's a Japanese equivalent that also did like horrific experiments where they just like slaughtered, murdered, tortured people, et cetera, et cetera. The Tuskegee experiments are bad, but we know about them, which is that the American government intentionally infected black men with syphilis, and they watched them for 30 years develop diseases and die. That's evil, but I would say untreated syphilis, by the way. I would say that's evil, 100% evil, but I don't think that's like as evil as on a massive scale, killing people from dehydration and starvation and studying it for notes. And this is just like not even the twins experiments where they tortured one twin to see if the other twin could feel it and all that kind of stuff. This has nothing to do with Unit 731, as Christian Valera so obviously brings up in our chat. And I say obviously just because I forgot the name of Unit 731. And so she's making these things equivalent because she's a moron. And she has an audience filled with morons. 676,000 views, 40,000 likes. And we have Germans who are like, yeah, this is true. Italians who are like, yeah, the Allies are just as bad as, the Allies are just as bad as the Axis. What? And here's another thing, okay? Here's another thing that should be obvious to you beautiful souls in my chat. The whole point of talking about World War II and the Nazis and talking about how casual it was for them to be committing a genocide was for us, the American people, to realize that we are capable of the same evil and we must guard out for the same kind of evil. How do I have a sneaking suspicion that she has apologia for Putin? She has apologia for Trump. She has apologia for all modern authoritarians. despite allegedly calling out the evils of our past? Why do I have an absolute, total, 100% predictive opinion that she simps for modern authoritarians and makes excuses for their excesses and makes excuses for their abuses of power while trying to conflate a whole bunch of historical events to be identical morally? She's actually a repugnant human being. This actually hurts my feelings. I'm experiencing the emotion of disgust and anger as I watch this. So let's see if she can make a coherent point, because so far she has made half points that are so wildly stupid that I can't believe that they were consumed by the American public.
Oh, but Candace, the Nazis murdered people with the special needs. You heard of Planned Parenthood? They literally tell you to abort your children if they have special needs. You learn that in the school system. And in terms of experimentation, I invite you.
So a child having Tay-Sachs, a genetic disease that will make them experience nothing but suffering for the entirety of their life, versus a child having Down syndrome, I would argue that most Christian conservatives, we can wrap this up in a second. I can see you guys are getting pissed off. I'm getting pissed off too. This is actually this is infuriating. We might go to something like fun as a palate cleanser in a moment. But aborting a child with Tay-Sachs, let's just say that I'm pronouncing that disease correctly. Let's say that a child is born, they will only have a 1 year lifespan. They will have very limited sensitive capacity, and their sensitive capacity is nothing but suffering. Then I think that it is correct to engage in euthanasia with that disabled child, okay? Because while they exist, they will experience nothing but suffering. With a Down syndrome child, I do not believe that to be the case, because oftentimes Down syndrome children have really high levels of reported happiness. They have really rich social lives. They love their families love them, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't view aborting a Down syndrome child as morally equivalent to aborting a Tay-Sachs child. She is making equivalent abortions for Tay-Sachs, abortion for Downs, and abortion in general as the same as slaughtering adult, conscious, disabled human beings. She's either a moron or she's evil. Okay? I don't know. It could be both. She's at minimum a moron. She's at maximum an evil moron. So let's give her again, you guys are getting upset. I'm getting upset. Let's take a minute and see if she breaks through the wall of stupidity and makes a point. If she doesn't make a point very soon, I'm gonna move on, because this is actually infuriating.
You again as required readings. This book, Chaos, man.
Christian Blair says, never let Ben Shapiro forgot he employed this piece of garbage. Yeah. Literally, I can remember Dave Rubin was talking to Candace Owens early in her career, and they went to CPAC or something like that. And then Candace Owens talked to Charlie Kirk for 30 seconds and got a job offer. And then I think she moved from TPUSA to Daily Wire, and it's only because of her relevance. And by relevance, I mean that she was propped up as a media figure despite being an absolute moron. I don't know how people consume this content. It's like eating razor blades mentally.
They're talking about this specific operation that took place under the...
Oh, and sorry, really quickly. Operation Paperclip was we took all their rocket scientists. We took all their biologists. We took all that kind of stuff, and we forgave them for all their sins because they had a lot of knowledge to offer, which is evil, but it's not as evil as doing it yourself, you absolute dipstick. Eon Flux says, bro, when I have a bad day, I put on TV Happy, which uses Down syndrome people as hosts. It's so wholesome. True. Maybe that's what we'll do when I need a bathroom break. We'll put on the Down syndrome people cooking.
Directive of LBJ, who was also a monster, a monstrous president that we had. And this operation was called Phoenix. And I'm just going to read you just a couple of sentences here. Their attempts were
CIA assassination program in Vietnam.
Sometimes even more unhinged. In 1968, CIA scientists at the Bien Hoa prison outside Saigon surgically opened the skulls of 3 prisoners, implanted electrodes on their brains, gave them daggers, and left them alone in a room. They wanted to shock the prisoners into killing one another. But when the efforts failed, the prisoners were shot and their bodies were burned. That's an operation where we just were mass killing civilians, which we do a lot. But there, of course, if we...
That's not even mass killing, you moron, and I don't even know what your source is for that. Operation Phoenix... Operation Phoenix, to my knowledge, wasn't kidnapping random Vietnamese prisoners of war, chopping their heads open, and then putting electrodes in their brains so they would stab each other. It was an active and known assassination program of the Viet Cong and Viet Minh leaders. What is she talking about? That's not even what mass killing means. If you wanted to indict those individual CIA officers, if you wanted to indict the South Vietnamese for participating in the experiments, if the military had any kind of knowledge of it, then yeah, sure, let's find those people and indict them. I have no problems with that. But that's not mass killing, you dipstick. Mass killing would be walking out the entire town like the My Lai massacre, where American troops slaughtered an entire village and a helicopter pilot stopped the slaughter, reported it to the chain of command, and tried to get those people arrested. All right. I'm feeling it psychically. She's about to break through. She's got 1 minute and 15 seconds to impress us, and if she doesn't make it back, then we'll stop.
We do it. It's different. It's different because we're not literally Hitler. We drop bombs on entire populations. We firebomb Christians. We drop a nuke on praying.
She's talking about Yugoslavia right there, by the way, because she's such a fudging moron.
Catholics. And if you know about it, you get...
She's talking about Serbians who were slaughtering Bosnian Muslims. That's who she's talking about when she's talking about bombing Christians.
Screamed at by the propagandists in the West. Knowing about it is the crime. The crime is not...
No, it's not. I know about these things as well. I think you're massively mischaracterizing them and conflating them. I know about these things as well, Candace. You're not special. You're not a special snowflake. You're not smarter than anybody else. You don't know more than anybody else. The reason why you know these things is because we live in a liberal society in which we are free to write about these things and talk about these things. You absolute dipstick moron.
Not actually dropping a bomb on praying civilians in Nagasaki. That's not the crime. The crime is not firebombing people through Ash Wednesday in Dresden who were civilians, children. No, that's not the crime. The crime is you knowing. It's me knowing. That's the real problem. And I got to stop knowing.
No, it's not. There's an entire moral calculation that went into the bombing of civilian centers in World War II. She doesn't know anything, and the little she knows is dangerous because she's dumb.
These things. I got to stop knowing about Pol Pot. I got to stop knowing about the Cambodian genocide and knowing that, of course, there were people that did worse things throughout history. Especially as a Christian, I have got to stop talking about Henry Yagoda. They get real upset when you talk about the Bolsheviks. You want to know why? Because the Bolsheviks were never brought to heel. The Bolsheviks never had to face trials. There were no Nuremberg trials for the Bolsheviks. In fact, many of them came to America, and many of them are in positions of power right now. That's why they get real angry when you start looking into history, when you start recognizing that they are intentionally telling Christians to shut up about the Christians that have been killed all across the world. They get very...
Okay. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That is actual, like I'm assuming. So the only way that I could conceptualize that anybody would think that it was good to conflate the actions of the United States with the actions of the Soviet Union, and then to make internment camps on the West Coast equivalent to Holocaust death camps and work camps, to make abortion equivalent to slaughtering adult conscious disabled people. The only way that I can rationalize that is if it's fascist apologia. That's the only way. That's literally the only way that I can assume that's the only motivation that I could. If somebody comes up with an alternative motivation, I will be very happy to hear what you think is an alternative motivation. Maybe she's just a huge history buff. Maybe she just likes learning new things. Maybe she likes telling people about interesting facts. But what she has repeatedly talked about has effectively made the West as bad as its enemies and therefore worthy of destruction and revolution in the name of a Christian theocratic regime. That is the only way that I can see her tilling these ideological fields, is that she's tilling these ideological fields in order to justify an anti-Semitic, pro-Christian, anti-secular, anti-Republican, conservative movement. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. So if you guys in chat have an alternative explanation, I would be happy to hear it. Please let me know what she's actually doing, because that is the only thing that makes sense to me. Bigging Gaming says, having a history degree and hear her talking is infuriating. I agree. K Soko, did she claim we have Bolsheviks in government in the US? Yes, she did. She literally just said that all of the Soviets, the Bolsheviks, which I'm assuming she's talking about Jews, but you know, she can tell me whether or not she's talking about Jews. I don't know. But she's talking about Soviet era intelligentsia infiltrating the West and then coming into power in the West. Yeah, that's what she's talking about. We're never going to get to see her and her husband's bank accounts. I would write a warrant so fast for like a FARA violations. I would write that so fast. I'd be like, there's no way that you're either this stupid. You're not this stupid for free. Anyone ever ask Candace how she fits into white nationalism? Well, I don't think she's a white nationalist. I think she's a Christian nationalist. I think she's a Christian nationalist. She's not a white nationalist. Silver Jacket Man, to be fair, I could see her talking points maybe as my defense when the prosecuting attorney asked me, what did the deceased say to you before you stomped? Ooh, okay. Getting a little edgy there. I can't even say what should be done. Yeah, it's bananas. In the words of Bill Burr, he made us do war crimes to get to do that, dipstick, and in the end, he took his own life. Right. Allah forgive me. The radicals are using our liberal values to destroy our society through lies and propaganda. I agree. They are playing on your and my goodwill to propagandize rubes into believing the dumbest points that you've ever heard. It's actually impressive. It's impressive how bad it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this. Sounds lovely. What time? Question mark. Then let me go. I'm going to post my Stream Elements leak. You guys being here is more than enough. I do appreciate you being here, having a good time, chilling with me, watching content that gives us all brain cancer. I appreciate you suffering with me. If you have a 401k and it has not taken a 50% drop. Oh, why did I send you a Discord link to my thread? I didn't want to do that. I wanted to send a donation. Copy link. All right. So if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, if you do appreciate the content that I've been bringing you, then here is a little tip and donation link. You can go in there, give $5, $2, $10, $5, $100, whatever floats your goat. You can do so. I'm going to pull up some Down syndrome guys cooking, and Down syndrome cooking show. And we're going to take a look at these guys. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit. And then I'm going to go get some water and use the restroom and grab a snack bar. So thank you, Connor. This is actually good stuff. Well, listen, I'm gonna apologize. I was excited to go into the Candace Owens content. I was like, I hate her. She's dumb. She's easy to make fun of. My audience is going to love to hate her. This is going to be fire content. And then she actually went so far as to give me like brain damage, almost having like a stroke. It's crazy. I wonder what's happening to the thrift savings plan portfolios. I'm sure they're getting brutalized as well. Thank you, Connor. This is actually good stuff. Great. I haven't had the courage to look at my 401k. Okay, well, don't. But if you feel like giving me $5 or $10 or whatever, then the media link is right there. So go ahead and take a look. I'm going to pop this up. I'm going to let you guys watch this for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to get some water and a snack, and I'll be right back.
It's fan phone.
Good to be home, boys.
Hey.
How you going?
This is the wholesome Down syndrome content that I love.
All right. Another hug? Okay.
Come here, you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, boys. Thank you for welcoming me here.
Yes. Yes.
I'm very happy to be here.
I would say this fan phone, he come to us and come see me and Sean.
From USA.
USA.
Have you been to America?
I can't remember.
You can't remember? Yeah. Some of it's a little hazy over there.
That's cooking.
Yes.
Is a beef chicken.
Chicken.
We make beef and chicken.
Beer?
Beer.
Oh, beef and chicken.
Yes.
Papa?
You like beef? Yeah, I put chicken in it.
Yeah.
That's the cooking.
Yes.
You ready?
Ready. Let's get it like this. Teamwork.
Teamwork.
Boo.
Yeah, that's cooking, boys.
Cooking, boys.
Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
baby.
yeah, baby.
Get that thing naked, huh? Oh, get them limbs out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Praise God, baby.
Come to my daddy.
Oh, yeah. Come to my daddy, huh? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, big daddy.
Yeah. Oh, come on, big daddy. Boy, let's go.
No, no. On your heart, man.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, wow, huh?
Look at that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whoa, she leaking, homie.
Oh, this is whoa. First, I have to put the hands in to get the bones out.
Ooh.
You a doctor?
Yeah, I'm a doctor.
Why?
Hey.
That's dangerous.
It's dangerous.
Because I got this.
Ooh.
Oh.
He's a strong guy, huh?
What that?
Get in there,
Oh,
big
he's
dog.
so
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, wow, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
Whoa,
wow.
brother, you okay?
Yeah.
I got you, homie. Whoa.
Oh.
This guy,
Oh.
it's a lot, huh? Let me cover my eyes with this, you know? It's too much.
It's good.
So what kind of animal is it?
Chicken.
Chicken.
Like the farmers like chicken.
Yes.
You know,
Same?
same like that. But sometimes chicken die.
Oh.
Oh, why?
Yeah.
You know, chickens die always.
But why?
Look, because it has this.
So we can have dinner.
Yeah.
Aw.
Right now, we're going to take the oil and we have different spices from Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And we're going to put them in the bowl and put it on,
Big
put 'em
Daddy.
on Big Daddy right here.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
He's doing it.
Tim Pool. There we go. To you. This. All right. Now here's the content. Change the title. Tim Pool featuring counterpoints. So what we're going to do, we still got a little bit of time to kill. I'm going to be hanging out with you fine, beautiful folks until 5 p.m. And so what I'm going to do, I don't generally speaking like my own, like watching my own content, so to speak. However, well, Christian Valaris, if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. I'm open to other content. However, I do kind of want to watch my own debates and kind of see my potential issues and see if I could have shored up my rhetoric anywhere, and also kind of just share with you guys. Ian Flux said you did so well in the belly of the beast. Well, now I feel like everybody's here who has already seen it. So maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should do something else. Let me just pull up what pops up naturally on my feed, okay? Because excuse me. Because I think I've taken enough psychic damage from Candace Owens today. This is actually my video from Counterpoints where I summarized us going over the Noah Samson video. That's one that I enjoyed. I enjoyed producing. I produced it this morning. It's just 6 minutes. It's just me talking smack about Noah Samson. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Okay, sure. Why not? Jonah Boy, I live to serve. His compound was cool. Yeah, let's just do it just for fun. I'm going to skip about 30 minutes because they said that we can't do the whole thing. They said that we could react to clips of it. But also, we can get into like the cool, funny things that were like a part of it, right? So showing up to Tim Pool's compound, I flew in to DCA, I guess. I guess it's like the Western thing. We drove about 90 minutes into West Virginia. I don't know the exact location. I could probably tell you if I thought about it, but my intuition is that it's somewhere around Harper's Ferry. And we went into a house that looked pretty normal. It was like a 2-story house by the road in a rural area with really like, bounding hills. And then once we got there, we went into a gate, and then behind it was a warehouse, and there was also a second house. And the second house was nicer than the first house. I was told that Tim stays in a nicer house, right, on the property. And then the warehouse was very cool. It was basically a skate park. The front area was a skate park. And then towards the back, there's a a 2-story enclosure. And the 2-story enclosure has stairs that go up to the second level. And in the second level, there's a bar and a studio. And that's where the studio was. And the studio was super nice. The bar was cool. They had massage chairs. They had a really big TV. They had a Japanese toilet. They had lots of cool stuff. So you could tell that it was a bunch of friends who really like got together and put it together. However, the overall, it's kind of like a man, if he got everything that he ever wanted, that's kind of like Tim's compound, right? And so it could use a feminine touch. I'll say it could use a feminine touch, but overall, it was still a very cool experience. So Christian Blair says, it's fine. It's good to watch you hone your skills. There's always Pierce Morgan. True. Honestly, saying fraternal orders were better than any welfare is ANCAP retardation to the match. I mean, I agree. I 100% agree. So let me do a little intro, and then let's bust out our notes and start watching it. So, hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I run this beautiful channel named Counterpoints on the Valor Media Network. We are going live 5 days a week, noon to 5. Although on Tuesdays, I'm going live on my Counterpoints channel. Did I say Counterfire? I meant Counterpoints. But I'm going live on Tuesdays on my home channel. That way I can go ahead and try to migrate some of the audience over here. Now, that being said, one of the cool things that happened last week was through my connections in Twitch and YouTube politics, I got invited to the Tim Pool, Timcast IRL studio, and I got to debate a old politics head, Fabian Liberty. He's a libertarian. I am a rhino Republican, and we debated whether or not the welfare state had effectively destroyed our communities, destroyed modern women, et cetera, et cetera. What frustrated me through the beginning of the debate was that Fabian wanted to talk about early 20th century history of fraternal societies that paid their own insurance into the medical system and welfare systems, and how the federal government dissolved those fraternal orders, and then the welfare state was created in the 1930s and 40s through the Great Depression and the New Deal. That was like interesting, but I would have never wanted to sign up for that for a debate. Like I'm not here to talk about early 20th century civic institutions. I'm here to talk about how the welfare state has affected the modern person. And so I gave him some latitude to do that debate, but I also wanted to push back a little bit, which is what we're going to watch. We're going to see whether or not I do well, whether or not I spurred, whether or not I freaked out, whether or not I did well. I think I might have said that already because it's getting later in the day. But either way, we're available for the ride. So we're going to go for the ride. John says, you ever see Tim Pool's DOD do videos? He does good stuff. No, I haven't, but it's cool. I need a compound. My area's too urban, though. Need to look into rural land to get it set up. Silver Jacket Man, I agree. This is my dream, is to have a rural compound with my own studio on it so I can make bajillions of dollars while also riding horses and shooting guns. But without further ado, let's go.
But is USAID, is there a specific program you're referencing where they literally said, let's bring these condoms to us?
I think it's literally Gaza, Mozambique. It was the 50,000.
So I know about the Gaza one.
Right. I mean,
that wasn't Gaza. That was Gaza, Mozambique, I think.
This is, So this isn't obviously the topic, right? But when you're a libertarian, you have to be
welfare,
right? You have to be prepared to have little turns aside, right? So yeah, we're talking about USAID. We're talking about the very thing that is, the very first target of Doge for a fucking reason, because it is full of waste.
You mean USAID, not USAID.
Well, it's you can call it either one. I understand
the reason
AID is an acronym and it's not actually aid. Like I'm with you, right?
Because, I just say that
say it because it's quicker.
But what happens often is I end up talking to people and they think you're referring to general foreign aid policy versus an institution that was doing a variety of issues.
No, what we are talking about one of many programs that is, enmeshed with the State Department, the CIA, corporate interests, etc., that want to push, Western liberal democracy to all of these other nations. And they kind of don't care how much they fuck up those countries, fuck up our economy, steal money from us, make the world a less safe place, so long as the Belt and Road Initiative doesn't get there first.
I want to give a shout out to Danny. I want to give a shout out to Danny Polishchuk, who made a sketch when Doge was ripping apart USAID. He did a fake 60 Minutes interview where he said that he's responsible for making foreign countries gay against their will.
Sure.
Right.
No, but okay, and shout out to Danny. I love Danny. I literally retweet every single thing that I see. No, so as an example, like you could point to these things. We're talking about hard power, soft power, and I don't care if we bring it back to welfare and the modern woman. That's fine. But
the topic, you mean?
We should.
Okay.
Topic. Yeah.
But real quick, if we're talking about like foreign welfare in order to build soft power with these countries, one of the things that USAID got in trouble for was creating a social media app in the state of Cuba in order to help foster pro-democracy, revolutionary sentiment in the state of Cuba. Well, guess what? Cuba's a communist country. They're right off of our border. They wanted nukes from Russia. They wanted to blow us up 70 years ago. And I generally speaking think that freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, democracy, and all that stuff is good.
All right.
Why do I care?
So I actually...
You think that's good? Dude, they act like this is a wild take. Okay, and the comments in the live chat also act like this is a wild take, which made me furious to no end. Okay, I'm assuming that you friendly souls in my chat and people in the United States of America, generally speaking, do like the United States of America for a variety of reasons. The primary reason that I can think of is freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. We are allowed to think what we want to think, and we are allowed to say what we want to say as long as it's within reason. The second reason that I like the United States is the right to self-defense. We are capable of keeping and bearing arms within reason, within our homes and out in public as well, in order to defend ourselves. And there's a logical extension of that right that extends to we are authorized by our own governing documents to when the government gets so tyrannical, we are effectively morally called to rebel against a tyrannical government. That's a part of our founding character, right? And then we are also, one of the things that I also think is good is the concept of due process. We have a whole bunch of laws surrounding constitutions, surrounding courts, surrounding processes, surrounding, a jury of your peers, et cetera, et cetera. And these concepts, I think, are good to have rules written down for how things can be processed. That way, people have a reasonable expectation of what's going to happen in the court system, and the court system is perceived as relatively fair. Now, we do have problems with like class issues where the more money you have, it seems like the less consequence you suffer from the judicial system. But it also seems like every now and then the judicial system gets a hair up its butt, and then it decides to come down hard against a rich or powerful person in order to make an example of them to show that the system isn't ultimately corrupt. And I think that with all of its flaws, with all of its warts, with all of its problems, American mixed economy capitalism and republicanism is one of the best places to be on planet Earth. And so I love this country, and I wish more countries were like the United States of America, right? And so what I said effectively here is that there is an authoritarian communist regime in Cuba that had a revolution in the 60s and 70s in order to depose a dictator. You don't have to like that dictator. However, since that time, they've been antagonistic to the United States of America. They hoped to have Soviet nuclear weapons positioned in Cuba in order to take us out. Che Guevara, I'm pretty sure, was trying to encourage Fidel Castro to actively nuke us so they could remove the great Satan from the Western Hemisphere, and then the rest of the world could be saved. He wanted to do a nuclear holocaust against us. So why would I care if the CIA and if our military tried to do the Bay of Pigs, which was a failed insurrection against the government of Cuba? And then why would I care that 70 years later, they effectively tried to create their version of Facebook so that Cuban citizens could get together and have private communications away from the government in order to push for democracy? Why would I care about that? If I think freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, the right to self-defense, and a limited government in the sense that the rule of law is good, if I think all those things are good, why wouldn't I want that for Cuba as much as I want it for the United States of America? They act like I'm a lunatic, but that's the way that I feel. Why wouldn't I feel that way? You're welcome to tell me in chat, by the way. Yakov came by and said, blue hearts, fist, 100. Well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Christian Lair says, I can't believe Fabian hates the U.S. government weaponizing soft power against our enemies, but Tim and none of his audience gives a fudge given they support Trump. True. And I could expand for another 3-minute yap, but I'm going to let the content play.
Real quick, just... I'm not a big fan of foreign intervention, but if you were to come to me and make that argument, I'd be like, it's interesting. The only issue is that U.S. foreign policy has been more interested in turning countries into gay race communists than actually bringing them to democracy.
Okay. I'm going to pause every 10 seconds, aren't I? Gay race communists. This becomes a joke, I think, in the next 30 seconds, but they talk about how Colombia was going to put on a play for trans people. I do think that's a misappropriate use of taxpayer funds to put on a trans play in Colombia, but I'm just imagining some Department of State hippie justifying it to themselves, where they're like, we love trans people, and I'm talking about the Department of State person, right? In America, LGBTQIA++++ rights are important. As a society, we value our trans people. We're trying to discourage their murders. We're trying to discourage their dispossession of the government. Therefore, what we'll do, we have a budget for $30,000 in order to put on some kind of cross-cultural movement in Colombia. Since we have that budget, we're going to go ahead and pick a play about a coming-of-age story about a trans person in Latin America. Now, I find that cringe, right? I find that cringe that we're spending 30 grand on a play about trans people in the state of Colombia. That is absolutely cringe and a waste of money. I think there's better ways that it could be spent. However, is this like an indictment of the entire American hegemony? One cringe play in Latin America? No. The other things that Doge cut was like mosquito nets in East Africa, of whom like they predicted that 250,000 to 500,000 will be exposed to malaria because of the cuts. There were people who in Northeast Africa who had their HIV treatment turned off, and there was a 6 deaths that they were able to track as a result of turning all that stuff off. So us backstabbing Ukraine because of the Trump presidency, we can boil down American soft and hard power to cringe transgender play in Colombia. But the truth is that we have killed hundreds or thousands of people demonstrably through the Doge cuts and through the backstabbing of Ukraine. And Tim and Fabian laugh it off. They don't care. And it's like, okay, I find that position stupid. That's the nicest way that I can put that. Okay, listen.
No,
Sorry, if you want to, I kind of feel like I got to address that, but
well, no, hold on. I'll address it probably almost the same way that you would, right? So first
don't
of all,
know.
the Zunizeo thing. The problem is, right? Even if you're not a libertarian like me, right, and you're willing to pay some taxes for soft power or for whatever reason, right?
Sure.
Is that it's fraud because they lied, right? They said they didn't.
Whom?
They lied to the American taxpayer. They lied to everyone, right? Like this
About
money
what?
for Zunizeo that was broken by the AP in 2015, I believe. When none of this was in any documents, it was leaked, right? It was a whistleblower that showed that we were doing covert operations in trying to take over dictatorships, and we're doing it under the guise of U.S. aid, which obviously Tim Pool pointed out is USAID, right? Because it's layers of bullshit to make people think that they're doing humanitarian work when really what they're paying for with their taxes is to try and topple government somewhere and to create conflict and strife in other places because they are fucking commies. Like, look, I hate commies too, but I don't understand why I can't get my fucking roads fixed because our government has to hide behind
Why
layers
don't you
of
create a
secrecy
fraternal
to try
organization and
create
then
some
pitch
shit.
in order to repave your
Because
roads?
they
You could do it
steal
so
my
great.
fucking money to try.
Connor, you dick. Wow. I'm an a-hole, huh? Eon Flux, the beanie is on too tight. You lost all of your soft power concept, which is lost on the beanie cast. True. Yakov says, what's the little thing called from Total Recall? Wasn't it a Quattro? I think that's what he has underneath that beanie. Jeez. Vicious. I don't believe Fabian Liberty. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. When he says that my roads are jacked up, I have no idea where he lives. But the truth is that roads are messed up in the United States for two different reasons. One, they're in a very rural area, and so they have no maintenance because the state doesn't have the budget to maintain the rural roads. And so it actually is up to the local residents to do anything in order to replace them. And then the other one is that they're high volume. That's actually the problem that we have in Central Florida, is that our roads tend to be kind of like a patchwork because we have to replace them all the time, but we have to replace them all the time because we have such a high volume of traffic. And so this whole thing, like, I can't get the government to fix my roads because they stole my money in order to put trans plays down in Colombia. I don't believe it. And on top of that, this libertarian shtick, like, I could go to any community. We could go to Fabian's community, and I almost guarantee you we could find a local government that was responsible for the roadways but wasn't doing what they were supposed to do in order to take care of it. Then we could also go to all the local people because he's a libertarian who believes in fraternal orders that should be taking care of the roads. And we could figure out like what they're spending their money on. And I guarantee you they're spending their money on pinball machines like Nicholas DiOrio. They're spending their money on new video games and Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering cards. That's what all the rich people are doing, is they're spending money on random enjoyments while they drive down the road and they go, why doesn't the government do anything? When they themselves could do it by their own libertarian logic. Jonah Boy says, they stole my money. Exactly. I don't know, but the way Fabian said that is funny as heck. Yeah. Nick catching strays. Listen. Nick talks about how he has a big boy job and he makes plenty of money. And then he also goes on stream, and drama streams pay. I see those donation tickers going off, man. That dude's getting paid left, right, and center. All right. So don't be telling me that Nick doesn't have extra cash in order to fix the road in front of his 7-Eleven when that dude is spending tens of thousands of dollars per year on pinball. Okay. Don't be talking noise to me. All right. Does this guy send his kids to public schools? Probably. Let's be real. The libertarians that took over a small town in New Hampshire couldn't even make the garbage truck run on time. Exactly. So sorry, let's continue. I interrupted, but I just wanted to take a very long-winded way to say that I do not believe Fabian Liberty when he says that he doesn't have enough money to pay for the roads. I don't think he'd be interested in paying for the roads even if he could.
I know,
God, you have
Cuba.
more money than $10. You're fine. So anyways, the point is that like one of the words that you said that I think, yeah, he also makes like less than $100,000 a year. Therefore, his maximum tax burden is like $10K, which I guarantee you he doesn't pay because he has kids. So his tax burden is probably like $3,000 or $4,000 a year. That doesn't change whether or not he's able to help his community. I think is like pertinent to what you just said is covert. Okay. Not every single thing that the government does, they're going to be like, hey, we're going to go topple the government of Cuba now. It's like, no, they're going to operate through soft power organizations in order to spread pro-democracy messaging. That's not a problem.
No,
for
that's
me.
a serious fucking problem. That's a serious problem when the budget says this money's for U.S. aid and it's to help people. Okay, if you love that, listen, if you love that shit so much, then just have the CIA get the actual amount of money that they use and then say, like, look, we can't tell you what it's for, but this is how much money we have. And all of a sudden, people will be like, that's too much fucking money.
So the question is for you, the American people largely don't know about these black budget operations, and sometimes they're not overtly black budget. Why doesn't the U.S. explicitly tell its American people, we are going to take your tax dollars for use in overthrowing the government of Cuba?
I think we vaguely do. I think this information is all available. And on top of that, like people criticize like neoconservatives for, I don't know why you're laughing.
I'm laughing because a whistleblower had to prove it. And you're like, but we do say it. It's like,
no,
obviously
what do you think that
not true because
yes,
they didn't tell us that.
Oh, because USAID used soft power as a backdoor for the CIA in order to try to topple a communist government. Does the CIA have to disclose all of its operations to you? Because I'm pretty sure that like defeats the purpose of like a secret intelligence.
That's not what I. That's not what I said. What I said is.
So hold on.
What I said is.
Ask me a question and I want to
give them
answer
a fucking budget if you agree with
me,
it so much.
He asked me a question and I want to answer it. So you said that the American people.
I'm sorry. This is like so based. This is so based. I shouldn't be glazing myself, but honestly, like, I'm not getting pissed off. I'm not spurging. I'm bantering. I'm having fun. I'm still defending my points. I think that I could be a little bit more concise. I think I could be a little bit more to the point. I think I could own a little bit less weird things that they're not going to be able to understand instantaneously. But overall, I like this so far. I think I like what I say next even more. Weren't consulted on this. Every single time that we have a neoconservative, which I guess I'm a little bit of it, I'm like a rhino neocon a little bit. We have neocon people who say, I love democracy. I love republicanism. I love freedom of conscience. I love freedom of speech. And we're going to go to war with all the dictators of the world. We have that all the time. Nikki Haley says that. Plenty of Republicans say that all the time.
Do you think the American people are aware of just how much money goes into toppling foreign governments?
Well, they should probably Google it because it's all available.
I mean, it's not.
It's not.
It's all Googleable,
what's not
bro.
Available? What's not? Please tell me what like secret operation or overt operation we are unaware of at this.
I'm sorry. Are you asking me to tell you the thing that the government has hidden from me?
So that's a dumb question on my part. That's like an improper framing, right? It's not a good way to phrase that question. However, what I'm trying to point at is that, and I'm about to say this, we know about the covert operations in Vietnam. We know about our operations in Panama. We know about our operations in Grenada. We know about our operations early in the 1990s during the Persian Gulf War and the Middle Eastern and North African intrigues. We know about all of this stuff. And so as a result, you're not missing out on much as far as like what we're doing. Take what we did in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s and thousands that we all know about and then extrapolate it out into the modern era. And then you pretty much know what we're doing. So the CIA using USAID or in order to backdoor infiltrate, in order to not only build soft power with like Cuban citizens, but also to give Cuban citizens the opportunity to freely express themselves and antagonize a authoritarian communist government. Yeah, that's exactly what I want done. So as an example,
Are you fucking retarded right now?
No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to give you an example. So when we're talking about Ukraine, we know about Ukraine. When we're talking about Libya, we know about Libya. When we're talking about Syria, we know about Syria. You can't tell me, probably even Sudan. I have friends who work in like the Sudanese issue. They work for these people, and it's all relatively open. Like the United States doesn't know who to support in Sudan because the military and the jihadists are both bad.
You think
that's available?
But classification exists.
Of course.
So there's things we don't know about.
Sure. Okay. Like we bombed Yemen a few times. Okay, but you can find that we bombed Yemen.
I would love to get back on the topic, but I'll just say this, right? Because I feel like my point was missed. If you are a genuine believer that the State Department and CIA needs to exert soft power, right? And needs to use, money in some regard that we don't know about, right? And you believe that the people would support it.
Hey guys, I appreciate the people who are staying, hanging out or whatever. But when I see a drop off of like 5 or 6 people, I'm assuming that a healthy chunk of people already watched it and they're not enjoying my re-review of the content. So we're going to find something else. So Yeah. No offense to myself. No offense to my previous self. But if I see 5 or 6 people drop off and we're only in a stream of 20 people, then I'm assuming that I'm boring my audience. So if I'm boring my audience, I don't want to bore my audience to the point that I'm under 10 viewers. That's a hard pass for me, bud. So yeah, let's find something worth reviewing, I guess. So we kind of, what did we do for segments, right? For segments, we already covered Benny Johnson loves Andrew Tate. That's kind of red pill, I would say. We did Shapiro breaks with Trump. That we didn't really cover that, but to be honest, it was kind of dry, I guess. So I didn't really want to cover it. And then Candace hails Hitler. We actually did get into the Candace thing quite a bit. And then as a result, we actually did uncover that Candace is effectively doing World War II revisionism apologia. So, excuse me. I'm just going to come up and hang out with chat for a second, and we're going to figure out what we're doing. The Silver Jacket Man says, I'm here just working, so not super chatty at the moment. No. Don't worry about chat. I was in the low 20s and then I dropped down into the mid 10s, and I don't want to be boring people. I want to cover things that are actually interesting and relevant. Christian Blair says, works for me. Fabian was probably one of the worst people to debate. Yeah, that was one of the comments that we had, was that Prime Kai was helping them book, and Fabian was having difficulty finding somebody who would wanted to engage with him on the topic. Pierce Morgan brain damage. True. Just beyond design. Why not? Why don't we see what Mr. Pierce is up to? You can talk about how on an X post today led to an 8% boost in the stock market. One was read on CNBC before they were told it was fake. Whoops. Yeah, market volatility is going to be brutal for a while. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, somebody said Pierce Morgan. Pierce Morgan is kind of a silly Billy. Let's see if we can find a Pierce Morgan segment that's interesting. Pierce Morgan. The Destiny stuff would be hysterical. I remember the old school Destiny videos with Pierce Morgan where he was being a total sociopath, and it was awesome. Let's find a good one. Oh, wow. I don't know how annoying Cenk is. This would be interesting. So this is almost the perfect length.
Andrew Tate gets a name.
And it has Andrew Wilson on it. And I'm a big fan of Tommy Lauren and Andrew Wilson fighting each other. So that could be fun. Let's do that. Let's remove. Let's add. All right. Yakov says the USA soft power is what has helped stop wars, which we would love to get in for decades. It's like they skimmed the reading. Indeed. They literally don't understand it. Destiny debating Palin and Smith was good. That's a little bit old. Let's and I'm not saying we're not going to do it. I'm just saying I want to see Tommy Lawrence. So Tommy Lawrence, an interesting character. Let me do the introduction again. We'll try to turn this into a segment, see if it's good content. So my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am running the channel Counterpoints and Counterpoints 40K. We are a part of the Valor Media Network, which is a network that's trying to espouse positive masculinity, or at least make fun of all the people who espouse negative masculinity. Pierce Morgan is a former tabloid news journalist, but he did make a name for himself in tabloids and in news and in Good Morning Britain. He started his own show called Pierce Morgan Uncensored, which was originally on a TV channel and then got moved onto YouTube. He has hosted panels with mainstream media and alternative media persons, and we have two people that we know on this panel. One of them is Tommy Lauren, who is, I don't want to say disgraced, but a formerly very popular conservative pundit who took a lot of flack for stating that she was going to be pro-abortion because she viewed it as a libertarian issue. Then we have Andrew Wilson, who is somebody who I have debated multiple times, who has become a small kingpin, a small lord in the world of red pill, because he goes on to podcasts and calls women stupid for prolonged periods of time. So we're going to go ahead and watch this panel show run by Pierce and see if there's any interesting meat on the bone. Let's check it out.
Well, The Guardian summed up the general tone of the reporting with a headline that said, from the police to the Prime Minister, how adolescence is making Britain face up to toxic masculinity. But is it really? Can it not just be a successful drama that references popular culture, as so many do? Critics of the show say it's another version of the same man-bashing narrative that gave rise to the so-called manosphere in the first place. Well, here to debate all this is the host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, the radio host, James Barr, the host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lahren, and the host of The Determined Society, Sean French. Welcome to all of you. Andrew Wilson, let me start with you, because look, I've got 3 sons, 31, 27, 24. I think I brought them up to respect women, to not behave in a misogynist way, and to behave in a pretty decent way generally. But I'm also aware that they've grown up in an era when the likes of Andrew Tate and others have become increasingly dominant in the way that a lot of impressionable young men start to think and view women. And for all that Andrew Tate can say that is positive about getting fit and being successful and confident and so on, there's indisputably a hardcore streak of misogyny that runs through his veins, which I think has been quite damaging to young men. So I'm not all in either way here, but I can certainly see the arguments. Where do you sit?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that so I watched the show, and it just goes through a typical feminine view, right? So all of these things are always through the prism of the feminine. So young boys, they don't do well in school. They don't do well in school because it's all programmed for the feminine. Stay still, fold your hands, right? Be quiet. Boys are rambunctious. They like to beat each other up. They like to be mischievous. They like to break things. They like to do that kind of stuff. There's no outlet for them to do that stuff. Their teachers are all women, right? There's basically all masculinity is now considered toxic, basically all of it. The same women who are getting their double shot of espresso on the way over to the school they're about to teach at, they're 24 years old. Sometimes they're banging their own students, right? Hilariously enough. And then these people go out to Parliament. The same women will go to Parliament. They vote to send men off to war to stab each other in the face with bayonets. And you're concerned about toxic masculinity. It cracks me up. It's like the brutal savagery of men is a necessary precondition for society to exist. And we just kind of pretend like it's not. And this show should actually be an indictment on the feminine rather than the masculine, because basically masculinity is just punished everywhere all the time, nonstop. It's no wonder guys like Andrew Tate get so famous in these spaces. I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is everything must be feminine, tone policing, nonsense like this. It's ridiculous.
All right.
Whoa. Yeah. Trump just announced we need an open border. Check Midas Touch Network. Listen, we already started a piece of content, but I'll check that out. That sounds absolutely insane. So hold on. Let's deal with what Andrew was actually saying. So Adolescence, the TV show, is written through the prism of the feminine. I would not be surprised if it has like female-centric stereotypes around what like men and masculinity are, where it's like a young boy and he's being vaguely threatening and he's being aggressive and he's doing this and he's doing that and he's trying bullying, but it's not really working. So he's getting bullied back, all that kind of stuff. Whereas I think a masculine-centered story about adolescence and violence and incorrect violence would probably be told through the prism of how do you do violence justly, particularly like an American perspective. From an American perspective, we have all sorts of stories from like a bullied kid's perspective, where eventually he does get the girl. He does learn how to fight. He does learn how to stand up for himself, et cetera, et cetera. And so we would have these like pro-masculine, but still violent stories about how how boys become men through coming of age, through physical competence, through martial contest, et cetera, et cetera. Just think Karate Kid, right? Karate Kid, I would say, is probably pro-masculinity. And so, yeah, those stories should be told that way. Men, kind of young boys, have a prism through which to view their own masculinity that is positive, whereas this seems to be a story about, a boy who goes the wrong way. All female teachers. This is a real problem. But I'm curious as to what Andrew would say the solution is. My solution would be we should put incentives for men in order to be teachers more often. We should put in incentives for men to become administrators, deans, disciplinarians, PE coaches, et cetera, because my understanding is that right now it's like a 10-to-1 ratio in education in the Americas for females to men. And then of course, some of those men are going to be gay as well. That's not an indictment. That's just a statement that not all of them are going to be cis, het, white, straight, strong bodybuilders, a lot of them are probably going to be feminine as well, or homosexual, or not culturally tied into the next generation, right? Banging their own students, I think, has nothing to do with it. I literally think it's a throwaway line just to say that women are bad too. And then vote to send men to war to stab each other in the face with bayonets. This is a red pill talking point that I've encountered a couple of times now, where women are disproportionately voting to be involved in conflicts that they themselves do not have to be involved in. I think it's just another jab at women. I don't think it's necessarily pertinent to the conversation. I do believe that violence is a necessary precondition for society, but restrained violence is also how we maintain a coherent society. So just saying that, like, yeah, boys can be violent, no big deal, it doesn't matter, it's a part of our natural DNA. I think that is toxic, so to speak. So yeah. Let's see what everybody else has to say. Yeah, Christian Blairis, I agree. So Christian Blairis says, feminism is more involved with education, therefore Andrew Tate is not a problem. Yeah, it's a non sequitur.
James Barr, you were laughing, but I don't think I'd enjoy what you're hearing.
No, I mean, I don't think you've seen the show. Episode 2 is shot entirely in a school. I didn't see one of the female teachers drinking a double shot of espresso at all. None of the teachers were flirting with students. There were male teachers as well. I don't think you're describing the show here. I think you're describing your own insecurities or agenda.
Describing reality.
This doesn't contend with the argument. Like, do you understand that I'm making an argument, an indictment of society itself, based around my ideas that I'm seeing from this show? That's what I'm actually doing. So if you could contend with the fact that male savagery is necessary for the security of a nation, and that women...
Well, QC John says, nothing can change until the education system can accept that boys are not broken girls. I agree. What I would do if I were to reform education, I, of course, would want more male teachers, more male administrators, more deans, more disciplinarians, etc. But I also think that the day should be broken up by multiple windows of physical activity, not just PE or, like once or physical education, right? Not just PE or recess, like 2.5 times per day. I do think like probably every 2 hours or so, there should be some level of either recess or PE. I would not be surprised if my school system, my kid's school system, actually does do that already. I would just be curious what other solutions Andrew would suggest. There's the stereotypical and obvious ones like adding shop class, like adding some kind of like construction and destructive classes, some mechanical classes, that kind of stuff, engineering. I would all be for that. Also agriculture. There's some magnet agriculture schools around me that start in high school, and kids are charged with building and taking care of gardens and farms and livestock. So all those are being done to greater and lesser degrees in my community. I just don't know how intentional it was. There was a lot of ale, indeed.
Will indeed vote in the future in parliaments to send men off to war to stab each other in the face at 18 years old with bayonets. Perhaps you can contend with that before we start, getting into, well, tone policing is actually good and toxic masculinity is actually bad. It's like, I think there needs to be a little bit more toxic masculinity, or what you consider to be toxic masculinity.
Well, great. Good for you.
Nothing.
I'm glad you think so.
Nothing.
No, I mean, I just don't need to argue with that, because
you just unlocked. You just stunlocked. You got nothing.
You're making up.
You
an
do
agenda
seem
that
unusually
I've not said
muted by that,
I've not
James.
said anything. I haven't literally said nothing about
James,
toxic
you were literally
masculinity
rendered
at all,
silent. Like you
because
had no way of responding.
I'll tell you what, you can't argue with a completely illogical argument that had, like, I've not made any of the
It's a
comments.
logical argument. You may not agree with it.
I've not made any of the
totally
comments
logical argument
that you are firing at me. None of those comments are things I've said or believe in.
All right, I want to bring Tommy in, because Tommy, you've got a very interesting perspective, I think. You've talked about something different. You call it the pussification of men, which is a great phrase. I'd love you to just explain what you mean by that. But also, you're not a fan of Andrew Tate or the influence he has. So that makes you, I think, an interesting commentator in this area. So just explain, first of all, the pussification of men.
All right, Piers. Well, I think, and I can't see you all, so forgive me if I'm incorrect here, but I think I'm the only female on this panel.
Correct.
So I'm really anxious to weigh in. Okay. So I think over the last probably 10 years, there has been what I call the pussification of men. It was everything should be about your emotions and your feelings, and men were emasculated, and this whole concept of toxic masculinity warped the minds of a lot of young men, and they felt masculine. They wanted to be masculine, but society was telling them they should be softer, that it was being toxically masculine if you wanted to play sports and chop wood and go to war. And so men were so emasculated and so beat down that then there was this revolution of what was actually toxic masculinity, the Tate brothers and others, which I feel as a female that doesn't represent true masculinity. That to me represents douchebaggery. And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money. I see that as being actually masculine. That's like the man that I grew up with, my dad. But what we're seeing now is these young men who look at Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers, and they see somebody who's just quite frankly a douchebag and disrespects women. And because they've been so emasculated, they're like, oh, great, that's a manly man. But that's not right either. So at some point, I think we'll go back to maybe meeting in the middle here. You can be a man who has feelings and emotions, but you can also go to war and protect and defend your family. I'm hoping we can get back there. But the two extremes right now, they're confusing men, and quite frankly, they're leaving women with few choices. And that's the real tragedy here.
You see,
Okay. Classic woman move, making it about herself, is that the crisis of masculinity is leaving women with too few choices. Classic female move. You know, we're talking about men and you make it about yourself. However, does that mean she's wrong though? I don't know. I don't think she's wrong at all. I think she's absolutely right that within the past, this has been going on for longer than that, right? There was like the metrosexual fad in the thousands. There were pushes for men to be more feminine the entire time. There was Sex in the City and all sorts of different, I would say like social programs for women where they were telling women what kind of men they wanted. And oftentimes those men were more sophisticated than the barbarians that we have today, right? But she's saying that the feminine expectations of a feminine man, the feminized stereotypes of what a man should be, or the giga douchebag. I think that's the perfect word for it. When I was growing up, Andrew Tate would be a douchebag. Because there wasn't as much social media, he wouldn't be able to be relevant on social media, and there wouldn't be the internet for him to be able to pimp out girls in order to make millions of dollars. So he would literally be a kickboxing douchebag, spending all his money on liquor at a local club, fist bumping to techno, and that would have been Andrew Tate. He wouldn't have been a popular media figure. And so as a result, he's effectively he's turned the archetype of the douchebag into a consumable brand. And I think that's like a spot on analysis. I also agree with her that the truth is in the middle somewhere. Men should 100% be able to protect themselves, protect their families, and provide economically. And by the way, if you have like a dual income household, that's not a knock on anybody, but the man or men in general should wake up and they should put 40 hours of effort a week at minimum into making sure that their family is financially and physically secure. That's it. And so that is not the hyper feminine, emasculated wimp of a man. And that's not the Andrew Tate sex pest, rapist, sex trafficking douchebag. That's in the middle. I think Tommy's assessment was perfect, except for the very last statement where she made it about herself, which is something that women can often be accused of. So, Silver Jacket Man says, maybe it's changed a lot since I was a kid, or since I was a millennial, but I was a kid. We still got into fights. Me too. Had shop class. Me too, up till middle school. We didn't have shop class in high school. Upper class neighborhood in a blue state too. Well, good. I'm happy that was like that. Now we gotta pray that the next generation still has some of those influences. Eon Flux says, I despise that woman. Well, me too, but that doesn't mean that she said anything wrong. So you're going to have to point out something that she said wrong. Jodo Boy says, guys dress gay as hell in the 80s. That's true. Hair metal was a thing. That was gay as hell. Weld QC John says, she's not wrong, but does feel out of place for the discussion being had. I agree. She's a pretty gal, you know, kind of bimbo-y or whatever, but I don't like to I don't necessarily like to say that somebody is out of place in an argument unless they're making poor arguments. And so far, that argument was perfectly fine. Yakov says, I took home ed because that's where the girls were. Never took shop. Oh, you took home ec. I gotcha. Good point. I see I'm not the only one that did that then. Lol. Douchebag was a brand that was pushed in the 2000s, new metal stuff. So on. Not only an internet phenomenon. Chase T, I agree with you. New metal being a douchebag, I get it, but there was like a mix of punk. And I don't think that it had a lot to do with women, at least in my opinion. New metal, Limp Bizkit, Insane Clown Posse, all that kind of stuff. It was kind of about being so angry that you hated everyone. So I don't think that was, you might be like climbing a dominance hierarchy, but I don't think new metal had much to do with pimping out women. I think, I think a lot of club douchebags, they do focus on women. Anyways.
I completely agree with you, but Andrew, you were shaking your head quite vigorously. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just more feminine or feminist nonsense ultimately. And the covert feminism in society is big, especially on the conservative side. So here's what happens, right? Women need to have feminine virtues for men to be pursuing masculine virtues, for you to say things like, well, men, what I want is for men to protect me and I want men to make money. Well, that's great. What that ends up doing is it gives you a set of privilege in society. What do men get? What do men get for doing that for you? What are we getting from women for doing that? Are we getting chaste virgins on our wedding night? No, we're not getting chaste virgins on our wedding night. Are we getting women of great virtue? No, we're not getting women of great virtue. The idea of courtly love is supposed to be done for women of great virtue. Where are they? Well, they're nowhere. And so in modernity, in society, when female conservative influencers say this, it's actually a form of covert feminism. They're saying, I want privilege in society, right? But what is it women are giving to men to get it? What are they giving them? Tell me.
Well,
can I please chime in here?
Yes, you can. And then James can, and I'll come to you, Sean.
No, I would love to. I love this whole thing of like, if you're a female conservative and you don't believe that men should be douchebags, that all of a sudden you're a covert feminist. Call me a feminist. I really don't give one crap one way or another, but I can tell you this. A lot of these men, these podcast hosts on the right that like to think of themselves as these big masculine men, and what am I getting out of it? I can tell you this.
There's that feminism.
All right, I believe I'm a woman of virtue, right? Yeah, there's the feminism. Oh, and then you're interrupting me too,
Didn't
which
take
is great.
long,
I let
did it?
you
Didn't
talk.
take
It's my
long,
turn.
did it?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak over a man?
Yeah, I don't care if you call me. I don't really care if you call me a
strong,
feminist.
independent woman.
Yeah. You're actually interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you when you were spewing your bullshit. So now it's my turn. Okay.
True. You mean the truth?
Like I said before. So I believe there we go again. Piers, I'm a woman of virtue. I happen to be independently successful. I have a husband who's not only a former professional athlete, but is currently a professional baseball coach. So is he not a masculine man? I mean, I'm confused here. What's your concept of a masculine man? Mine is a man who respects me.
Yeah, that misses the point, though. Like, you're still not contending with the argument that I'm making.
What's your point?
I'm saying inside of society, right this second, right, masculinity is not only punished, but also women on the right, covert feminists on the right, are constantly and consistently talking about how they need to have privilege in society. I want men. Their version of masculinity is men who take care of us, men who protect us, men who do all of this. Those are all duties that men have towards women. Great. What are the duties that women have towards men? What are the duties that women have towards anything? What do men get out of this arrangement? What are we getting out of this arrangement? Can you tell me?
Okay. So I'm going to try. Yeah. So I'm going to deal with what y'all are saying, and then I'm going to say it. My first fight was with a kid wearing a swastika armband. I grew up in Idaho. Jeez, bro. That's kind of crazy. I can't not in this instance. Sorry. Good. Well, we try to consider the information, not just the source, right? Wanting to hook up with virgins is a red flag. It can be. It isn't always. If you were 16 and you were a virgin and you wanted a virgin, I don't think that would be a red flag. Also, if you were a 20-year-old hyper-religious person who was a virgin and you wanted a 20-year-old hyper-religious person in order to marry who was also a virgin, I don't think that would be too bad either. But the truth is that you have to match, right? So if you want a virgin You should be a virgin, right? Whatever virtue you're projecting onto your potential partner, you need to be living that as well, right? Silver Jacket Man says, I'd make an off-color joke about Andrew's wife here, but I'm going to take the high road. Well, thank you for that. I enjoy, despite BPF or Andrew, excuse me, despite Andrew and Mrs. Wilson and I always disagreeing on stuff, I do have fun contending with them. Elon Flux says, yeah, you're right, Connor. I can't really point out anything wrong with what she's saying so far. True. Hill.Williams says, I'm surprised nobody has picked up Andrew for having to chain smoke his stress away in debates. Honestly, I think he's just a tobacco addict. They have such dumb terms like covert feminist. Well, Andrew, he's got to put on a show. He's a performer. And so as a result, he needs to trigger other people, get them upset, get them yelling at him. And then that's a good show, right? The more people that you upset, the more people that they get yelled, they get triggered, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't matter whether or not there's actually like substance to the debate. People like train wrecks, right? So if he can get Tommy Lauren to crash out, that's going to be a high viewership video. But Andrew asked this question twice. I'm going to address it because Tommy hasn't yet. I hope she does, and I hope she does it sincerely. So what does a man get if he is willing to protect and to provide for a woman, both like physical security and financial security, okay? What you should be getting a romantic partner, somebody that you are sexually interested in, who's sexually interested in you, who you have good chemistry with, and oftentimes sexual chemistry is going to be an indication of whether or not you're going to have healthy children. I do think that children are awesome. I think there's a huge and very cool part of life. Secondarily, you should probably be getting a partner. And I don't mean this in a friend way. I mean this in almost like a businessy way. What I mean by that is running a household, getting everybody up on time, getting food for everybody, making sure everybody has sufficient caffeine, my wife and I in particular, making sure that we have enough clothes, making sure that we have enough food for the entire day, lunches and dinners, making sure that all of that is organized, making sure that everybody is doing what they're supposed to do is effectively the job of a project manager. And so what can happen with dual income households is you can split responsibilities down the middle and try to run the project management role as a split income, split partnership. Or what can happen, which I've been very blessed with in the past couple of years, is you can have a single income earner and you can have a single project manager. And so my wife is effectively the household project manager and I'm effectively the income earner. So I still have to help out with some domestic responsibilities and she has to make some financial sacrifices all the time, but we get a partner. Then I would say finally, hopefully you get a friend. Hopefully if you have sexual chemistry and you have the ability to have a good partnership with your wife, then hopefully you also have a friend as well. And what I mean by that is not everything is sex, not everything is money, and not everything is family management. Sometimes you just need to be able to enjoy each other's company. And so that means watching movies together. That means going to the park together. That means getting dinner together. That means talking about things that aren't related to your family or your job or anything else. Sometimes it's just about talking about your hobbies. And so if you can find those in a partner and you're able to be relatively equitable and you're able to raise children together, I would say that women disproportionately bear the household burden and the project management burden and also the childbearing burden. That's what men should be getting out of these relationships. Did I lose you guys?
I mean,
no. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure my internet connection was still good.
Well, I would argue that men innately should be protectors and providers.
Hang on one second. Let Tommy
Most men are born that
Let
way.
Tommy respond to that, and then I'll come to you, Jez. And then Sean, you've been waiting patiently. So
most men are born to be protectors and providers. I can't imagine my dad saying, you know what, to my mom, you know what, I'm not going to be a protector and a provider unless you do this. That's not how real men operate. Real men are protectors and providers, and they marry women who hopefully have some virtue, but also bring a lot to the table as well, that are great mothers, great wives, caretakers of the home. There's nothing wrong with being a traditional wife and mother. You're misunderstanding me if you think that I think that women should just be out doing whatever they want. I think that there are gender roles that should be respected, but I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it, I quite frankly don't consider you a real man.
Yeah, Tommy could have done better there. What I would have said is obviously being like a good wife, a good mother, a good partner, a good friend. So that was not my favorite rebuttal.
So you have nothing. So you have nothing.
But we'll
No women
discuss
have
in a
no
moment
duties,
whether
nothing.
Andrew
They skip
Wilson is a
privilege.
real man.
Piers,
let's
I
go
offer nothing. I offer nothing.
You
He
offer
didn't
me
offer
a
a single
lot of
argument,
things, Tommy.
nothing.
That's why I always love having you on the show. You know that. Let's go to a real man, James Barr.
Thank you. I do see myself as a man, and I know that you were looking at me thinking, well, you're not. You're wearing makeup. You're wearing colourful clothes. Like, look at me. I'm really camp. My nails are
I
painted.
mean, they are worrying
You know,
signs. I
you're
agree.
sat there smoking a cigarette. I'd love to get a vape out and start drinking a beer. You know, pints with the lads. Just connect with you over that. I think that you have some insane opinions on what women are meant to do for you. It's crazy that you don't appreciate that a woman actually gave birth to you. Like, she gave you a womb for 9 months and then looked after you, I would hope, for the beginning of your life. And you're sat there going, what do women owe men? Women don't owe men anything. No one owes you.
Listen, they're missing the argument. They're missing the argument. So the point is, if men are expected to be protectors and providers, then what will women offer? And he just said that women offered you the gift of life. That is a good argument. Saying that women don't owe you anything, though, is this like twisted, nihilistic, individualistic feminism that I'm sure actually does piss off Andrew Wilson and pisses myself off as well. We are reciprocal and complementary creatures. Okay? We are reciprocal and complementary creatures. That means that in relationships, reciprocity, I give you something, you give me something. We're supposed to find a flow that's an equitable, semi-equitable relationship where we feel like we're both getting a benefit out of knowing each other. Okay? And then complementary means that you do what I can do, or you do what I can't do, and I do what you can't do. But together we form a unit that helps us both get together through life. Okay? So him saying women don't owe you anything, but the context of the conversation being men owe women the protector and provider role, you need to say, no, women are very different and have a variety of things to offer men, because not all of them are going to be childbearing. However, stereotypically, women offer the nurturing, childbearing, and household management role. And if you want a traditional relationship, then men should be the protectors and providers, and women should be the nurturers, household managers, and lovers, I guess. I don't mean that explicitly sexually. I mean that like providing the gift of love and care and nurturing. Astronaut Farmer posts either a middle finger or a thumbs up. I don't know which one. And then Wowman542 says, you got to love getting psychic damage from both ideas. God, I love Mondays. True. Listen, we definitely picked our poison today, boys. We definitely picked our poison. Candace Owens hurt us in the beginning, and Tommy Lauren and Andrew Wilson are doing a great job of hurting us now.
Anything. You have your own life.
Do you understand that if you make an argument and you say that
I've
women are
watched
supposed
your
to be
seminar on how to win an
in
argument.
a position, if women are supposed to be in a position of privilege where men do A, B, C, and D for them, and then I ask, well, what duties do women have? And you say, well, nothing.
No one said
right?
that
And then you
men
wonder,
need.
why are men
Personally,
checking out? I don't know why men are checking out. I don't get it.
You just
That's
are so
silly,
funny.
man.
All right,
That's
let
a
me bring
silly
in.
argument.
All right, let me bring in the one person who so far hasn't said a word about this. Has a lot of interesting things to say. Sean, welcome to Uncensored. I mean, I think one of the key things of this series that's made it so popular is that anyone who's had young sons knows that they are, if you're not careful, they get exposed to a lot of nasty stuff on the internet. We all know this. And a lot of it is this kind of incel stuff, which I think can be a really malevolent influence on impressionable young men. And they gravitate to it. And I think that partly what Andrew's getting at, I agree with, in the sense that following the Me Too Time's Up campaigns, which were in many ways, extremely laudable, brought down a lot of very bad men, no question of that. But they also, the pendulum swung so wildly that I think a lot of young men in particular felt completely disenfranchised from society, felt like they're all being treated like a bunch of young Harvey Weinsteins unless they could prove otherwise. They didn't really know what the rules of engagement were with women, with teenage girls anymore, whatever. They lost their way. And by losing their way, they gravitated, I think, to very loud voices on the internet like Andrew Tate, who I think, like I say, he says a lot of stuff I find myself nodding to, and then he'll say this misogynist stuff, which I just despise it. I see no reason why you should ever want to have a relationship with a woman the way that Andrew Tate wants you to, where it's just pure misogyny. Just talk to me first of all about why you think young boys, teenage boys, young men, why they've gravitated to people like Tate.
Wick is going on Tim Pool,
thanks.
very based,
Yeah,
John.
so I think it's, first of all, we got to understand that we have an amazing responsibility as a parent to lead from the home and to have these open conversations with our young children. All right, whether they're male children, female children, we have to make sure that we're having open door conversations and we are tackling the hard subjects. Because if we don't take care of everything at home, we don't take care of everything in public, like at school, and other forces within society that help raise our children, we always say it takes a village. Well, it certainly does, but it starts at home. And if you cannot have these open conversations and allow your children to be honest and open with how they are feeling about society and the things that they are seeing, they are going to go to misogyny. They're going to go to the Andrew and Tristan Tates of the world, and they're going to learn how to be a man from that. And that is not what society needs. It's not what the world needs. That is not masculinity. It is masquerading as misogyny.
Yo, all right, this isn't going to work either. Okay. We can do it. We can do it, chat. We can do it. We got this. I haven't had a stroke yet. My neurons haven't fried yet. I'm not dead yet. Let's see if we can do with this, okay? So Sean says men need to lead from the home. I agree, okay? Open door conversations and taking on the hard subjects. We don't take care of it at home and school, then toxic cultures can take over. This is good. I'm 100% good with everything. But this is where I get into a fight with conservatives, okay? In the 1980s, I think it was called fusion politics. Somebody can correct me. But Reaganism was a combination of social conservatism and fiscal conservatism and neoconservatism. And so what that means is social conservatism was a strong Christian core with Christian morality and espousing like a cultural Christian hegemonic dominance in American domestic society. That's what I mean by social conservatism. When it comes to fiscal conservatism, no offense to Reaganites, but it was chopping up the social safety net and letting schizophrenics die by the tens of thousands and AIDS people die by the tens of thousands because they weren't social conservatives and they weren't fiscal conservatives. So they reap what they have sown. I'm not saying that that is good. I'm saying that that's the way that they classified the AIDS pandemic and homeless people dying on the street. Was they were like, okay, well, these are bad actors in our society. So if they catch diseases and die, then that's their own. Quick, call the tech priest. Connor needs it. What, did my internet get knocked out? I'm still good on my side. I don't know what's going on with you guys. But anyways, I'll just keep going as if I'm still live, even if we got an issue. But the point is that fiscal conservatism and social conservatism got married up, and then also neocons, which are liberals who moved over to the conservative side because they felt like the left had gone too far. They joined in order to make an alliance that dominated culture for the past 20 or 30 years. Well, the problem is that fiscal conservatism, not wanting to spend any money on social spending, that's actually what we debated in the libertarian debate with Fabian Liberty. It's so bad that conservatives will tell young working men that they need to work 60 hours a week and never see their families in order to bust ass and get by, and that's just their job. And guess what? Men don't want to work 60 hours a week, busting their backs, busting their bones, if they're not going to have a family, if they're not going to be able to afford a decent life, if they're not going to see any long-term, if they don't have savings, if they don't have medical, if they don't have dental, if they can't afford any toys, man toys, if they can't afford a vacation, if they can't afford a family. And so as a result, you have men checking out of society. So I want to go back to the fiscal and social conservatives, and I want to say, we cut enough
the Reagan cuts were enough in order to get, like, whatever you want to call it, the toxic shit out of our stuff. And instead of eliminating the central government, instead of eliminating federal spending, we instead need to take that money and we need to spend it smarter in order to promote a healthy society. So far, I have not gotten a single person to believe me yet that if you want a conservative society, you need to invest in the next generation. They all seem to have like a boomer mentality of like, I got mine and I'm successful, so screw everyone else. So we'll see if I can get some messaging through to actually sane people.
How do we protect young men from the easy access at the moment there is to people like Tate? I mean, how do you actually put a ring fence around them so that you can tackle exactly what you've just said, but they're not also being dragged into that world?
It's tough because they're growing up in a world we never grew up in, Piers. We didn't grow up with the internet. We didn't grow up with Bumble, Tinder, Instagram, Facebook.
No, I was taught how to treat women by my mother, my grandmother.
Open the door,
my
right?
Aunts,
Open the door.
A lot of strong women in my family, very strong women, and they would just take no crap from the men. So that's the environment I grew up in.
Absolutely. So how do we insulate our children from this? By having conversations, putting parameters around the social media aspects of life and having the conversations at home. Hey, son, hey, daughter, this is what you're going to see out there in the real world. This is what you're going to see on the internet. If you see something like this, that is not how a true man is supposed to act. And hey, that's not how a real man's supposed to treat you.
Right. So
we have to have the conversations.
Yeah. Andrew, do you intrinsically disagree with what you've just heard?
Yeah, I do. I think, again, all of this is always the burden on men, burden on men, burden on men. Men need to be doing this.
No, it's a family, Andrew. The family.
Hang on. Let me
the family,
finish,
Andrew.
Men need
husband and wife.
Okay, yeah. So let me back up. Okay, again, men need to do this. Men need to do that. What I'm talking about is what duties do women have in society? What are the actual women's duties towards men? Everybody is raised from the time they're kids how we're supposed to treat women. We all know how to treat women. We never talk about how men are supposed to be treated. That's almost never discussed, especially by how women are supposed to treat men, what their duties in society are. This has been completely dispelled. Guys like Tate have risen because Christianity itself has become a feminized religion, especially the Protestant sects has become completely feminized. And it didn't used to punish masculinity at all. And now it does. And so where's the alternative? Where's the spiritual alternative? It's nowhere. And we need to get back to this fundamental question of what even is misogyny? Because I don't think that men kicking the crap out of each other, being brutes, insulting each other, hazing each other, even bullying each other is misogyny. Not only do I not think it's misogyny, I think it's perfectly healthy.
Yeah, but I don't think that's misogyny.
Well-adjusted.
Is that the argument?
But that is not misogyny.
Well, no, hang on. How women see this is totally
misogyny is where you have a hate.
Andrew Wilson just told a multimillionaire host that he's on the program with. He told him to hold on for a second. I love the thing. Andrew just assumes stuff. It's that's funny. I would never have the balls to be on somebody else's show and be like, hold on a second, I want to finish my point. I might say, excuse me, I'd like to finish my point, but I don't think I would ever tell the host to buzz off. So what's interesting, one of the things that I took a note on was that, I think Tommy was nodding. I think Sean said this. I think Pierce might have said it as well, that they had tough women in their lives. And that's true of me as well. My mother, God bless her, she's a truly tough woman. What I mean by that is she raised 3 boys. She worked while she was raising the 3 boys. She had a pretty stern sense of discipline. She had a really good instinct for disciplining the family when it came to economics. She was able to reel my father in, and God bless them, they've been married for more than 50 years, right? So I feel like she set, while, no one's perfect, her and my father set a pretty good example of like a respectful, monogamous, standard Christian relationship. And obviously they have things that they could work on. But I knew that I couldn't give my mother any flack. And so as a result of her having that tough, disciplinary, I would say it's ethnically Irish attitude, I kind of knew that I needed a tough lady in order to marry, and I got one. You know, my wife Victoria, she's a very pretty, feminine woman, but she doesn't take crap from me at all. And sometimes you need to be reeled in. So that's where I think that it's not frustrating yet, but it could be frustrating, is that Andrew returns to what are the duties of a woman within a relationship. And so obviously when you're talking about dating, that's different than marriage. So I think we need to talk about marriage. And then I think we need to talk about marriage with children. When it comes to dating, I think it's probably sexual loyalty, being a good friend, and maybe being a good partner. I think that's probably the best thing. When it comes to marriage, that comes with the household and the children responsibilities. So I would return to those, but I think that Andrew is catching these people flat-footed because they don't want to give an answer besides the feminist answer, which is funny because that means that Andrew is actually pointing to a real problem. Okay. So if he asks, what are women's duties, and no one answers again, I would actually see that as Andrew pointing to a real problem.
Hatred or whatever you want to phrase it towards women. It's not about men treating men.
Sorry,
It doesn't matter
toxic
how they treat-
masculinity is what I'm referencing here, and toxic masculinity is what they're claiming leads to misogyny. So what I'm talking about is these are all masculine traits. There's nothing wrong with them, right? When you're talking about misogyny itself, I want to know what that even is. Is it just asserting yourself to women, telling women no, telling them no, that's bullshit?
No, I
telling
would
them
say
you're
it's
wrong,
okay. Let me
telling them
answer
you're
you.
saying stupid things.
Andrew Tate says he's quite open about it. Women should stay at home. They shouldn't go out to work. They should do what he tells them. He's the king of the castle in his house. Blah 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 blah. That is misogyny, isn't it? You know, I've got a
That's
daughter.
not
I've got a
it's not
13-year-old daughter. I
misogyny.
don't want her thinking she can never leave the house. She's somebody's chattel.
It's not never leaving the house. Look, it is true that the world would be a better place if we didn't have it inverted and women did have a natural role at home, and that was glorified, and that there was government propaganda around the nuclear family and keeping women home. Why do you want to outsource the raising of children to strangers instead of your wife? That's a way better society. Why do you want your best and brightest women forced to go to a workplace instead of the best and brightest women staying at home raising their children? That's a way better system. It's always been a better system.
I guess we're talking
It's
freedom
like,
of choice.
That's not
No one's forcing
misogyny.
women to do anything. It's freedom of choice. It's freedom of choice. I love the fact that my wife's out there working, teaching kids and building adolescents. I love that. And to your point about what do I get from a woman? I have a home. I have 3 beautiful children. I have communication in the house. And to me, that
Appreciate
means
you,
more than
Jakob.
anything.
We'll be live
I
until
don't
5.
understand where I'm not saying you're wrong in your world, but to sit there and say to a woman, what do I get out of this woman? That's treating her like an object.
One thing I want to play a clip.
Okay, so it's okay to treat men like objects, give them duties,
I
but
don't
you're not
feel
allowed
like
to
an
give
object.
women duties.
I feel respected.
Okay,
in
well,
my
let me
home.
ask you this.
I'm not
How
angry
come it is
about
in the United States that men can be drafted? Women can't be drafted, but women can vote to send men to war. 18 years old, they're stabbing each other in the face with bayonets. Women can vote to send men to war that they then themselves do not have to fight. It's a duty that men have, they do not have. What's the counter duty for women? There's no obligation for women
Childbearing.
to have children. We're well under replacement rate. It's slated 45% of women will be single in the next 10 years, up to 60% in the next 30. That's the estimates right now. Our replacement rate, we can't even replace our own country's birth rates. That's how low they are.
Maybe
this is what we're seeing
people
as
like you that's causing the problem.
a systemic issue inside of society because nobody will put duties on women.
Go on,
Instead,
James.
you just
Maybe it's
pretend
men like you
have all
that
the
are
duty.
making that
Maybe that's why the
happen. Maybe you're
replacement
the problem.
rate is low.
Yeah,
Women don't
It's
men are the
crazy to me
problem.
as well that
Exactly.
you are
There
just
we go
sat
again.
there.
Men are the
Don't talk
problem.
over each other. Let James speak.
I can't understand why you are sat there confidently thinking of yourself as a victim constantly. You have a platform and you're sat here like, I'm a victim. What are women doing for me? What happened in your childhood that has made you so traumatized as an adult that you cannot stand
psychoanalysis.
women succeeding? I'm so confused. I feel like the problem is not, and actually maybe this is our fault. Maybe this is the left's fault. Maybe this is modern society's fault for leaving people like you behind. But genuinely, we do not hate men, and toxic masculinity has been thrown around a lot. Ultimately, some of what you're saying is toxic, but that's not because you're a man. That's because you're an idiot.
All right.
Okay.
Aw, that was almost a comeback. That was almost a comeback. Let's give him a little golf clap. That was almost an insult. I guarantee you Andrew did not feel that though. That was like a wet kiss to the cheek for Andrew Wilson. He is used to far worse words being thrown at him. So Pierce contends that Andrew Tate wants his women to stay at home, not work, do what he tells them. It's not entirely true. He wants them to stay home so they're socially isolated so he can pimp them out on webcam and then for them not to talk back to him. I do think that's misogynist, meaning that it does hate women. It does put women in a lower level of position of power. I think that there's some women who might enjoy that lower position of power, but it should be a purely voluntary relationship. So if Andrew Tate was a dominant in like the BDSM style of psychology, and then he found a bunch of like a submissive or a couple submissives who were willing to live with him and live that kind of lifestyle, then good for him. I wouldn't care. The reason why I do care is because he's beaten multiple women. He's admitted to psychologically manipulating multiple women. He's admitted to psychologically manipulating multiple women into sex work in a different country away from their friends and family. And therefore he's been credibly accused of rape and physical assault. So he beats women, he sex traffics women, and he's allegedly raped women with strong evidence pointing to the fact that he's actually done that. So that's why I would object to Andrew Tate. I wouldn't object to those other things as long as it was consensual. So I do agree with Andrew. You don't have to agree with me, but I do agree with Andrew that my wife and I, the reason why we decided for her to stay home is, number one, we can afford it so far. And then number two, we want to be present for the lives of our children, especially when they're young. It's such a small window. The window of 0 to 5, when your children are truly, truly, truly like babies and toddlers and then children, is such a small window that we wanted to be there and soak up as much of the magic as possible. And so as a result, she was able to stay home, and we, there's been some tight months, let's put it that way. But we've been able to make it work. So Andrew was asking, what was the responsibility that men are responsible for war, right? 99% of men do not participate in war. And out of the 99%, or out of the 100% that do, let's eliminate 99% of the population. Let's go down to that 1%. Out of the 99 that do, most of them, the one that do, I'm so bad at this. Sorry, 1 second. 99% of men within the United States do not participate in war. Out of the people who do participate in war, only like 2% of them are infantrymen or combat arms. And so 98% of people who do armed service, they don't even do infantry or combat. Okay. So that means that like a percentage of a percentage are actual infantry and combat arms, and everybody else is logistics. Okay. Now that being said, this is still a sacrifice that we're asking men to be willing to make in our society. So what is the equivalent? And what I would say is a lot of women, a heck of a lot of women, take on child rearing either voluntarily or non-voluntarily, where, sometimes they're single moms, sometimes they're part of 2-parent households. And so I would see that these not as equivalent sacrifices, but as similar sacrifices that are very intense to the individual. Being in the military, speaking as a veteran, was an incredibly intense experience that had a lot of hard lessons and pain. I would say that watching my wife go through childbirth twice also came with a lot of hard lessons and pain. And so to pretend that this is not you can criticize our society not having more partnerships and not having enough children. I think that's a different argument as to whether or not women actually do have some like sacrificial role in society. So yap. I'm getting tired, so I'm going a little crazy with it. My apologies, but my brain is starting to get cooked as the day wears on. Let's somebody else cook.
Okay, so just to give you a quick rejoinder here, again, didn't contend with a single argument I made. You just said, why are you acting like a victim? While you're here talking about how women are
You're not
victims.
contending with arguments that other people
It's
are making.
wild to me. It's so wild to
You
me.
know this is Piers' show,
Let me play another clip.
I know this is Piers' show.
Let me go to Tommy. Tommy, I want to play you a clip. This is from a show called Newsnight on the BBC in the UK, where the host Victoria Derbyshire had a panel of young men on and asked them, when was the last time you cried? Let's watch this.
When was the last time you cried?
Honestly, the last time I cried, I couldn't tell you.
Same with Leo. I can't really remember the last time that I cried fully.
A lot of times I feel emotion and I look at myself, why can't I cry? We're told to suppress our emotions.
I feel like to guys, we may be treated a certain way that evokes an idea that we have to be extremely strong and upfront and here as a man, and I'm going to be composed at all times.
Now, I've got a slight issue with this, Tommy, in the sense that one of the most devastating moments for me as a movie watcher was watching James Bond blubbing in the last Bond movie. Right? I don't think to prove you're a modern man, you need to be sobbing all the time. You know, I can't remember the last time I cried. It doesn't make me less of a man or less empathetic to people or anything. I just think again, the pendulum issue of what we want men to be. I think we're now trying to persuade a lot of young men, if you're not emoting all the time, then you're being suppressed in some way.
That's not the direction I thought they would go. That's
stiff upper
interesting.
lip, which I think is a really bad rap. I think it's not a bad thing to actually not over emote. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's.
Oh, sorry, Sean. I'll come to you. That was for Tommy. I'll come to you in a minute, Sean.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
For Tommy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, Piers. I don't think that men should be trained to be overly emotional and that should be a sign now of new maturity, being emotional. I don't agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with men crying in certain circumstances. Listen, everybody has a different journey. Everybody has a different set of circumstances. There are circumstances wherein men crying, I have no issue with. It's also not up to me to tell a man when he can or cannot cry. I personally prefer the men in my life not to be overly emotional, but that's just a personal preference. Really, who am I to tell a man how he should exhibit his emotions? But again, I think that there is two sides here that are both too extreme. You've got the one hand that wants men to be feminine and cry and show their emotion and be weak. And then you've got the other side that says you cannot cry. You must always be strong and you should look at women as an object. So again, there's got to be a happy medium here. I think there once was, but now because of, again, I agree, there was an overreaction of the feminist movement to make men weak. I don't agree with that either.
Yeah.
I just wish we could come to a place where there was a happy medium where people could just be human beings who could have a gender role, but weren't married to that gender role in absoluteness. There's got to be a place for that. I would certainly hope.
Yeah. Andrew Wilson, when was the last time you cried?
When I had a death in my family.
And how long ago was that, if you don't mind me asking?
Many, many, many years. Many years. I don't know, maybe a decade, something like that.
Right. So you haven't shed a tear in a decade?
I don't think so, no.
Would you see it inherently as a weakness in a man to over-emote?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Men, listen, you don't want men to fall to pieces in crisis. You're the head of a family. You're the head of your household. And also you're the heads of nations. You have a moral obligation not to fall to pieces. In fact, I would say you're duty bound not to. You need to be able to control your emotions and you need to be able to attempt to control them at all times. It's not to say that you're not going to lose control. Nobody's perfect. But I think that the idea of the stoic man is a much better prospect for the idea of like this leftist that I'm arguing with next to me on the panel. I would not want to be that guy, that person who just cannot control their internal emotions. They can't do it. And unfortunately, again, this is through the viewpoint of the feminine prism that it's only through empathy, right? Empathy first. And it's like, no, it's not always about empathy. It's also about reason. It's also about logic. It's also about understanding that we live in a carnal world full of warring tribes who are always killing each other. And that's part of the human condition. You can't afford to have your men losing control to emotion or to empathy.
James, when was the last time you didn't cry on a date? Let's flip the question around.
I haven't cried today, but I did cry yesterday. And I think it's okay to cry. And it's funny that you keep trying to goad me and saying that I don't have control of my emotions. I think I have incredible control over my emotions because
All right. Eon Flux says, Connor, I have a question, but it's not related to this. Go ahead. Hit me with it. So, can't remember crying. So I'm trying to think. I think the last time I have man tears. Okay. I think I probably cry more than I'll admit, but it's watching a movie, right? It's like watching a TV show. And then there's a character that you or like a book, and there's a character that you come to know and love, and they have this like beautiful self-sacrificial send-off where they're making the hard choice in order to die to save like their family, their tribe, their whatever. I think that like I'm still staring at the screen, right? Like I don't, my face doesn't change, but I have tears collect at the corners of my eyes, and then it just kind of goes out. And I think it's because it reminds me of like real things. Like I think it reminds me of real people I know who sacrificed themselves for the greater good or died in a tragic way or something like that. And so the emotion from a narrative will remind me of a real trauma. And I'll cry man tears. My face won't change, but my a single tear, like the Native American watching a piece of trash be thrown out on the highway. That's the way that I cry when engaging with media. However, I wrote these down kind of as a joke, but I'm also serious. So I love dogs. Dogs have been a huge part of my life as long as I can remember. I wanted a dog since I was like, I don't know, 3, and I didn't get one until I was 8. She lived to be 16. And so I lost her in my mid to late 20s, and I fell apart because I loved her. Same thing with losing family members, like grandparents. I'm very lucky. I still have both of my parents. And they're, despite having some health issues, they're still here with us. I'm sure I'll cry when my parents die. 100%. I'll lose it. I'll drink. I'll cry. I'll tear my clothing. Irish people are very expressive human beings. So I'm sure I'll, cry when my parents die. Then in the shower, I think that if you're going through a breakup, if you're having a bad day, if everything's overwhelming, if you're falling apart, I think it's okay to cry in the shower. No one else is around, et cetera, et cetera. Punching the car steering wheel. I brought this up kind of as a joke, but when I was 19, going through a breakup, joining the Marine Corps, all that kind of stuff. And I was in the car, no one else was around, and I just kind of fell apart temporarily. That was a moment. And what Andrew said that I think is actually correct is that you're duty bound to not fall apart. That's the part that I actually think is important. I don't think it's the crying. The crying isn't the problem, right? If you cry over a dog dying, a family member dying, in the shower, over a breakup when you're young, that kind of thing, I think those are perfectly fine times to cry, but duty bound to not fall apart. You still have a job to do. You still need to work. You still need to take care of your family members. You still need to take care of the people that are reliant on you. You still need to improve your life. You still need to do this. You still need to do that. So falling apart is not the problem. It's you need to, after you fall apart, in my opinion, you need to be able to pick yourself back up and keep pressing, right? That's my opinion. So I can't really think of other examples. I think that's the best thing. Those are the best examples that I can think of. And I don't think crying is the problem. I think it's falling apart that's the problem. You can fall apart temporarily, but then you need to get it together and you need to keep pushing. So reading these, the Silver Jacket Man, I did the man cry during the end of Godzilla -1 last night. Awesome. It'd be so true. So true. If there's like a self-sacrificial moment or like a tragic death or a tragic irony, 100%. I'm with you. Eon Flux has already posted it, but I'll ask again. Looks like your administrator is gearing up for war with Iran. You think it's only posturing? No idea. I'm not predicting anything at this point. What do we have? We had a bunch of B-2 bombers line up at Diego Garcia with a bunch of fuel tankers, which is our capacity to strike targets on the other side of the planet. And apparently we have like, I don't know, the most amount of B-2 bombers at this one base that's in recorded history, in recent recorded history. And so I'm not going to be surprised if they do it. I'm not going to be surprised if they don't do it. Anything is possible right now. Jonah Boy says the only movie that made me cry is Godzilla versus Destroyer. When I was 5, first Godzilla Jr. died, then Godzilla died, resurrecting his son. I still get watery eyes. Yes. Yes, the self-sacrificial noble death. So true. I think it's funny that we have so many Godzilla, so many tears over monster movies, but that's funny. John, I cried watching One Piece. A crew of friends who were dying played a song until one by one they all died. The last one was the only survivor. Very heart-wrenching when my brother died. Yeah, so John, I'm sorry to hear that your brother passed, but there's an interesting thing. So there's a TV show called The Expanse, and it can be corny sometimes, but there's 2 scenes that made me do man cries. One of them was a belter, right? So she's an asteroid colonist, and she chooses to die with her people in order to save another few souls, right? She chooses to effectively like throw herself on the wrong side of an airlock in order to get as many civilians evacuated from a deadly scenario as possible. And then the other one that made me cry, man cry, right? My face didn't move, just single tear going down the right side of my face, there was a pirate a space pirate who fought another space pirate and lost. And then he faced being airlocked. He was getting thrown into space. He knew he was going to die. He faced it by singing like a really sad pirate song. And I thought it was just like this beautifully tragic moment. But anyways, we'll move on from the crying stuff. I just wanted to share my experience. The Silver Jacket Man. My biggest cry was when my dad died. Yep, that makes sense. Not when he died weirdly, but he had this big sweet Rottweiler and nobody in the family could take it. When I took the dog to the adoption service, I lost it after. Yeah, dude, that would make me fall apart 100%. Yep. Eon Flux says, and 2 carrier strike groups. Hey, listen, Iran, I'm sure they could kill a few thousand American service members in the Middle East and North Africa. I'm sure that they could sink a carrier or 2. I'm sure that they could even maybe get a missile or 2 off that wouldn't be intercepted, that might kill a few thousand, or, let's say they did a nuclear armed weapon, a few 100,000 people in the United States. But I think that their technology is so unreliable. Maybe this is false confidence, but I think their technology is so unreliable that the vast majority of their stuff would get intercepted, and maybe we would lose like a city or something. But then if we lost a city of a few 100,000, we would turn Iran to glass. Now, maybe we wouldn't bomb civilian centers, but effectively every single piece of infrastructure and government building and security forces building would be turned to glass. So, peace through mutually assured destruction is something very real and dear to my heart.
Because I know what's upsetting me and when, and I'm able to talk about it.
Well, how often do you cry?
I mean, not all the time, but
every day?
No, not every day, Piers. I cried
2 or 3
yesterday.
times
I probably
a week?
haven't cried for about 3 weeks before that. But honestly, my therapist tells me I need to cry, and it's a good relief.
But the point being, Andrew hasn't cried in 10 years.
I think that is such a weakness, Andrew, that you haven't cried in a decade. Like, that's crazy to me.
My therapist told me I could cry.
I'm so worried about you. I can't understand. Well, you're crying now, and please, I happily facilitated that for you.
I think we're seeing the 2 extremes that Tommy was talking about.
It's honestly, yeah, Tommy, you're so right. There's no nuance. I mean, it's difficult to have nuance on this show anyway, but we do need to find some in this debate.
I think the point is men should not feel they can never emote, but also they shouldn't be encouraged to believe if they're not constantly emoting there's something wrong with them.
Well, of course, but also
that's where the pendulum has just gone too far.
You are also sort of guilty of this manosphere, Piers. You're very much in the manosphere yourself.
What do you think that means?
Well, it means that you think James Bond shouldn't cry, and that if he does, that's a weakness.
I want James Bond to be. I want him to seduce women,
which he
does. I want him to be a ruthless, steely-eyed dealer of death to bad guys.
But also,
I want him to have a cigarette with his whiskey or his shaken, not stirred martini.
Maybe Andrew is your type.
And I don't want him sobbing like a baby all the time. I don't.
Like Tommy might not.
Because guess what? When you're in Her Majesty's Secret Service, you don't have time to cry all the time.
Very sad news about Her Majesty, Piers. Sadly, she did pass away, and I'm sure you cried at that, which is completely
His Majesty
right.
now, obviously.
Tommy,
actually, the last Bond film was under Her Majesty, so I was correct.
Fine.
So Chase T says it's good to feel a range and depth of emotion. Control is important, but there's a place for intensity depending on personality. Yeah. So I did want to share that. Thank you for bringing that up. So the depth, Greeks would actually think that the stunted masculine emotional range of rage or numbness would be a sign of emotional retardation. And so I kind of agree with them a little bit. It took a while until after I left military service and law enforcement service to experience a different emotion besides like rage or numbness. And so, but as it comes back, I think it makes it even sweeter. So happiness, contentment, purpose, joy, all these emotions, they become richer after you kind of go through the gauntlet of becoming a man, I guess. And I'm going to encourage my sons, obviously, to not limit themselves exclusively to the emotions of rage or numbness. I think that men are way too often limited into just anger or apathy. Christian Blair says, I heard the next James Bond was Aaron Taylor Johnson. Not sure how I feel about that. If he's British, that could be okay. Henry Cavill would be my pick, obviously. He did a phenomenal job in Mission Impossible. He has the right aesthetic. He has the right jawline. He looks great in a tuxedo. He knows how to carry himself in action scenes. He already has action doubles. Obviously, I want him for Games Workshop and Warhammer 40K products, but realistically, he would be a phenomenal James Bond. Henry's too old. I agree, and I don't. If he's in his 40s or whatever, you could still do stunts into your 50s. I think Daniel Craig probably started when he was in his late 30s, early 40s. Yeah, maybe. You guys are saying he's too well known. Maybe. Yeah. He could play a James Bond a decade into his career. I think that would be fine. But yeah, if they pick a young gun, that's fine. But then I feel like they need to do the origin. They need to reset the origin story again, where it's him learning the ropes and how to be a spy and getting acquainted with the technology and infiltrating these organizations that are nefarious, that manipulate the entire world and all that kind of stuff. No other British young actor comes to mind. Yeah. I'll think about it. But just sharing. I'm not cutting y'all off, but we are 20 minutes away from the wrap up of the day, so we're going to enjoy a little bit more of this. And actually, you know what? I think we get the point. I think I'm just going to talk to chat. We get the point. Andrew Wilson is toxically masculine. This guy is toxically feminine. No offense. Tommy Lauren is absolutely correct, but she needs to be able to answer the question, what are women's, if men have duties to protect and provide to women, women need to be able to answer the question, what are their duties to men? And I would say that, as I answered previously, it's when you're dating, it's to be a good and loving partner. When you're married, it's probably to be a good, loving partner and friend and lover. And then when you got kids, it's to be a good, loving friend, partner, lover, and partner in the sense that you're helping to manage the household. That's what I would say. So Tommy Lauren needs to shore up some of her thoughts on feminism. But besides that, I think we're Gucci. Let me go full screen and yap with chat real quick. Oh, so what you got? Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, if Henry Cavill's too old, then Idris Elba is definitely too old. So yeah, that's absolutely. Idris Elba's too old. Samuel L. Jackson is too old. For sure. Let me check YouTube real quick. Let me see. Oh, man, we got some competition live right now. We got Destiny live. We got Tim Pool live. We got a whole bunch of people live right now. So, sorry, I'm just checking out. We got Queeman live. Yeah, everybody's live. That's okay. I understand. Oh, I just like to hear his English accent. Indeed. Well, what else y'all got? You got questions, concerns, anything going on in chat? Anything interesting going on in your lives? Just to kind of share, just to put a nice little bow on it. So what's going on now is the original plan, at least my plan, was to stream from 10 a.m. to 7 or 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's 7 hours of stream. It's starting earlier in the morning. Not everybody is awake yet, and therefore it's probably a good time to stream, right? However, cutting up segments and making sure that we're also posting content to the other channels is important. And therefore, I volunteered with Valor in order to work the first few hours of the day, starting to help them with back end work. And so as a result, I took 9 a.m. to noon today in order to shoot a YouTube video for my own channel that was like 10 minutes long. Easy shot, easy edits, throw it out there, whatever, just so I could keep some momentum on Counterpoints and also tell people that will be live over on Valor. And then also cutting up a Valor segment and then uploading it to the drive so they would have access to it. So I'm going to keep working on that so I can clip up segments and give it to them so they have a minimal amount of work in order to get it posted. That way we can get rid of our backlog of, if you consider that I was live for 7 hours a day for 3 days. It was like 2 7-hour days, 1 5-hour or 1 6-hour day, and then the traveling and then Tim Pool. That's a lot of content in 1 week. So clipping it up and putting it out for them is probably an easy way for them to not develop a backlog because they do have other shows they need to run too. So going forward, it will probably be 9 to noon. I'll be working on back end stuff. And then from noon to 5, I'll be working on Valor stuff. And that's Bo. Look, that's Bo. He's 13. Look at him. Look at his face. Look at his little white dog. That's a 13-year-old Brittany Spaniel dwarf. He looks like a Brittany Spaniel, except for he has stubby legs. He's adorable. He's fantastic. Sorry, Harmonic Fox. Yeah, we're wrapping up. Jonah Boy says, you heard they brought back dire wolves. It's not political or anything, but I think it's pretty cool. Oh, man, I love dire wolves. If you're talking about very, very, very large wolves, that's dope. I wonder how long they will live. Hopefully forever. Sapien Green says, I don't know if you can fill 7 hours with reaction content and keep it interesting. I kind of agree with you. The segments, it is a long time to be yapping. We did an hour of news coverage, and then we would do 5 to 6 hours of reaction content. Reaction content is fairly popular. And if you look at like a Chud Logic stream, 80-90% of it is reaction streams. Same thing with a Queeman stream. They pull stuff up and they talk smack about him, and they just like, this guy's dumb, lol. This guy's dumb, lol. This girl's dumb, lol. This guy's dumb, lol. And that's the content. And they're successful because they go live every day. So we're trying to replicate that a little bit, but also put a political spin on it. No dinos yet. True. Although I did hear that they're working on woolly mammoths. So they got woolly mammoth DNA from a mummified ice mummy from woolly mammoths, and they think that they can bring it back and inseminate a regular elephant with it and then bring woolly mammoths back into existence, which is dope. Eon Flex says, well, be cool to hang out with you in chat. Got to go anyways. It's getting late for me here and enjoy seeing the stuff. The bed is calling. Hope you and the rest of you have a great night. Well, thank you for hanging out, Eon Flux. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a beautiful evening. And with that, I think we're going to wrap it up. So we'll be back tomorrow. I'll work from 9 to noon. I hope you guys have your dumbbells because we'll probably be working out either tomorrow or the next day. We'll be doing shoulders and forearms. And sometime this week, we'll be doing legs as well. So make sure that you have your dumbbells. Make sure that you buy your monkey feet if you don't have them already. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to participate in legs day. But we're going to continue to do, dad bod fitness around lunchtime where we just do a very, very simple workout so we don't become complete fat body slobs while we continue to stream. I do parasocially love everyone who came and hang out. I do parasocially love everybody who enjoys the content, either as a VOD or types in chat or writes in a comment or checks out Valor Media Network. But I do sincerely appreciate you guys coming to hang out. It has been a blast as always. So have a good night. Or Christian Valeris says, have a good day. See you next time. 07. Thank you, Christian Valeris. I do appreciate your perpetual service. Chase T, thanks for being here. Jonah Boy, thanks for being here. I'm going to read a few more names that I recognize. Sapient Green, Eon Flux. That's Chase T again. John, thank you for being here. I did see Weld QC John earlier. The Silver Jacket Man, thank you for being here. Sultan Al Fahim, always great to have you aboard. And I know I already said Christian Valeris, but Christian Valeris, he's my strongest soldier. And Yakov Ezraze. We'll figure out how to pronounce your last name eventually. But Anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. Oh, Hill.William, also somebody that I've seen before. So thank you for hanging out. Parasocial love. Have a great day. Bye for now.